The whole town is engulfed in blasts and erupting fire as a crowded bus rumbles down Zhongshan Road, passengers tense and anxious. A man gazing out the window muttering that just days ago the underwater earthquake and Mt. Fuji's eruption killed tens of thousands and now even their place must be evacuated, while the girl beside him frets over leaving in such a hurry with nothing, saying she'll have to buy supplies in Jiangnan City. Only for the man to warn her the goods in Walmart and Ali warehouse there have already been moved, prompting her shocked, "What?" Another man adds that this is old news. Today Dongming Lake in Xinjiang dried up and the Darendong warehouse was emptied. And she gasps, "Really?" The total value of these supplies must be in the hundreds of billions, to which the man corrects, "No, it's in the tens of trillions," while Suchin, seated quietly among them, thinks that the loss of supplies and all the natural disasters are just the surface of the world, as the woman frets the end of the world is coming and another man laughs, saying he would even look forward to it, claiming that's when all living beings are equal. But Suchin reflects that even in the end of the world there is no true equality because he has lived it himself, remembering his last life as an ordinary delivery man when the apocalypse descended from abnormal solar energy release, rising atmospheric temperatures, frequent crustal movements, and monsters emerging from underground. The world changed, a new order arose, and in a scarcity where even a packet of instant noodles, ham, or sausage required giving up everything. Yet now he has been reborn a month before that apocalypse, determined to act differently. As the woman clutches his hand and bends close, saying that what they said scared her, "Can you?" But he lets go, stepping off the bus, replying that he has more important things to do, thinking that in the apocalypse the most important thing is supplies, and he stands before the building, Mr. Hippo, remembering how in his last life he wasted time searching for supplies and now must prepare in advance. Donning his delivery uniform that reveals his name, Suchin, while the supervisor warns that being 21 seconds late will deduct half a day's salary. Chen mutters sorry to himself, recalling how in his last life the apocalypse came, his boss ran off, and his annual salary vanished, thinking these supplies are his compensation and wondering how about letting him take them, then strides through the warehouse, his boots gleaming as he pushes his hand forward to open a space, a portal-like dimension revealing a warehouse stacked with supplies. And standing above the shelves he explains this is his power, his spatial ability, which lets him fold everything around him into a super-large cubic space tens of thousands of meters in each dimension at his will, giving him the convenience of collecting supplies for $0, a power he has already used to drain 2 freshwater lakes and plunder several cities slated for destruction in the apocalypse, where even a packet of instant noodles is a luxury, fresh food and time remain frozen. And he will no longer have to eat dirt like before. Then he reads his inventory list, sighing in relief. After collecting so much, when other workers enter shouting for help moving goods, only to freeze in shock as the entire warehouse is empty, not even the shelves remain, and Chen stands in the middle, and when asked where everything went he casually replies that he took it all, leaving the men staring at him in utter disbelief. What the hell? Chen declares he took everything, and the men explode in anger, shouting, "What, you bastard? How did you do this? Catch him for me." But as two rush toward him, Chen smirks and says he won't be late anymore, then vanishes as if absorbed into thin air, leaving them shouting and the supervisor screaming that he disappeared, while Chen is already teleported to the elevator, landing smoothly and explaining this is his second ability, Space Jump, which lets him subtly move within a 3-meter area, enabling him to enter abandoned buildings, collect supplies, and escape even in front of mutant beasts, a life-saving tool in the apocalypse. Then he tosses his uniform aside, declaring zero-cost shopping mission complete, only to receive a message warning of intense Earth movements and localized natural disasters but stating it's manageable, and Chen thinks the official statement is just to prevent panic. Do they know the end is coming? Then a call from Jiang Shaoqian comes in. She scolds him for planning to disappear with her, putting the house on sale, and being naive to think she would stay with him without the house, demanding he transfer ownership or forget marrying her. And he replies that he's on the way back to Xanadu and they'll talk then, hanging up while reflecting that in his last life he spent 5 years surviving the apocalypse for her, fetching supplies, bringing her to safe zones, risking everything, yet she betrayed him. And the memory flashes back to a scene in his past life where, after being beaten badly, a man asks him why he keeps returning empty-handed, wondering if all the good things are hidden. Chen lies on the ground, completely defeated and wounded, while Jian and another man rest on the bed nearby, one commenting that Chen is useless now and it's just the two of them, and Jian warns not to assume he doesn't know their thoughts, that if Chen died it was due to incompetence, and that their fates tonight depend on performance, recalling how in his last life he had trusted people blindly and been let down. But now he vows that Wang and Xian Qian will pay, experiencing pain 100, even 1,000 times, yet he relaxes briefly to check his phone from manager Lu, realizing that the remaining supplies can only be acquired with money and deciding to sell his house at half price but demanding cash immediately, then stepping out of a parked car at the real estate office, ignoring Xian Qian who complains about waiting so long as he moves inside, while Wang, wielding a baseball bat, threatens him for daring to sell the house, but Chen, resolute and uncompromising in this life, grabs Wang by the neck, lifts him, and throws him to the ground, declaring that he can handle himself however he wants. From behind, Xiao Qian screams, "Let go, what are you doing? Someone save him!" But Chen throws her aside with a slap, and she falls to the ground while Wang shouts for him to stop, but Chen tells him not to worry, he won't die too quickly, then releases him as Wang coughs heavily, and Chen moves inside the building while Xiao Qian rushes to Wang asking if he's okay, shouting at Chen that she's not angry yet but he must kneel and apologize quickly or forget marrying her this lifetime, and Chen glances back with venom in his eyes as both Xiaoqian and Wang retreat, shouting they'll get him later, and Chen thinks they're worthless, stepping further into the office where a man offers him water and says he'll pay for the house, seeing the foolishness of selling a 1,000,000 yuan property for 700,000 as an easy profit, and Chen sits, saying okay, but it must be full payment today. The man agrees, they sign the contract, and the transfer will be done next Monday, Chen approving the plan, thinking the buyer can now choose the house as long as he dares to live in it. Then noting that he even received 7 lakh yuan in his account, he steps outside, observing that despite various disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, Xanadu in the Central Plains is inland and life remains ordinary, and as he moves past a pillar, he stops at a notice for fast loans, thinking of high-interest lenders, and calls the number on the pamphlet, asking if he can mortgage his property with a property certificate. Later, Chen arrives at the Shanghai International Building, entering the office of Great Sea Loans Limited Company, where a man greets him teasingly that his house doesn't seem worth much, and Chen asks how much he can borrow, thinking to himself that this man is Wang's older brother who died at the mouth of a mutant beast in his last life. Then the man examines the property, and says at most 500,000. But the property certificate must be left as collateral, and Chen pushes for another 100,000. Immediately, assuring him he'll make a profit and repay within a week, which makes the man think Chen is a gambler willing to risk everything, even his parents, for profit, yet agrees to negotiate, and the money is transferred into Chen's account. While outside a taxi, Xiaoqian emerges shouting she's just reclaiming her own house and demanding Chen pay for laying hands on her, with Wang promising to make him pay. And spotting Chen walking on the street, Xiaoqian urges Wang to follow him to see what he's been up to, as memories flash of commercial buildings collapsing under seawater backflow and rapid freezing, while the Green City Hotel survives every disaster, and Chen heads inside the hotel thinking that the president's suite is well equipped with a swimming pool and it might be a good idea to use this place as a base. Living here for a long time would not be bad. As Chen moved inside, he thought that although many warehouses had been emptied before, none stored hot meals or fresh ingredients, when a girl noticed him and approached, introducing herself as restaurant manager Lu Xingrui and asking how she could assist, and Chen requested a banquet of 1,000 tables, prompting her surprise at the scale but confirming they had options from 5,000 up to 100,000 per table. Thinking this young man with such poise must be a hidden second-generation rich, and Chen confirmed he'd take the 1,000 per table option, totaling 1,000,000, paying a 50,000 deposit for delivery with the balance next week, which Lu accepted, noting that connecting with wealthy clients was as valuable as the ingredients themselves, asking how she should address him, and he said Su Chin. Then she asked if he was getting married, he replied yes and asked her to book the presidential suite for the wedding. Leaving the building pleased that 10 million worth of dishes was secured with just a 50,000 deposit, and thinking that in the scorching post-apocalyptic world, even a block of ice could be worth 1 billion, while Lu excitedly thought about the presidential suite booking and how fortunate the bride must be. When Xiaoqian approached and asked what he had been doing, Lu explained that Su Chin, her boyfriend, had just ordered a 1,000-table banquet with a 50,000 deposit, and that having a boyfriend like him was truly fortunate, noting that though Xiaoqian seemed young, her temperament surpassed even hers and wondering why wealthy people are drawn to such partners, which made Xiaoqian exclaim in disbelief, questioning whether he really had the money, And Lu explained that the wealthy often hide their true identity until the wedding to protect themselves from opportunistic partners, prompting Xiaoqian to worry about sudden disappearances or cold treatment before marriage, while Wang, also present, questioned if Suchen was really rich, and Lu showed the phone with the deposit transfer, confirming it, and later, Wang and Xiaoqian sat in the park outside the hotel. Wang asking who Suchen had invited to the 1,000-table banquet. Xiaoqian explained that he wanted to introduce her into his wealthy circle and reveal her identity, and Wang asked what they should do, and Xiaoqian decided she needed to take initiative and create opportunities for this. Bootlicker, imagining herself in beautiful clothes and jewelry, never expecting such a scenario in her life, yet it had to happen with Suchen, that bootlicker. At home, Suchen sat reviewing his phone, calculating that selling the house for 7 lakh, taking a 6 lakh high-interest loan, and spending 5 lakh on the banquet left him with plenty of resources, while his zero-cost purchases had already stolen many essential items, so even the remaining 8 lakh wasn't much, and he knew skipping an online loan would be wasteful, prompting him to download over 80 apps at once, take 30 selfies, and apply for loans ranging from 30,000 each, until he received a total of 977,000 yuan. Finally content but aware there was no time to waste, as he still needed to buy fireplace equipment, ice makers, ice blocks, and smokeless coal, all unavailable at the supermarket but faster delivered online, and after checking prices for smokeless coal at 2,500 yuan per ton, he ordered 2,000 tons, paying a 500,000 yuan deposit, then contacted ice factories to arrange a face-to-face deal, and while walking out, Xiaoqian appeared with her friend Lena, who recognized him and greeted him, and he thought of how Lena always criticized his friends and allowed Xiaoqian to occupy his house, dismissing her greeting with a cold, "Missing me for what? My house?" while Xiaoqian held his hand, asking him to accompany her for a walk and apologizing for scolding him. But he let go, saying he had things to do today and she should stroll alone, prompting Lena to urge Xiaoqian to follow him, both taking a taxi to Tail Suchen, who stopped at DONGHUA Ice Factory where Mr. Wu greeted him, impressed by his youth, and Xiaoqian confirmed details discussed over the phone, asking how long it would take to produce 2,000 tons of ice, and Mr. Wu assured them 3 days at 400 yuan per ton, totaling 8 lakh, and Suchen immediately transferred 1 lakh as a deposit to be delivered to his address, explaining he planned to donate it to charity, leaving Mr. Wu astonished at the scale. While outside, Lena and Xiaoqian arrived from another taxi, demanding to know what he had been doing, and Mr. Wu told them about the ice order and the charity plan, which left both girls completely shocked. At the restaurant, Suchen settled in, savoring the moment now that all his supplies were secured, reflecting on how in his last life he was too busy to even visit a small cafe, and when the waiter welcomed him and handed over the menu, he noted butter chicken naan, smoked steak, and fresh juice, a high-end restaurant where the average spend was in 4 digits. Until he stumbled on a question-mark dish priced at 17,000 yuan, which the waitress explained was a personal creation of the head chef. Changing with her inspiration, and intrigued, he agreed to try it, remembering how in the apocalypse a strange force had mutated creatures, including the serpent in Shanghai Jing, but he preferred to call it a biological modification, when suddenly the chef herself arrived with the dish, greeting him and revealing herself as Hell's chef DONGHUA, whose magical culinary skill in his previous life could turn decay into irresistible food, though prepared from mutated monster sources. And noting his stunned expression, she commented on his worry about being poisoned, presenting the dual-faced life dish with tuna fried in brown butter on one side and deep-fried puff pastry steak on the other, leaving a memorable taste. And as he ate, he thought it would have been amazing if she had cooked for him in the apocalypse, though he remained wary of her potential trickery. Meanwhile, Lena and Xiaoqian had followed him, whispering about the 10,000 yuan plus dish, and joking about becoming rich wives before Suchen moved to the bar, thinking of the wealthy who spent millions without savoring the experience, reflecting on the lost opportunities of his last life. And as he sat with a drink, a group of girls approached, insisting he join them, introducing Yunyun, whose boyfriend had cheated on her with an older woman, and as she gulped down a glass of alcohol, she flirted, asking if he was single and willing, encouraged by her friend, all under the watchful eyes of Xiaoqian and Lena, who panicked, shouting at him. But Suchen guided Yunyun into a private room, tapped her head awake, admonishing her to stay home and stock up on food, warning her against visiting such places in the future, and stepping back outside, he mused that living like this was rare and enjoyable, Yet with Xiaoqian and Lena trailing him tonight, the opportunity had already slipped away. The next morning, all the items Suchin had ordered, from smokeless charcoal to blocks of ice, arrived on several trucks outside a warehouse he had rented. He guided the drivers inside and directed where each load should go. One of them worried the lack of a cold room would make the ice melt, but Suchin brushed it off and told them to unload everything as instructed. Meanwhile, Wang tracked down Xiaoqian and revealed that Suchin had secured a massive warehouse in the suburbs and was filling it with large machinery. Curious about his activities, she went there with Lena to see for herself. The moment they arrived, they spotted a lavish banquet from Green City Hotel being arranged, complete with a red carpet, making the place look like the aftermath of a grand wedding feast. Lena became convinced Suchin was about to propose, expecting guests to soon flood in. Xiaoqian, though, smugly claimed that even if he did, she might not agree. She decided to confront him and asked Lena to join her to judge how serious he truly was. When they approached, she demanded to know why he was buying so many supplies and what exactly he intended to do with them. Suchin didn't answer, instead telling her to help carry boxes if she wanted to learn the truth. Xiaoqian scoffed at the idea, declaring she was meant to be a wealthy lady, not someone doing grunt work. Lena teased her, saying this could be his way of testing her worthiness. Though still offended, Xiaoqian decided to play along for the sake of her future dreams and hauled a heavy box onto her shoulder to show she wasn't fragile. Lena joined in as well, reasoning that rich heirs often chased after women who worked hard, and perhaps she too could get lucky. All the while, Suchin quietly enjoyed the sight of both women providing him with free labor. There were piles of supplies to haul, and even with extra hands from the hotel staff, the task dragged on for hours. The entire day slipped by in hard labor, and by evening everything was finally stacked inside the warehouse. Drained and fuming, Xiaoqian could barely stand. She had worked without rest or even a proper meal, clinging to the belief that all this effort would secure her dream of becoming a rich lady. Lena collapsed onto the floor beside her, equally worn out, muttering in disbelief that Suchin had made them haul such heavy loads. The ice blocks alone felt like dragging boulders, each weighing well over 100 pounds. Still, she convinced herself that this ordeal must have been the final test. Surely now, he would choose her as his bride, the grand wedding would follow, and dignitaries from every corner would appear. But when she walked over to confront him, she found Suchin calmly handing thick envelopes of cash to the workers, thanking them for their effort and assuring them that the rest of their payment would be settled within the week, just as agreed in their contracts. After the workers finished, they left singing praises for the generous pay, while Xiaoqian leaned by the door, waiting for the proposal she was certain was coming. But Suchin simply walked past her, thanking her for helping before bluntly adding that she wouldn't be paid for her labor and should head home. Desperate, she pleaded with him to stop joking. Surely the guests would arrive soon for their wedding celebration, since all of this preparation had to be for them. Amused, Suchin almost wished her fantasy were true, but reality was far harsher. He had already sold his house and was drowning in debt after taking out multiple loans to purchase these supplies. Hearing this, Lena shouted in disbelief. How could someone who spent over 10 million yuan on food and tens of thousands more on equipment possibly be broke? Suchin covered the truth with a lie, claiming that a wealthy benefactor wanted to host a charity, gathering people to provide them food and essentials. Xiaoqian snapped. She lunged at him, furious that he had deceived her, but he dodged easily and reminded her that he never once lied. She had been fooling herself with her own delusions. Collapsing to the floor, she raged that she had believed him to be a rich heir, but now that he was penniless, he could forget about ever marrying her. Suchin didn't care in the slightest, dismissing her as nothing more than a gold digger. That insult sent her into a fury, and she stormed off vowing he would regret this. Lena trailed behind, but not before hurling her own warning that he was finished. Suchin, however, didn't waste a thought on their threats. In the apocalypse, it would be them who regretted everything. With the nuisances gone, he locked the warehouse, gazed proudly at the mountain of supplies, and stored them into his infinite space. His preparations complete, he returned to Green City Hotel to enjoy another quiet meal while waiting for civilization to crumble. As he relaxed in the lobby, a noisy group barged in, faces he recognized instantly. Day was reassuring Xiaoqian that her good life would begin if she stayed by Wang's side, reminding her that in Xanadu his influence still held weight. The younger man eagerly promised to treat her better than Suchin ever had, urging her to abandon the abuser for someone worthy. Xiaoqian quickly gave in, clinging to him as they walked deeper inside. Wang swore his older brother would see to it that Suchin paid for what he had done. To Xiao Qian, Wang didn't seem too bad, and his brother's wealth was even more tempting, far better than sticking to a bootlicker like Suchin. Their noise finally drew Suchen's voice, mocking how easily she jumped from one man to another. Shocked by his sudden presence, Xiao Qian froze, while Wang pointed him out as the man who dared to lay hands on him. Dehai's expression shifted in recognition. This was the same person he had given a massive loan to not long ago. Man had already been planning to track Suchin down, but realizing his debtor was also the one who clashed with his younger brother gave him even more reason to act. Wang was startled to learn his brother knew Suchin, only for the man to reveal that this was the same person who had mortgaged his house and borrowed over 500,000 yuan. Worse still, repayment was due the very next day. Now both brothers had their own grudges to settle. Xiaoqian, disgusted, sneered that he actually dared to owe Dehai money. With a debt that size, he'd never crawl out from under it. Thankfully, she thought, she had dodged a disaster by not tying herself to him. Suchin, however, remained unbothered, calmly wiping his mouth after finishing his meal. Dehai leaned down and warned him that he had no business enjoying himself in a hotel while owing such a massive sum. Wang shouted that Suchin could never repay it, so they might as well end him now. The thugs lurking behind them grinned darkly, eager for violence. Just then, Manager Louis stepped in, attempting to calm things down. Dehai said he would reconsider if Suchin knelt and apologized to him and his brother, promising that would settle things peacefully. Louis turned to Suchin for an explanation, but he only brushed it off, calling them pests not worth his attention. The insult pushed Dehai over the edge, and he slammed a heavy hand onto the table, declaring that whatever small respect he'd shown ended here. Nothing could save Suchin now. Or so he believed, until new figures entered the hotel. The man leading them demanded to know what was happening, and both Dehai and Suchin immediately recognized him. His name was Gao Chang, a ruthless figure Suchin remembered from his previous life as the infamous Skull Crusher. Together with Hell Chef, Gao had once ruled the post-apocalyptic world of Xanadu. Suchin even recalled rumors that when the apocalypse began, the first wave of mutations erupted right here at the Green City Hotel, where Gao happened to be. That was likely where his terrifying power was born. For the moment, though, Gao was still a prominent entrepreneur in Xanadu, running a vast underground network with countless followers. His sharp gaze swept the room, pausing on Suchin with a flicker of interest. Once the commotion settled, Gao Chang carried on with his business in the hotel, leading DONGHUA to a private office where Mr. Sun awaited with a glass of wine in hand. Greeting her warmly, he praised her beauty and said he had long heard of her reputation. He offered the drink, but she froze, recognizing the drugged contents swirling within the glass. While she stared at it, elsewhere Suchin sat in his presidential suite, swirling his own wine. Memories of his past life surfaced. Back then, he and Xiao Qian had hidden in a basement, barely surviving the scorching heat of the apocalypse. Never had he imagined that in this timeline he would cut ties so easily, leaving her to chase after him. To him, it was the perfect chance to even old scores. From his window he watched Xiao Qian and the others by the pool, oblivious to the storm about to come. Dehai and Wang, stripped down to swimsuits, were thrilled at the sight of the women approaching. Noticing how the nights had grown hotter than the days, Wang had suggested the pool as a way to cool off, though both men were clearly more eager for the company of the girls. Laughing and embracing their luck, they waited eagerly as Xiaoqian and Lina walked over in swimwear, pausing only to remark that the moon seemed unusually bright. Wang seized the moment to clasp Xiaoqian's hand, declaring that his love outshone the moon itself. She brushed him off, uninterested in his hollow affection, and moved toward the pool. Watching from above, Suchin chuckled to himself. The crimson glow of the moon signaled the beginning of the apocalypse, and he raised his glass in a toast to the end of the world. In the next instant, the moon erupted in searing light. A wave of burning heat swept over the poolside. The group bolted for the lobby, but Dehai lagged behind. The moonlight scorched their skin raw, forcing them inside in a panic. To those in the lobby, the outside now blazed as bright as midday, leaving them stunned. Dehai's men assumed he was fooling around with the girls and ignored his absence, until Xiaoqian, Wang and Lina stumbled inside, their skin blistered and red. Desperate for relief, they spotted a large fish tank and plunged in, fighting over who would stay submerged. Shocked, the men demanded to know what had happened and where Dehai had gone. Too late, Wang realized they had abandoned his brother. When Dai finally staggered in, His body was covered in burns and blisters, and he collapsed as everyone rushed to his side. Meanwhile, in the private office, Mr. Sun pressed DONGHUA to explain why she hadn't touched her wine. Before she could answer, Gao stepped in, suggesting he focus on the banquet prepared for him. Mr. Sun dismissed it with a wave, fixated only on her refusal. No one in Xanadu, he said coldly, dared reject a drink he poured. Ordering Gao to stand aside, he made it clear this was none of his concern. In that moment, DONGHUA understood, this had been a setup. Gao had thrown her to the wolves, hoping to win favor with Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun carried himself like an untouchable king of Xanadu, certain he could exploit women at will. Today, his eyes were set on DONGHUA, and though she was convinced the wine before her was poisoned with something foul, she had no way out. Just then, the moon flared crimson, flooding the room with blinding heat. Both Mr. Sun and Gao scrambled to draw the curtains, shaken by the unnatural light. Realizing something disastrous was unfolding, they rushed downstairs, leaving DONGHUA breathing a sigh of relief, saved by the sudden distraction. Meanwhile, the hotel lobby had descended into chaos. Crowds gathered, frightened and restless, ignoring manager Louis' attempts to calm them with promises that a rescue team was on the way. Gao pushed through the throng, demanding answers, and was told that the sudden spike in temperature had already injured hundreds across the city. Mr. Sun phoned a contact for help, only to be told that all hands were busy keeping the power grid from failing. No one could spare the time to fetch him. In a corner, DONGHUA writhed in agony from the burns he had suffered outdoors, screaming whenever his men tried to touch him. They urged him to get to a hospital, but with the streets scorched by unbearable heat, escape seemed impossible. In desperation, he called Xiao Dao, ordering him to drive over from their real estate headquarters. Down in the underground garage, the man started his car and rolled out, barely noticing the heat until he surfaced onto the street. There, daylight blazed unnaturally bright, and within moments his tires shredded under the scorching conditions. Forced to abandon the vehicle, he sprinted barefoot across the pavement, only to realize in horror that his shoes were melting into nothing. He stumbled, crashing down, and when he lifted his head, the half-liquefied remains of another victim stared back at him. Panicked, he tried to rise, but his blistered skin stuck to the ground. The heat seared through his body, melting his face as he shrieked in terror. Back at the hotel, DONGHUA and his men listened helplessly as Xiao Dao's agonized screams echoed through the phone, the sound of a man being roasted alive by the world itself. Amid this nightmare, Su Chun lay undisturbed in his air-conditioned suite, sleeping peacefully without the slightest concern. News bulletins quickly appear on TV, announcing that the sudden heatwave has already claimed close to 100 lives. Citizens are urged to remain indoors to avoid severe burns, but not long after, the city's power grid collapses, leaving everyone without electricity. DONGHUA keeps calling his driver, but the line never goes through, and it becomes clear he won't be coming back. With all the hotel rooms fully booked, DONGHUA and his group are forced to squeeze into the last available one, sharing it with Xiaoqian and Lena. The women immediately complain, demanding a separate room, but their argument is cut short when the power outage kills the air conditioning. The heat inside rises quickly, making it hard to breathe, and if they stay put, they'll suffocate. While the men struggle to cool off, Xiaoqian suddenly recalls that Suchin is staying in the presidential suite, a room with its own pool. If they forced him out, they could claim it for themselves. Meanwhile, Suchin relaxes in comfort, swimming in his private pool. From his past life, he remembers how the city's unstable power system collapsed despite all the manpower thrown at it, cutting power for everyone. That's why this time he secured a suite with backup batteries, stocked air conditioners, and even stored ice in his spatial ability. He sets out a table of food and prepares to enjoy his first breakfast of the apocalypse. Just as he is about to eat, a loud knock echoes at his door. When he opens it, DONGHUA and the others gape at the cool air rushing out, the humming air conditioners, and the piles of ice inside. The women accuse him of selfishly living in luxury while they roast, and DONGHUA steps forward, demanding the room as repayment for Su Chen's supposed debts. He threatens to throw him out himself if he refuses. But Su Chen doesn't flinch. He pulls out a gun and shoots DONGHUA in the stomach, warning that anyone who dares to move again will face the same fate. The gunshot leaves everyone frozen in place as DONGHUA stares in disbelief at the wound in his stomach. Since no one backs away, Su Chen fires again, this time hitting DONGHUA's leg, before warning that he'll count to 3 and shoot anyone still in sight. That's all it takes. The group scatters in fear. Down in the lobby, Gao demands an explanation for why the hotel has no food. Manager Louis explains that 1,000 tables had been reserved for a banquet days earlier, nearly exhausting their supplies, and the new shipment was delayed by the heat wave. Hearing this, Mr. Sun arrogantly orders that all remaining food and water be delivered to him. The guests protest, even trying to rush him, but his guards fend them off while he lounges calmly, unbothered by their rage. Suddenly, people rush in shouting that Su-chin has tried to kill someone. Gao notices DONGHUA's wounds and realizes that only someone with serious power, or access to a gun, could have done it. Intrigued, he concludes that a dangerous figure is holed up upstairs. At that moment, Xiaoqian loudly tells everyone that Su-chen's suite isn't just safe, it has electricity, working air conditioners, ice, and even a private pool. She swears she saw it herself, complete with food and cold drinks, a paradise compared to the suffocating heat of the lobby. The crowd immediately rallies, deciding to storm his room, while DONGHUA orders his men to make sure Su-chin is forced out no matter what. They climb to his floor, and when Su-chin finally opens the door, they're hit by a wave of cool air that confirms everything they've heard. Everyone pleads with Su-chin to let them stay in his suite, desperate for relief from the sweltering heat. Just then, a child peeks inside, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the fried chicken Xiaoxin had boasted about. He dashes in without hesitation, but Su-chen's swift kick sends him tumbling back into the crowd. Outrage erupts instantly. How could he lay a hand on a kid? To them, it proves he doesn't deserve to enjoy such luxury alone. Enraged, they surge forward, but Su-chin calmly raises his gun and fires a shot into the crowd. One man at the back collapses lifeless, and the room falls silent. With cold certainty, he reminds them that while he stands alone, each of them has only one life to lose. Downstairs, Wang's scream echoes when he sees his brother lying lifeless under the scorching sun. The others hold him back, knowing it's too late. His brother's infected wound had worsened, and without medicine or relief from the heat, he didn't survive. Rage burns in Wang's eyes, and he swears vengeance on the man who shot him. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su-chin is met with Xiaoqian and Lina clinging to him, their voices sweet and desperate. They insist he never meant to kill DONGHUA's group, only scare them, and promise they'll do anything if he lets them inside. Just as they try to win him over, Wang suddenly charges through, roaring for revenge. Su-chin steps forward, coldly declaring that anyone who crosses his door will die. He swings a bat with brutal force, sending Wang crashing backward into the two women. The three collapse in a heap, and the terrified women scramble to drag Wang away as Su-chin orders them out of his sight. Glancing at the surveillance system above his door, he knows that even if they hadn't left, he would have gunned them down without hesitation. Out on the burning streets, armored military vehicles rumble toward the hotel. Their wheels have been replaced with treads, and the windows sealed against the blistering heat. One vehicle halts in front of the entrance, and soldiers in insulated suits stride into the lobby. They ask if DONGHUA from the academy is present. A man steps forward, and the team explains they've come specifically for him. He's fitted with insulated gear before leaving with them, as Professor Lu's geological expertise will be crucial in dealing with the unfolding catastrophe. The lobby erupts in protest when the soldiers announce they've only come for one man, leaving everyone else behind. The rescue team explains that another operation will take place at midnight, the coldest hour, and survivors should head to Silicon Valley Plaza where a rescue point has been set up. Relief spreads through the crowd, though not everyone is satisfied. Mr. Sun charges at a guard, demanding an insulated suit for himself, but he's restrained with ease. Frustrated, he orders Gao to grab one, but with guns pointed at them, they can't move. As the soldiers prepare to leave, Xiaoqian suddenly shouts that there's a murderer upstairs. Lina backs her up, warning that he has a gun and has already killed several people. Hearing this, one soldier, Xiaofeng, decides to investigate despite warnings from his squad not to act rashly. He assures them he'll report back once it's done. Eager to claim the presidential suite for herself, Lina smirks, hoping Su-chin will be killed. Xiaofeng sneaks up to the room but notices a hidden camera aimed at him. Before he reacts, the door bursts open. First a flashbang blinds him, then tear gas chokes him. Staggering, he doesn't see Su-chin until the bat cracks against his head. When he wakes, tied to a chair in only his underwear, his first realization is how cold the room is. Across from him, Su-chin calmly examines his military ID and the confiscated gun. The soldier, still dazed, wonders how an ordinary man has air conditioning, ice, and military-grade weapons. Su-chin casually explains he's a recent graduate who brought them back from the Middle East, an unbelievable story, but the soldier can't press further. Instead, Su-chin asks about the government's rescue plan. Shocked at his knowledge, the soldier admits survivors must reach the rescue point on their own, though exposure to moonlight longer than 10 minutes causes people to collapse. Modified vehicles and safe zones have been set up, but the only protection ordinary people can use are insulated blankets. Su-chin presses the gun to the soldier's head, but instead of pulling the trigger, he cuts him free. He respects his duty, yet warns him that if anyone comes again, the ceiling-mounted guns will wipe them out. Understanding the threat, the soldier leaves quietly, stripped of his weapons. Back in the lobby, the people are frustrated that he shares nothing beyond telling them to use insulated blankets to reach the plaza. Mr. Sun, furious, slaps Gao and blames him for the failure. The crowd despises him, but knows his influence will still matter if they want a better life after rescue. Watching from the shadows, Su-chin approaches Gao, asking if he still intends to maintain order in such chaos. The men bristle at his presence, but he calms them with an offer, and reveals a bucket filled with edible ice cubes. The two men immediately lose control over the sight of ice cubes, and one of them whispers that they should just kill Su-chin and raid his room for more. Su-chin calmly silences that thought by pressing an assault rifle to his throat. Gao, keeping his composure, suggests making a deal instead. Su-chin accepts and hands over a few cubes, watching as they savor the relief. The other man can't help but wonder what kind of treasures lie in Su-chin's room if a single cube of ice feels like heaven. Gao agrees to cooperate for now, though in his mind, he's already plotting a way to kill him later. While they enjoy the ice, Mr. Sun notices and furiously attacks Gao for keeping it to himself. Gao's size forces his subordinate to back down, and Mr. Sun seizes the bucket, gorging on the cubes himself. As he eats, his attention shifts to DONGHUA, who sits in the corner still fully dressed despite the suffocating heat. Smirking, he mocks her modesty before grabbing her hand, clearly in the mood. She pulls back and slaps him, but in rage, he tears open her jacket, threatening to take her in front of everyone. When he notices her soaked in sweat, he sneers and offers to strip her further. That's the breaking point for Gao. He finally stands, his voice cutting through the lobby. Mr. Sun, startled for a moment, tries to assert dominance, but Gao no longer cares. In one swift motion, he drives a knife into the man's neck, ending him instantly. Chaos erupts, but Gao takes control, declaring that Su-chin was right. Parasites like Mr. Sun have no place in the new world. From now on, anyone who wants to live must obey his orders or accept death. Watching from above, Su-chin notes with quiet satisfaction that Gao has stepped into the role of leader, much like in his previous life, only this time the shift has happened much faster. Later, the new boss of Green City Hotel drinks deeply from the bucket of water Su-chin had given him. Lena and Zhaoqian crawl at his feet, begging for a share in exchange for anything. With disdain, he splashes water in their faces and orders them to follow him if they want more. The two scramble for the drops on the floor while he laughs. One of his men asks if they should head for the rescue point, but Gao refuses. The safe zone is a kilometer away, and survival can't be left to chance. Supplies are scarce, and anyone useless will only drag them down. He decides to follow Su-chin's example, keeping the weak as cannon fodder. As midnight arrives, survivors wrap themselves in blankets and begin their dangerous trek toward the rescue point, uncertain if they will live to see it. Do you want me to continue leaning into Su-chin's perspective as the silent observer shaping events, or keep the narration more balanced between him and the chaos downstairs? Since Gao seized control of the supplies, no one else in the hotel has been given food or water. Staying inside means certain death, yet heading to the rescue point offers at least a faint hope. A large crowd sets off down the empty roads, planks strapped to their feet to shield against the blistering ground. Even so, the heat is unbearable. When one survivor stumbles and crashes onto the asphalt, her body melts instantly. The others keep moving without pause. No one dares risk their own life to help, not even for family. Zhaoqian and Lena wrap themselves tightly in blankets, eager to escape the hotel. With only 2 days' worth of snacks left, the rescue point is their only chance at real food. But before they can leave, a man snatches Zhaoqian's towel, sneering that since Gao gave them rations, there's no reason to go. He tears at her clothes, demanding they stay behind for his amusement. Desperate, the girls beg him to at least take them into a room, pretending to comply to buy time. From the top floor, Su-chin watches quietly. In his last life, He too had gone to the rescue point. But without a blanket, the journey killed many, including himself. At least this time, thanks to his warning, more people should survive the trek. Downstairs, the man laughs off the girls' pleas, mocking their fear. He claims there's nothing to be afraid of, certainly not ghosts. At that exact moment, glass shatters and two monstrous figures stagger into the lobby. Screams erupt as the creatures advance, their touch burning the man alive when Gao throws him forward as bait. Horrified, Xiaoqian wonders aloud if they will also turn into zombies if bitten. Su-chin finally moves. Katana strapped to his back, he descends the stairs and orders everyone to step aside. The crowd gapes in disbelief at his boldness, but Gao waves them down, muttering that they should let him fight, then finish him once he's weakened. Su-chin sizes up the monsters as they snarl at him. In his past life, he learned the truth. Corpses exposed to the blazing sun mutated into these things, but they weren't real zombies and carried no infection. He calls them drought demons, creatures out of ancient Chinese myths now reborn in the apocalypse. These drought demons aren't mindless. They cling to fragments of memory and grudges from when they were alive. In his past life, Mr. Sun was killed by Gao and now, twisted into a demon, his hatred drives him straight toward his old murderer, ignoring Su-chin entirely. Sun, on the other hand, had died from the gunshot wounds Su-chin gave him, so his wrath is focused solely on the Su-chin. The hulking creature swipes at him with clawed hands, but Su-chin slips aside with ease. He counters by rushing Mr. Sun instead, his katana slicing clean through the demon's head. The body splits apart, and from within rises a glowing purple crystal. Su-chin recognizes it instantly. Back in the last apocalypse, Gao must have obtained his strength by killing Mr. Sun and claiming this very crystal. It is a crystal nucleus, a rare source of power that grants ordinary people superhuman abilities. Su-chin snatches it just as Dahai charges again. Rather than fight, he vaults over the raging demon and lands safely on the stairs, leaving Gao and his men to deal with the threat. Desperate, Gao hurls one at the beast, knocking both brothers into the hotel's water supply. He then orders everyone to grab weapons and strike. Upstairs, Su-chin calmly dissolves the crystal nucleus in a drink. He remembers from his past life that such crystals only appear once in 100 demons or beasts, and to gain their power, they must be cleaned and swallowed directly. As soon as he downs the liquid, a violent surge tears through his body. His clothes shred apart, his eyes blaze red, and pain racks his frame until he collapses, naked and trembling on the floor. Downstairs, Dahai is finally motionless, his head crushed under Gao's boot. But in killing him, they also lost their last reserve of water. Panic spreads. Lena, seeing no future without supplies, tries to flee for the rescue point, but one of the men seizes her and threatens to cut off her legs if she runs again. Desperate, she bargains for her life, promising a way to deal with Su-chin. When they press her, she reveals that Xiaoqian is his former fiancé. If they drag her to his door, he will surely come out to protect her, giving them a chance to ambush him. The men nod in agreement, while Xiaoqian reels in shock at her sister's betrayal. But when the crowd grabs her, she forces a calm face and claims she will go along with their plan. Before putting their plan into action, they decide Xiaoqian needs food first, specifically meat. The problem is that everything in the electric fridge has already spoiled. Gao, however, has a cruel idea. He hands her a knife while the others pin Lena down, telling Xiaoqian that if she craves meat, she'll have to carve it out herself. Realizing their intent, Xiaoqian understands they want her to eat her own sister. For a moment she hesitates, then her expression hardens. Lena screams in panic, begging for mercy and reminding her that they are family. But Xiaoqian no longer believes in such bonds, especially after her sister suggested she be used as bait. Without remorse, she grabs Lena by the neck and plunges the knife into her again and again. Even Gao and his men are stunned as she coldly tells her dying sister that this is her own fault. Laughing over the blood-soaked body, she declares that once she's done eating, she will head upstairs and drink Su-chen's blood. Gao orders DONGHUA to prepare the meat, insisting that without water, this is their only way to keep strength for the coming fight. Though reluctant, one of the men calls for her. Meanwhile, Su-chen wakes and feels the results of the crystal nucleus coursing through him. His body is stronger, tougher, and resistant to heat, with muscle and raw strength increased to the point that he crushes a block of ice in one hand. As he admires the transformation, a knock sounds at his suite door. Checking the security camera, he sees DONGHUA, known as Hell's Chef, nervously waiting outside. She knows the downstairs floor has descended into madness under Gao's rule, and her only chance of survival lies in joining forces with Suchin. When he opens the door, still completely naked, she lets out a scream. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologizes and invites her inside. Though he considers keeping her subdued, the awkward tension makes him pause. In his past life, he remembers she was strong-willed and worked alongside Gao, so if he can win her over, it will prove useful. He starts cautiously, reminding her that resources are limited and they barely know each other, so he can't simply let her stay just because she's attractive. DONGHUA notices the electricity and ice in the suite and understands she'll need to prove her value. She reveals that aside from being a chef, she graduated from Southwest Medical University, carrying both a medical qualification certificate and 3 years of surgical experience. The fact that she's a doctor excites him, though he still warns that their survival beyond tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Growing desperate, she insists that if he allows her to stay, she'll do whatever he asks. He accepts and tells her to consider the room her home, but cautions her, while under his roof, she must behave and never act with hidden motives, or he won't hesitate to deal with her. She assures him she has no intention of betraying him and respects his resolve. With that settled, he bluntly orders her to undress, telling her it's time to start repaying him. DONGHUA heads straight for the shower after being allowed to stay, grateful to finally have water, electricity, and security in a place that feels like paradise compared to the chaos outside, even if it comes with a price. Suchin's intentions are clear from the start, especially after his remark about offering her something different to eat, but she knows it is still better than the burning heat and the threat of being devoured downstairs. She had already guessed he might act this way before coming up, so she quietly accepts her situation. While she washes up, he sits in the living room, insisting to himself that he is only keeping watch to make sure she doesn't try anything reckless. When she finally steps out, she is dressed in a tight nurse costume he picked out, the outfit barely covering what it should. He tells her she looks just right, leaving her flustered and uneasy, but before either of them can process the awkward moment, a loud pounding shakes his door. Outside Suchin's room, voices shout for him to come out and save them, while another threatens to smash the door down if he refuses. Beyond the door, figures with jagged teeth and clawed hands linger in the shadows, their twisted bodies no longer human. Instead of fear, Suchin only feels irritated that he has to deal with these pests again, though DONGHUA warns him not to go outside, saying they already devoured Lena and might do the same to them. The mention of cannibalism wipes the faint humor from his face, for that means things have escalated far beyond what he expected. He steps out of his suite, calmly telling them not to break the door since repairing it would only be a hassle. The group standing there look feral, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot, and Zyokian kneels among them with one man gripping her head, crying for him to save her. The moment he appears, the men bare their teeth in twisted laughter, clearly waiting to strike. Without hesitation, Suchin steps into the hall, only for another man hiding behind the wall to leap at him with a knife. Thanks to the crystal's power strengthening his body, his reflexes sharpen beyond human, letting him catch the strike, snap the attacker's arm, and drive the blade into his neck in one smooth motion. The sudden display leaves the rest stunned, forcing them to recoil in fear. But Zyokian uses the distraction to dash into his arms, begging for protection. Suchin grabs her by the throat mid-move, exposing her fangs and glowing eyes for everyone to see. Once human flesh is consumed, the body mutates, fangs emerge, and humanity is lost. Zyokian and the others are no longer people. She gasps under his grip, choking for air, while the men shrug off the sight, arguing survival is all that matters, even if it means turning into monsters. Zyokian grins through the pain, boasting that human meat gave her strength and that once she kills him, she'll claim his supplies. With a feral twist, she swings her claws at him, but he responds with a powerful kick that hurls her across the hallway and straight through a window. She crashes into the frame, nearly plummeting to the burning streets below, but manages to cling to the edge at the last second, eyes burning with hatred. She isn't done with him yet. Outside the hotel, Zyokian clings to the wall as the scorching sunlight burns into her skin, making her scream in agony. Inside, the rest of the men decide to strike before Suchin can draw his weapon. He wonders if it's even worth wasting bullets on them, but one of them sneers that he shouldn't underestimate their new strength. The man leaps high, aiming to crush him from above, but Suchin doesn't hesitate and fires a shot, blowing a hole straight through his skull. The others spread out, moving unnaturally fast, their enhanced bodies making them quicker and stronger than before. Bullets fly but barely graze them, as they dart and weave through the hallway. One of them swings down from the ceiling, but Suchin grabs him midair and smashes his head into the ground, ending him instantly. Another rushes in with a knife, but Suchin twists his wrist, snatches the blade, and slices 2 more throats in swift motions, dropping them all in seconds. The only one left standing is Gao, whose body has clearly been reinforced. With a furious roar, he charges forward, fist cocked back, but Suchin catches him by the throat and slams him against the wall, pinning him there with ease. Just then, a shadow bursts through the window, Zyokian, who managed to survive the sunlight, though her body is no longer human. Twisted spikes protrude from her back, a long tail lashes behind her, and her eyes blaze with madness. Her transformation happened unnaturally fast, fueled by the deep obsession she held for Suchin. Without hesitation, he snaps Gao's neck, letting his lifeless body drop, and turns to face her. She shrieks with rage, ready to tear him apart, and he knows this fight won't end until she's been killed again and again until nothing of her remains. From inside the room, Nurse DONGHUA watches in awe, unable to believe Suchin just wiped out Gao's whole crew on his own. The mutated girl standing before him, however, radiates a completely different kind of threat, and the nurse knows she can't just sit back and do nothing. She wants to stay by his side, to be useful rather than a burden, even if his way of looking after her is rough around the edges. Her eyes dart across the room until they land on something that might actually help. Moments later, she steps out gripping a whip, telling him she's going to fight too. Suchin barely spares her a glance, unimpressed. Bravery is fine, but with the way she's dressed, she's more likely to distract him than assist. The monster spares no time for their bickering, roaring before lunging forward at incredible speed. A swipe nearly tears through his head, but he dodges just enough, his shirt shredding apart instead. He instantly activates his berserker ability, muscles tightening as his strength and toughness skyrocket. The creature darts behind him, snapping at his neck with jagged teeth, but even her bite can't pierce his reinforced body. Taking his chance, he grabs both her arms, flips backward over her, and slams onto her back while yanking her limbs upward. Without hesitation, he rips them clean off, smashing her to the floor in one brutal motion. Her shrieks echo down the hallway as he lands behind her, ready to finish it. He'd originally thought about dragging this out, letting her suffer in the apocalypse before finally ending her, but her persistence forces his hand. He'll have to kill her now. Before he can strike, her long tail whips out, wrapping around one of the corpses nearby, lifting it effortlessly into the air as she lets out another maddened scream. The monster's body twists grotesquely as her mouth splits open all the way down to her torso, swallowing a corpse whole in one horrifying gulp. The act makes her stronger, restoring her arms and multiplying her power tenfold. For Suchin, this only makes the fight more interesting. If she can regenerate, that means she's not so easy to kill, and he can keep tearing her apart as many times as he wants. He darts behind her again, seizing her arm and ripping it clean off before forcing her to the floor. Before she can recover, he tears away her other arm, her tail, and even both legs, only to watch them regrow instantly, just as he anticipated. That's only the warm-up though. What follows is a savage cycle of destruction and regeneration. Suchin rips her apart piece by piece, from her limbs to her tongue to her very organs, stopping only at the head since it seems to be the only part that doesn't regenerate. Again and again, her body restores itself, only to be dismantled once more. By the time he reaches the 21st round, her regeneration fails, leaving her battered and powerless on the floor. He considers gouging out her eyes but decides against it. He's cruel enough already. Trembling, she demands to know why he has tortured her so mercilessly, asking what reason he could possibly have. He replies coldly that it's revenge, then stomps down hard on her head, ending her once and for all. With the threat eliminated, DONGHUA hesitantly asks if he's okay, but he brushes past her concern, instead asking if she's ready. After everything he's done, she should be prepared to reward him. At the Engineering University rescue point, soldiers notice that the scorching temperatures seem to be settling, sparking faint hope that the apocalypse might finally be easing. Xiaofeng, the soldier who once clashed with Suchin back at the hotel, is stationed there when he spots movement in the distance. At first, he thinks it's people approaching, but when the white-haired captain of the squad turns to look, she realizes it's a massive horde of zombies advancing toward them. Without hesitation, she orders Xiaofeng to evacuate the civilians while she holds the line. He protests, but she forces him to obey, and with no choice left, he runs inside, begging her not to die. Meanwhile, Suchin is busy showing DONGHUA once again the frightening power of a berserker. She has rewarded him more times than she can even count, yet he still demands more, insisting he must leave unforgettable memories before heading out. She asks why she can't accompany him, but he explains that only those who are truly useful and fully obedient can remain by his side. Afterward, DONGHUA has completely submitted to him, but there's no time to waste. He needs to head into town before the sea tide surges. From his past life, he knows that zombies, driven by instinct, eventually converged into a massive tidal wave that struck the rescue point, wiping out countless civilians and soldiers while scattering military-grade weapons across the streets. That chaos allowed many fools to arm themselves with guns, leading to endless bloodshed and the rise of ruthless factions. Some used power wisely, but many others wasted it recklessly, like the idiots who thought blocking Su Chen's car with a single gun would stop him. He doesn't even slow down, plowing through them without mercy as he drives on. Passing through the city, he notices familiar cracks spreading across the walls from the relentless sun. In his previous life, the heat combined with the zombie onslaught caused the subway station to collapse, killing thousands trapped underground, and this time, he knows it's about to happen again. Su Chen halts his car briefly when he notices a massive hole in the ground, dozens of zombie eyes gleaming up at him from the darkness below. The noise of the engine has drawn them, but despite the possible abundance of crystals hidden in their skulls, he knows not all zombies carry them, and cracking each one open would waste too much time. Deciding it isn't worth the effort, he drives off toward the engineering university to see the situation firsthand. It's his first time back since graduating, but instead of memories, he's greeted with a campus swarming with delinquents and the undead. As he steps through the front entrance, a group of rough-looking survivors confront him, their chained-up zombies snarling against the walls like pets. They warn him that this is their territory, and demand his backpack if he wants to leave in one piece. Playing along, Su Chen pretends to be weak and casually pulls a roasted chicken leg from his pack, offering it up as though it's a trade for safe passage. The men, clearly starved of real food for days, go wild at the sight of it. With a sly smile, he tosses the meat onto the floor, and they scramble desperately over each other to claim it. But just as one manages to reach it, Su Chen yanks the food back with a hidden string and coldly tells them they don't deserve it. Furious at being mocked, they draw their weapons, but he ends their little game instantly by pulling out his gun and gunning them down without hesitation. He can't recall encountering so many idiots in his previous life, and the thought crosses his mind that his past warnings may have allowed more people to survive this time, which has now led to this chaos. Moving on, he climbs the stairs and reaches the Department of Reptiles and Snakes, where a heavy lock on the door shows it hasn't been opened in a long time. Inside, the room reeks of decay, countless dead snakes rotting away. He begins searching carefully, and soon, he finally comes across the item he's been looking for. Inside the reptile lab, Su Chen finally spots the Golden King snake, a predator that has survived by devouring all the other snakes in the room. In his past life, this creature was among the first to mutate, becoming the fearsome water rattlesnake army leader. It had consumed countless people and nearly swallowed him whole back then. With the flood just a week away, Su Chen knows this snake will soon begin its mutation, and once that happens, even he may struggle to defeat it. Watching the serpent closely, he notices hints of intelligence already forming in its gaze, a sign that it's far more dangerous than it appears. Before he can dwell on it, movement outside the room catches his attention. A group of thugs has gathered and calls out, demanding he come out, insisting there's no point in hiding. Su Chen, unfazed, steps out with his hands casually tucked in his pocket, deciding it's best to eliminate these distractions quickly. But before he can act, a woman suddenly springs from the shadows. She locks her thighs around the first thug, snaps another's neck under her arm, then leaps at a third and crushes his face before he can even react. 3 bodies drop in seconds. Amused, Su Chen joins the fray by pressing a gun against the back of her head, mocking her skill while threatening her life. She doesn't hesitate to counter, slamming his arm with her elbow to deflect the gun and flipping onto her hands before launching herself at his neck in an attempt to snap it. Unfortunately for her, his body is far tougher than she expected, and the move leaves her awkwardly straddling his shoulders with her crotch pressed against his face. He pauses just long enough to take a deep breath before asking her what exactly she's trying to do. After a brief struggle, he easily restrains her in a compromising position with red ropes, the barrel of his gun once again aimed at her head. Out of options, the woman finally gives in and introduces herself as Baitsung, captain of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team. Even while tied up, Bai keeps her composure, warning Suchin to behave and let her go. But he brushes aside her words and instead asks if she knows Xiaofang from the Special Forces. The mention catches her off guard, and he casually explains that he once saved the soldier's life. Something that isn't entirely false but not quite true either. With her suspicion eased, she decides to share what she knows. A group of fugitives had taken over the school, holding students hostage while seizing weapons. When the zombie horde hit the rescue point, Xiaofang led the civilians to evacuate, not realizing that some of the escaped prisoners had blended in with the crowd. Suchin doesn't blame her for the slip, reasoning that such chaos makes things unavoidable. Bai agrees, adding that with proper weapons, there's nothing to fear. As she speaks, he spawns a grill and begins roasting meat, chewing leisurely while she squirms in discomfort, finally asking how long he intends to keep her bound like this. He tells her she can go free if she promises never to clamp her legs around his head again. She reluctantly agrees, on the condition that he shares some steak with her. After he unties her, she reclaims her guns and makes it clear she has her own mission to handle. She can't fully assist him, though she might lend power support when possible. Suchin dismisses the offer, telling her to move along before she becomes a nuisance. She counters that she intends to sneak into the enemy stronghold and reclaim the stolen supplies so the trapped civilians inside the college can survive. Since this might be the last time they cross paths, Bai turns to leave, but the mention of hidden supplies makes Suchin call her back. He lies that Xiaofang is his brother, and claims that's why he'll help, though his real aim is the stash she mentioned. The supplies are hidden in a room inside the administrative block, where armed thugs hold students hostage while guarding their loot. Inside, the gang boss asks his men for updates, and a subordinate explains that most of their people are stationed outside, ready to raid the dorms. Pleased, the boss orders the least cooperative prisoners to lead the charge while the rest cover the rear. Just then, the door bursts open and Suchin walks in, calmly apologizing for interrupting. Shocked, the thugs demand to know who he is and how he bypassed over 20 guards. He shrugs and says it was simple, then lifts a finger toward the man who asked. With a casual bang, the thug's head bursts apart, and the room falls silent. The others freeze as Suchin warns that any movement will mean death. Outside, Bai peers through a sniper scope from the rooftop opposite, realizing he's been relying on her cover the whole time. Despite her support, the number of enemies makes his solo plan reckless in her eyes. He was the one who handed her the rifle, telling her only to fire when he pointed, an insane strategy she still can't believe she agreed to. Suddenly, the curtains in the room slam shut. Alarmed, she radios in, but instead of his voice, mocking laughter fills her ear. The thugs have discovered her position. Realizing she's been spotted, she bolts from her perch and races toward the administrative block, praying he can stall long enough. Orders ring out to execute Suchin, and fear grips her that she may already be too late. But when she bursts into the room, ready to avenge him, she finds every thug already lying dead. At the center stands Suchin, effortlessly holding the boss by the neck, as if the fight had never even been in doubt. It looks like Bai has arrived too late, and worse, the stash they came for is already gone. The gang boss dangles helplessly in Suchin's grip, begging for his life and insisting that killing him would only anger the people backing him. Suchin pays no mind to the threat, quietly slipping the supplies into his storage space before snapping the man's neck, vowing that his so-called allies will soon follow him in death. Bai stares in disbelief at how easily he dealt with everyone without her help, but he brushes it off, saying he just works out often and that the thugs were probably starving and weak by the time he got there. She doubts his excuse, wondering if another group had already raided the supplies, and worries about the students left with nothing. Suchin simply remarks that he'll share what he has, if they behave. He doesn't stick around for her doubts and heads straight to the girls' dormitory, where he'd heard Xiaofang and the others had gathered. Once they leave, however, one of the bodies in the back twitches and opens her eyes. She was alive the whole time, listening to everything. Not long after, a thug enters the room searching for a runaway and discovers the girl. Freeing her from her bindings, he asks if her cover as a prisoner turned up the information she wanted. She coyly admits she survived a close brush with death and now craves the comfort of steel fang. He obliges, lashing her back with a thorn whip, and her screams twist into sounds of pleasure. When he asks how she feels, she eagerly reports everything she overheard while hanging there. At last, he asks who stole the supplies, and she names the devil responsible, Su-chun. Su-chun, and by return to Xiaofeng, who sits bandaged and clearly injured, though he insists he's fine. His eyes linger on the unfamiliar man beside her, but Su-chun ignores that and asks to see the wound. What started as a scratch now looks far worse. After examining it, Su-chun explains the truth. It came from cannibals, creatures that feed on humans, their nails crawling with deadly bacteria and viruses. Left untreated, the wound could easily kill him. Medicine in these times is rare, almost impossible to come by, and yet Su-chun pulls out a supply without hesitation. Both Bai and Xiaofeng are stunned by how much he produces, but Su-chun brushes it off, saying it's only because Xiaofeng is his brother. In truth, he remembers a man from his past life, a soldier whose combat power rivaled a walking nuclear bomb, revered as the god of war. If that man is Xiaofeng, then keeping him alive could prove invaluable. Xiaofeng gratefully promises to repay the debt, though he quickly points out that Su-chun didn't risk himself just to play doctor. Su-chun doesn't deny it. He warns them that a massive flood is coming soon, and if they want to live, they'll need to evacuate fast. The unbearable heat is already melting glaciers at record speed, sending seawater surging inland and threatening to drown the entire mainland. Su-chun warns that if they don't evacuate soon, they'll all be swallowed by the coming flood. His words leave the group shaken, though not everyone believes him. Fan Qing, a classmate of his and a spoiled second-generation rich girl known on campus for both her boxing skills and her constant gender-based provocations, accuses him of trying to scare them away so he can claim the school's resources for himself. Marching up to him, she demands food from his bag and even dares to grab it, but Su-chun stops her with one solid slap that sends a tooth flying and leaves her cheek swollen. The crowd immediately cheers, not out of cruelty, but relief, since they've long been tired of her antics. She's hoarded an entire dorm just for herself, flaunted her money, and made herself hated by everyone. The calls for her to be thrown out of the dorms grow louder until she finally snaps, threatening to run to her father before storming off in rage. Su-chun simply remarks to Bai that someone should keep an eye on her, though he knows that clinging to family influence won't matter in the apocalypse. Outside, Fan Qing stomps across the school grounds, loudly insulting the men of her country and boasting about how only foreign gentlemen measure up. But the moment she spits Su-chun's name, she draws the attention of a thug lying in wait, who grabs her from behind and demands to know where he is. At that same moment, Su-chun walks calmly toward the campus exit, leaving evacuation matters in Bai's hands while he pursues his true goal, waiting for the Golden King snake to mutate so he can claim its crystal and maybe even its power over water. Just as he steps through the courtyard, he hears Fan Qing's voice screaming for help. He turns to see her suspended in the air, tied and dangling while a man laughs atop the truck holding her captive. Su-chun mocks her, asking if she managed to find her father, but she only pleads desperately for him to save her. The man on the truck finally introduces himself, declaring that he's from the Federal Bureau of Evolution and has come to punish Su-chun for stealing his supplies. With a smirk, he swings open the truck's rear doors to reveal his surprise, a swarm of drought demons, pouring out in a frenzy and surrounding their target. The cries of the drought demons echo across the area, reaching both soldiers and civilians, who immediately realize the noise comes from the direction Su-chun went. That can only mean their new ally is in danger. Bai quickly orders Xiaofeng to remain behind and protect the civilians while she checks the situation, but he refuses to let her run off alone again. Back on the battlefield, the thug grins and points at the swollen-faced girl dangling in the air, asking if she's Su-chun's classmate. If that's the case, then this is his chance to play the hero. He just has to kneel and beg, and the girl will be freed. Su-chun pauses to consider the mock offer, but before he can respond, Fan Qing screams at him to stop hesitating and kneel down already. It's not like it's impossible, she insists, since he just said he'd save her. Why go back on his word when he's supposed to be a man? Su-chun calmly tells her that yes, he's a man, but not one obligated to save someone like her. Instead of begging him, maybe she should try calling those foreign gentlemen she admires so much and see if they'll rush in to rescue her. The truth is simple, she insulted him by calling him inferior, so this is his payback. Yet if he expects her to swallow her pride and apologize, he's sorely mistaken. Fan Qing smugly claims she doesn't even need him to save her, but Su-chun just chuckles and points at the massive swarm of zombies charging in from behind the truck. He wonders aloud if she'll regret her words in a few seconds. The girl stiffens, realizing too late that in her rage she completely forgot about the undead. As they grab her legs, she shrieks for help, crying for Su-chun to save her, but her pleas come far too late. The HOARD drags her down, tearing her apart as her screams echo until they fade into silence. The Bureau of Evolution officer bursts out laughing at the cruel irony, mocking Suchin for being so heartless that he wouldn't even save a helpless classmate. Still, he grins, declaring that Suchin will be joining her soon. To prove his power, he pulls out a jar of fine powder and smears it across his face. He boasts that this special substance makes monsters obey any command, since it's created from the ashes of dead drought demons. The revelation makes him freeze, staring in disgust at the bowl in his hands. He hadn't realized until now that he was rubbing his skin with ground-up monster remains. Gagging, he spits repeatedly, horrified at the thought that some might have gone into his mouth. Enraged and humiliated, he orders the drought demons to shred Suchin apart. The creatures snarl and leap forward, claws flashing and teeth bared. But Suchin doesn't waste a second. He draws twin katanas from his storage and charges through the HOARD, his blades cutting faster than the eye can follow. In a blink, the entire crowd is reduced to shredded corpses, and by the time the officer stops coughing, Suchin is already standing calmly in front of the truck, gazing up at him with cool indifference. Behind him, fresh zombies still close in, just as Xiao Fang and Bai arrive to witness him seemingly about to be overwhelmed. The bureau officer barks new orders for the undead to attack, but not a single creature stirs. Suchin calmly brushes the dust from his shirt and tells him not to waste his breath. No amount of shouting will make them move. The man stares in confusion, demanding to know what he means, only to spin around and watch in horror as every zombie behind him crumbles into pieces all at once. Before he can process what happened, Suchin vanishes and reappears at his back, one hand clamped firmly around his neck. He growls that he never wanted trouble with the Federal Bureau of Evolution, then demands to know who sent him. If the coward refuses to reveal his master, there will be no reason to spare him. With a smirk, Suchin yanks at the metal mask covering his face while tightening his grip. The officer screams in agony, but it's cut short as his head is ripped clean off, the spine still dangling beneath it. Bai, arriving just in time to witness the scene, is stunned by how effortlessly Suchin handled an impossible situation, realizing such overwhelming power couldn't be the product of training alone. This man is no ordinary human. Suchin, however, only feels irritation. Having to exert this much effort on weaklings is bothersome, and he knows he'll need to restrain himself better before attracting unnecessary trouble. If only he had a capable partner at his side, things would run far smoother. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, DONGHUA jolts awake from yet another dream about him, frustration mixing with longing as she wonders why he hasn't returned. A booming noise outside her room startles her, but then she recalls his cold words, that only those useful to him could remain close, and anyone useless would be left behind. Steeling herself, she grabs a pistol from the cupboard, determined to become someone he can rely on. The once timid cook now moves with fierce resolve, entering a study room with twin guns in hand and a hardened expression. Yet the room is empty despite the voices she was certain she heard. A sudden growl behind her makes her whirl around, and her eyes widen as a drought demon lunges at her from the shadows. The drought demon shoves DONGHUA back against the table, its sudden appearance leaving her cornered with no way out. Her only chance lies in the pistol she grabbed earlier, but before she can raise it, the creature smacks it from her hands and sends it skidding across the floor. It leans close, jaws gaping wide as it lets out a piercing shriek, ready to bite down. With no defense left, she squeezes her eyes shut and braces for death, yet the strike misses, its teeth sinking into a chair beside her instead. Confused but alive, she realizes the monster's empty sockets mean it can't see and that it must be tracking her by smell. Fortune has bought her a moment, but it's far too close now. Any sound will give her away. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots the pistol resting at the edge of the table, just beyond her reach. She stretches her hand carefully, inching toward it, but the distance remains too much. Then her back brushes against the demon's arm, and it lets out a guttural roar, spinning on her. Just as it lunges, Suchin's words echo in her mind. He told her his resources weren't infinite, and he wouldn't keep anyone useless around, no matter how they looked. The only way to prove herself was to take a crystal core and gain power of her own. Spurred by that memory, she refuses to cower. With a sudden burst of resolve, she drives the heel of her shoe straight into its eye socket, thrusting so hard the other side bursts through the back of its skull. The zombie freezes, but when she tries to pull her leg free, it seizes her ankle, forcing her to stomp its face several more times until it finally collapses. Breathing heavily, she snatches up an axe lying nearby, wishing Su Chen had witnessed her proving she wasn't useless. Determined, she kneels to check whether the creature carries a crystal core. Meanwhile, back at the engineering university, Bai and Xiaofang follow Su Chen's advice and start organizing the students for evacuation. Bai even contacts her brother Bai Ming, asking him to bring his troops to escort and secure the group. With those arrangements in motion, Su Chen returns to the reptile lab, focusing on the golden snake he's been monitoring. After some time, its body begins to writhe, signaling the start of its mutation, and it locks eyes with him in defiance. To accelerate the process, he places a large bucket of water down, and the snake instantly slithers in as though instinctively aware of what it needs. The moment it touches the water, its body expands rapidly, sprouting a dragon-like head and armored scales. It thrashes violently until the bucket bursts apart, water flooding the floor and unveiling the creature's massive new form. Su Chen studies its growth with intrigue, realizing how catastrophic it would have been had the mutation waited for the floodwaters. Drawing a sword, he offers the beast a chance to serve him as a pet. The creature, however, refuses and instead smashes through the window, attempting to flee into the courtyard. Without hesitation, Su Chen leaps out after it. The serpent tries to slither away, but it isn't nearly fast enough to outrun Su Chen's pursuit. He drops down from above and drives his sword against its scales, only for the blade to snap in two against the creature's hardened armor. The beast roars back at him, and he quickly decides that if steel can't pierce it, then his fists will have to do. His first punch slams into its skull with crushing force, dropping it hard to the ground, but the snake retaliates by coiling its massive body around him. It tightens, trying to strangle him, but he notices this suffocating embrace is just a distraction. The real attack comes as it opens its fanged jaws to sink into him. Elsewhere, Bai keeps glancing anxiously toward the campus, unable to hide her worry. Her brother catches on and teases her about not wanting to part with that so-called handsome man, only to be sharply told to shut his mouth. His surprise grows when he realizes his sister might actually like this mysterious stranger. Even so, he insists anyone staying behind is doomed. She disagrees, convinced that Su Chen won't die. From the moment she first met him, she sensed an overwhelming strength in him, an aura so fierce it reminded her of a monster. That's why she believes they'll meet again. Back on the battlefield, Su Chen effortlessly snaps free of the serpent's coils, gripping its throat with one hand while planting his foot on its body. With his current strength, there's no way such a simple tactic could hold him. Remembering that snake's nerves remain active even after decapitation, he avoids tearing off its head. Instead, he rips the beast in half at the midsection, leaving no chance of a counterattack. Among the remains, he retrieves the crystal core, eager to discover what power this one will grant him. Soon the heavy rains arrive, and just as Su Chen predicted, the city begins to drown. The brutal heat had already crushed people's spirits, but the great flood now sweeping across the globe threatens to erase human civilization entirely. Even inland cities like Xanadu are swallowed by the rising waters, leaving only the tallest structures jutting above the surface. At the engineering university, the low terrain is completely submerged, with just the administrative buildings still visible above the flood. Su Chen isn't spared either, and the rushing waters engulf him, but he adapts with ease. The crystal from the Golden King Snake has granted him the ability to move and breathe freely beneath the surface. His body undergoes striking changes the moment it touches the water. Tiny scales form across his skin, his physical strength surges, and a translucent membrane covers his eyes, sharpening his vision while protecting them. Strangely, he breathes without using his nose or mouth, as if his entire body itself is drawing in oxygen. All of it mirrors the traits of the Golden King Snake, and while it isn't the coveted power to control water, the gift of surviving and fighting underwater proves to be a priceless advantage. The floodwaters surge from the Green City Hotel district, making it impossible to swim upstream. The current is relentless, filled with dangerous debris drifting beneath the surface, and every obstacle blocks Su Chen's path back to the hotel suite. At the same time, the distant volcano erupts with full force, yet Xanadu's skies remain deceptively clear because of its distance. He knows once the volcanic ash spreads to block out the sun, the dreaded doomsday winter will follow. With disasters piling one after another, it feels like human civilization has already collapsed. To survive, the only path is to keep evolving and gaining power, or risk becoming prey for the newly transformed creatures. Su Chen recalls how, in his previous life, Xanadu fell into chaos after the Great Flood, divided among terrifying rulers, the northern zone dominated by the Golden King Snake and the female Corpse King, the south controlled by the cannibalistic Devourer clan, the west claimed by the Rat King and his swarm, and the east ruled by Gao the Skull Crusher alongside DONGHUA, Hell's chef. He had nearly lost his life countless times under their reigns. But this time, things are different. He has already slain Gao and the Golden King Snake early. To secure his strength, his best move now is to claim the remaining crystal cores. Yet challenges remain. The Devourer clan is too vast, the Corpse Queen too elusive. That leaves the Rat King, whose presence at the University of Technology had sparked a rat plague in his last life. If he tracks it down early, he might seize its core before the swarm grows too dangerous. Just then, strange noises stir him from his thoughts, and he finds himself encircled by aquatic beasts drawn to his presence. Elsewhere in the submerged city, two men cling to a tower, struggling against the raging waters. They curse the sudden flood and their rotten luck when they spot someone cutting through the current with impossible speed. Anyone else would already be dead in such conditions, yet this swimmer moves with ease, and they soon recognize him. It's Suchin, the very man they had been ordered by the Federal Bureau of Evolution to monitor. Without him, they wouldn't be stuck in this nightmare. Bitter and angry, they vow to kick him back into the water if he dares climb up. But what shocks them most is his pace. He glides like a creature born of the sea, and trailing behind him are packs of sea zombies chasing with terrifying speed. Still, Suchin swims even faster, pushing forward against the current and drawing closer to their tower. They shout at him to stay away, but he recognizes them instantly as Bureau agents. If the Bureau already has him on their radar, then this is the perfect chance to squeeze information from them. With a sudden burst, he launches from the water, stepping on one of the men as if he were a foothold, and vaults his way to the top of the tower. One of the men loses his grip and slips off the tower, plunging toward the zombie-filled waters. At the last second, his companion grabs his arm, saving him from certain death. But with the added weight, both are left hanging with little chance of holding on for long. The first man insists he'll pull his friend up, but it's useless. If he doesn't let go, they'll both drown. Suchin seizes the moment, demanding they share everything they know about the Federal Bureau of Evolution. They grit their teeth and refuse, warning him that even if they die, others will come for him. If that's their choice, he has no reason to show mercy. As the struggle continues, a zombie latches onto the larger man's leg and drags him into the water. His companion screams and dives in after him, willing to die together. It's a hopeless gesture. Within seconds, they're surrounded by dozens of snapping jaws. Just as they're about to be torn apart, Suchin dives down and cuts through the swarm with his sword, killing every zombie in a single flurry. The men are left stunned, questioning whether he's even human, but one thing is clear: they owe him their lives. Acknowledging that debt, they finally revealed the truth. They admit they were sent by the Federal Bureau of Evolution to keep watch over him. The Bureau is stationed at the Science and Technology University, led by Chief Liu and his research team. They were only following orders passed down from above. Hearing this, Suchin recalls how in his past life the rat plague broke out at that very university. The connection between the Bureau and the disaster is too suspicious to ignore. When he presses about rat experiments, they admit only researchers are allowed in the labs, so they know nothing beyond speculation. Suchin concludes he must investigate the university himself before the rat catastrophe erupts. Meanwhile, at the Green City Hotel, DONGHUA manages to carve out a crystal core from a zombie's skull. Swallowing it, she's hit by the same searing pain Suchin once felt when evolving. She wonders if she succeeded and what power she'll gain, but her thoughts are cut short as she notices the floodwaters rising, now reaching even the top floors of the hotel. DONGHUA feels the cold floodwater swirl around her feet, small tentacles wriggling and circling, ready to strike. Before she can react, the monstrous mass wraps around her body, lifting and binding her in its slimy grip. It coils tighter, leaving almost no room to move. Suddenly, it lunges toward her face, revealing a gaping mouth lined with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. She barely manages to block it with her hands, but the creature twists around them, pinning her further. More tentacles erupt from the water, and in an instant she's completely entangled, surrounded by dozens of them. The attack comes so fast she barely has time to react with her newly acquired powers. Her thoughts flash to Suchin and the day he first demonstrated his space manipulation ability, explaining that consuming a crystal core lets one gain a monster's power. Yet, she knows appearances can be deceiving. The only way to truly understand her new ability is to sense it within her body and the environment. She focuses, feeling the energy shift inside her. Instantly, she perceives the small brains of the attacking monsters and yells a command, forcing them all to stop. The tentacles go limp as if dead, leaving her free but covered in sticky goo. Grabbing her axe, she swiftly slices through the immobilized monsters, turning them into a mess of flesh and slime. By the time she finishes, she's completely coated in gore and decides a bath is necessary. A voice behind her asks if he can join. She spins around, ready to defend herself, but it's Suchin, who has clearly witnessed her take down the monstrous eels alone. Suchin notices DONGHUA clutching a weapon, impressed by her preparedness. She rushes forward and hugs him tightly, relief flooding her at seeing him again after such a long absence. The moment is cut short when she realizes he's inexplicably naked. Pulling away, she demands why they keep meeting like this, and he calmly explains that the water was filthy, so he removed his clothes. They decide to bathe together, and for the first time in days, Suchin finally relaxes, appreciating how home feels after being away. DONGHUA rises behind him, giving him a soothing massage as they unwind. The calm mood allows him to ask if she succeeded in awakening an ability. He didn't witness her power directly but sensed something different from the temperature of her mouth. She questions how he could possibly know that, but he ignores her and presses again, asking if she managed to awaken an ability. DONGHUA explains that her ability seems to involve some form of mind control, and Suchin already suspects what it might be. He asks if it can affect food, but she admits she hasn't had time to practice yet. Eager to test it, she tries using it on him, making him believe she's wearing a revealing gown, only to realize his mental strength is overwhelming. Without his consent, she might have collapsed immediately. Despite that, he's impressed with her power and decides to make her practice until her legs grow weak, and they laugh together late into the night. The next morning, Suchin teaches her how to hold and shoot a gun, combining her new ability with precise control to eliminate the remaining tentacle monsters. He advises her to focus her mind, control her powers with thought, aim carefully, and fire. DONGHUA appreciates the lesson but wonders why he's teaching her shooting when they still plan to go to the University of Technology. He explains she has half a day to get accustomed to her abilities and shooting since she's from the medical university, and for the next adventure, she will accompany him to prove her usefulness. The couple navigates the floodwaters in a speedboat, and for some reason, Suchin asks DONGHUA to wear a bunny outfit. She hesitates, wondering if it's appropriate outside, but he reassures her that in the apocalypse, no one can do anything even if she wears nothing. She asks if he's ever been to the Science and Technology University, and he recalls visiting once to see a friend, wondering if that friend survived. She comforts him, saying good people usually have good fortune, so he shouldn't worry. After more travel, they reach the university, which has been fortified for the apocalypse. Suddenly, he senses danger and pulls DONGHUA close as bullets start raining on their boat. The shooter pauses briefly to ask their purpose, and since he can't reveal he's investigating the mutant rat king, Suchin lies that he came to join the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The man seems unconcerned about him and instead fixates on the DONGHUA, offering to open the gate if she spends the night with him. Suchin heads home while the two of them pull out their trump card, offering braised pork to get the gate opened. The sight of the food instantly changes the guard's attitude, and he orders the others to open the gate quickly, claiming he hasn't seen meat in ages. They dock the boat, and the guard demands the pork as soon as they step off, sending his partner to escort them inside while he keeps the food for himself. Unaware of the smirk on Suchin and DONGHUA's faces, he greedily eats what he thinks is meat, not realizing it's an entire monster's hand charmed by DONGHUA's power. Satisfied, he allows them in and promises to send Suchin to the lab later. Another, friendlier guard leads them to the main base, where tired and hungry people are scattered. The lower levels house the elderly, children, and low-tier residents, so he offers to take them upstairs to a clean room. While they walk, a young girl appears, wobbling as she apologizes for feeling dizzy. DONGHUA notices her weakness from hunger and asks about her parents. She explains they went out to find food and haven't returned. DONGHUA offers her a piece of bread, but the girl hesitates, worried the DONGHUA will go hungry. DONGHUA reassures her that one piece won't make a difference, yet the girl remains unconvinced. Suchin then shows off a banquet table and promises she will never go hungry if she becomes his woman. The girl eagerly agrees, but DONGHUA quickly shoves bread into her mouth to silence her. The smell of food draws thugs who push the low-tier residents aside to reach the feast, ignoring rules that require all food to be contributed in exchange for points in this makeshift society. The frightened girl clings to DONGHUA, trembling as she reassures her not to be afraid and promises to try talking to the men. She glances at Suchin for approval, then summons another banquet table with her eyes glowing ominously. She tells the men to eat to their heart's content, and though something is clearly wrong with the food, it looks so tempting that they can't resist. They shove each other to get the first bite, almost moved to tears by how delicious it tastes, and praise DONGHUA, promising to reward her later. Suchin, however, can't escape punishment so easily. As a newcomer who broke the rules, the men decide to make him fight in a life-or-death duel against two feral-looking individuals, recognizing them as the brothers he encountered on the tower during his city swim. The girl realizes they are her brothers who went searching for food and never returned, bursting into tears and angrily shouting at the men to let her go, but DONGHUA holds her back. The thugs explain that the brothers had failed their last mission due to Suchin's interference, leaving them short on contribution points, so they were sentenced to death. Rather than killing them outright, the men drugged them and kept them for entertainment. Since both Suchin and the girl know the brothers, the thugs impose a cruel new rule. If Suchin loses, they will throw the brothers and their little sister into the river. The two brothers appear to be in a wild, uncontrollable state, likely the result of some kind of drug. Heavy chains and collars bind their necks, and they seem not to recognize Suchin at all. The thugs shout for them to fight, and as soon as the brothers are freed from their restraints, they rush forward, aiming to strike him. The clash barely begins before it ends. Suchin effortlessly incapacitates them, slapping one across the face and delivering a precise chop to the other's neck. Both collapse immediately, and the little girl instinctively tries to rush to their side, fearing the worst, but DONGHUA holds her firmly and reassures her that they are unharmed. The thugs, however, are far from satisfied. Their plan for a dramatic showdown has been ruined, especially after wasting 2 doses of their special drug. Shrugging off their disappointment, the leader turns back to Suchin and warns him that since they're feeling generous today, if he surrenders all his supplies, they will pretend this entire incident never occurred. Puzzled, Suchin asks why he should give up his resources, and the thug explains that he must be new to their territory. Anyone entering the Science and Technology University must obey the boss's rules to maintain order and prevent freeloaders from taking advantage. Freeloader behavior is not tolerated here, and if he wants to remain, he will need to earn contribution points by giving up supplies or locating new resources. In this camp, contribution points function much like currency used to in the past. Just like in the real world, only those who set the rules benefit. Suchin reluctantly agrees to their terms and explains that the last of his food has already been eaten, so there's nothing left to hand over. At that moment, a large, imposing man arrives and offers him contribution points in exchange for working under him. The sheer presence of this man instantly makes the previously arrogant thugs tremble with fear. They address him as Captain DONGHUA, clearly the camp's leader. He is carried on a massive chair by several slaves, while a frightened-looking woman rests against him. Captain DONGHUA promises free meals, proper lodging, and well-paid positions, as long as they remain loyal and work diligently. While he speaks, one of the slaves trips and falls, and without hesitation, he drives a knife-tipped spear through the fallen man's chest, killing him instantly. He tells Suchin that they are short-handed and that he has arrived just in time to take the place of the now useless slave. The offer extends especially to the DONGHUA, who could receive unlimited meals and comfortable quarters if she agrees to serve him. As he continues, he roughly handles the woman on his lap, reminding them that in the apocalypse, industrial production has collapsed, and his offer is a considerable sacrifice. Additionally, he's grown bored with his current group, and they are due for replacement. The thugs shout at Suchin to accept immediately, claiming that when their powerful boss wants a new woman, the old ones will become available for the others' enjoyment. Meanwhile, Captain DONGHUA's attention shifts from workers to something else. He catches a scent among the thugs and questions them about what they have been eating. In their excitement over the food DONGHUA had provided earlier, the thugs completely forgot that eating anything without their boss's approval is punishable by death. They immediately collapse to the ground, begging for mercy and promising that from now on, any food they find will be handed over to him first. Captain DONGHUA interrupts, ordering them to stop groveling and be quiet. He isn't concerned about the food itself. The mere smell is enough to make him furious. Did they eat something revolting? He asks in disbelief, trying to identify the stench. Suchin and DONGHUA exchange surprised glances, realizing he seems completely unaffected by DONGHUA's mental control. It becomes apparent that he might have seen straight through it. When the thugs insist that they only consumed the food given by Suchin, the spell breaks entirely, and they suddenly realize the horrifying truth of what they've been eating. Their stomachs rebel instantly, and they bolt toward the bathroom, desperate to purge themselves. Captain DONGHUA lets out a weary sigh, wondering how he ended up surrounded by such fools and vowing that one day he'll replace them all with competent people. Despite his immunity to Duan's mental influence, Suchin notices that the large boss exudes a strong, palpable aura that even he can sense. His presence alone was enough to snap everyone out of the mental control. Observing this, Suchin wonders about Captain DONGHUA's true nature, and judging by the way his subordinates behave, he can tell it's not something good. Even though Suchin is strong enough to eliminate the entire camp on the spot, he knows that doing so now would only complicate his objectives. Finding the mutant rats must come first. Captain DONGHUA interrupts his thoughts, asking what he thinks of the slavery offer. Suchin responds calmly that he isn't interested, which makes the boss laugh. Captain DONGHUA predicts that one day, Suchin will come crawling to him. Then, he summons another camp member, instructing him to take over the front post so he can leave. Once the Captain DONGHUA leaves, Duan apologizes quietly, admitting she couldn't maintain her mental control. His mind was far too strong, and nothing she did had any effect on him. Suchin reassures her that it isn't her fault. If the men survived after consuming the water ghoul's corpse, then clearly something unusual is happening within this camp. He warns that they must remain cautious and avoid drawing too much attention to themselves. As they speak, a survivor approaches, explaining that they've angered the guards and should follow him if they want to stay safe. This man seems to recognize Suchin and introduces himself as Miao Puyuan, the former roommate of Tian Yu, a friend of Su Chen's from before the apocalypse began. They had first met the last time Suchin visited the school. Meanwhile, Captain DONGHUA makes a final note to have someone keep an eye on Duan, commenting that women as attractive as her are incredibly rare. Puyuan leads them to another building inside the university that has so far withstood the floodwaters. Inside, DONGHUA uses the limited medical supplies available to tend to the two brothers who were knocked out by Suchin. Although their resources are scarce, what they have is enough to stabilize the brothers for the moment, keeping them out of immediate danger. The little girl expresses her gratitude and stays close to her siblings, helping care for them. Suchin asks Puyuan if all the students are now staying in this building, and he confirms that every surviving student, regardless of gender, has sought refuge here. Since Tian Yu frequently assists everyone in this area, the building has come to be known as the territory of the field team, a strong faction capable of even challenging the Devourer clan that had previously threatened Suchin. While they talk, another man enters and asks Suchin if he wants to join their group. It's Tianu, who initially doesn't recognize Suchin, but Puyuan makes the introduction. The field team leader lights up at the sight of his old friend, and the two embrace, with Tian Yu nearly moved to tears as he holds on tightly to Suchin. Tiana clings a moment longer, almost believing they might never see each other again. Reunions like this are rare, and he suggests that the two of them go have a drink together. Having just returned from a mission not long ago, he can spare a few days to stay with Suchin. As they chat, his gaze lands on the beautiful DONGHUA in her bunny suit, and recognition hits him immediately. He remembers her as the legendary beauty of their university, once called the cold goddess DONGHUA. She blushes, still flustered by the memory, and nervously insists that such things belong to the past and no longer matter. The faction leader then turns to Puyuan, asking how this famous goddess ended up in their settlement, and why she's dressed as a bunny maid. Now that he points it out, Puyuan also realizes that the woman before him is Senior DONGHUA from the medical school. All the attention and comments make DONGHUA cling to Suchin, requesting a change of clothes. She can't bear to stay dressed like this in front of her juniors. Suchin smiles and agrees, letting her find something appropriate, while the two men nearby watch enviously as their friend hugs the goddess DONGHUA. Tiana then offers her a private room to change, a little cluttered but comfortable enough for her to sit and dress in peace. Suchin notices it's a luxury room, clearly bought with a hefty amount of contribution points, and Tiana realizes they arrived without any bags, wondering where her clothes came from. Suchin quickly shifts the topic to Tiana's usual missions, noting that if they take several days, they must be dangerous. In reality, danger exists everywhere now, and seeing that both Suchin and DONGHUA still look clean, Tiana assumes they haven't yet faced the apocalypse. He offers them the chance to join the field team so he can look after them, suggesting that someone as capable as DONGHUA could stay safe and use her medical skills to tend to the wounded without risking herself for food. However, he first warns Suchin to stop showing off everywhere and above all, to stop making beautiful women wear bunny outfits. Su Qin tries to defend himself, saying he was protecting her. But his brother smacks him on the head, reminding him of a time when he had far less power back in high school and Tiana had stepped in to fight off bullies. He emphasizes that Captain Gue is dangerous. Once he sets his sights on a woman, nothing usually ends well, and DONGHUA is no exception. Meanwhile, in the private room, as DONGHUA tries to remove her bunny outfit quickly, a knife suddenly presses against her throat from a shadowy figure. She nervously asks who she is and what she wants, but the woman ignores the question, saying she was sent by her boss to help arrange her accommodations, insisting that as a woman, DONGHUA shouldn't be sleeping near those men. DONGHUA may not recognize her, but the reader knows this is the unsettling, eerie woman of their acquaintance. The woman is the same one who had observed Su Chen's entire fight in the school administrative building, witnessing firsthand the extent of his power. Right now, though, she is merely a messenger, sent specifically to capture the senior beauty, DONGHUA. The chef tries to insist that there is already enough space in the settlement, and that DONGHUA doesn't need assistance, but the woman is adamant. She explains that her boss specifically ordered her to come, and nobody refuses the boss. DONGHUA, however, is ready to take initiative. She uses her mind control ability to seize command over the woman, halting her in place and freezing her movements. Then she instructs her to release her hold, and the woman steps back, letting go. Forcing someone's body with mental power is always a struggle, but DONGHUA can maintain it briefly. Her task completed, she leaves the rest for Su Qin. As she moves toward the door to alert the others, the woman forces her own body to act, stabbing her hand in the process. The sudden pain snaps her senses back, and she uses the fleeting clarity to launch an attack on DONGHUA. They crash into the wall, and the noise quickly draws attention from outside. Someone bangs on the door, demanding to know what's happening. There's no way such a commotion would happen over simply changing clothes. The attacker tries to silence DONGHUA by covering her mouth, but she produces no response, and the outsiders assume the worst, breaking into the room. The first person to enter is shrouded in shadows, initially unrecognized by the attacker. She rushes at him with blinding speed, aiming to strike. Tiana tries to shield his friend, but it's unnecessary. The woman immediately realizes who she's facing. She has seen his actions at the University of Science and Technology, and knows his reputation well. The man called Su Qin had taken on multiple zombies alone with little effort. Despite her own experience killing many, her instincts screamed that any misstep against him would be fatal. With no time to stop or redirect, she abruptly kneels while still in motion, grinding to a halt at his feet. Shakily, she addresses him as her master and begs him to punish her. Su Qin, caught off guard, has no understanding of what she wants or what her intentions truly are. The woman asks if her sincerity isn't enough to satisfy him, and to prove she is truly giving herself, she strips and asks again if that will please him. Tiana comments on how much his taste in women must have changed, while Xiaomi nervously looks away. But the disrobing was merely a distraction to draw their attention. With everyone momentarily flustered, she detonates a smoke bomb, filling the area with thick fog, and tries to make her escape. Before she gets far, Su Qin grabs her by the neck, lifting her off the ground and halting any chance of fleeing. He asks if she really thought she could escape so easily, clearly prepared to deal with her decisively. The assassin pleads for her life, warning him that he can't kill her. She reveals that the girl he saved, along with her two brothers, have been taken to the settlement's arena, and killing her would endanger all three. Su Qin shows no concern, tossing her into the floodwaters outside the building, but the others grow alarmed at her warning. The girl she mentioned is Xiaoma, and the guards must have captured her and her brothers while they weren't paying attention. Shura asks what they should do next. If they fail to act, the big mutant rats in the arena will surely kill them. The mention of rats catches Su Chen's attention, as that was the very reason he came to the settlement. He decides to check it out himself, and Tiana urges him to stay calm and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Meanwhile, in the arena, Xiaoma stands nervously in the center, ready to fight for her brothers. Captain Gue sits on the stage before her, clearly orchestrating the scene. He tells her that because her two brothers failed their tasks, they have been sentenced to death. However, since she is willing to enter the arena and fight, he will grant them one final chance at life. The two brothers hang by their necks behind him, mere inches from death, shakily urging Xiaoma not to trust him and to run for her life. Captain Gue tells them it's already too late to run. Xiaoma, however, refuses to leave. If there's even the slightest chance her brothers can be saved, she will fight with everything she has to get them out. She asks the imposing captain once more if he truly intends to let them go, and he responds that he will honor his word only if she survives. Behind her, a cage swings open, and a massive rat lumbers toward her. She barely has a second to react before it sinks its teeth into her arm, causing her to scream in pain. The beast lifts her off the ground and hurls her around, preparing to devour her. As she struggles for her life, memories of her brothers flood her mind, times when they were starving and one of them found a pile of mushrooms. She warned them the mushrooms were dangerous, but her other brother ate some to protect her, passing out immediately from the poison. They barely saved him, and that incident had set them on the path to the city to complete the task of tracking down Suchin. Success would earn them contribution points and finally end their hunger. Now, those two brothers, who risked their lives for her, shout for her to run, insisting she survive without them. They cannot bear to watch her being eaten. Captain Gua orders his guards to silence them, and they kick the logs holding the men, causing them to fall and choke on their ropes. Xiaoma screams for her brothers and fights back against the rat, driving a large stick into its eye. The creature howls in pain and releases her. She dashes toward her brothers, urging them to hold on, though her words are clumsy. Her heart is in it. The rat quickly recovers, lunges, and pins her beneath its paw. Captain Gua laughs at the spectacle of her desperate attempt to save them as she cries out for her brothers. Escape seems impossible, the rat looming over her, until she screams for help. In that moment, Suchin arrives, slapping the rat aside with a single strike. Tiana shouts at him for acting so impulsively, but for Suchin, the kill was too easy. These creatures are nothing more than oversized rats. Captain Gua stares in shock but quickly regains his composure. He had not expected anyone to enter his arena voluntarily, but if death is what the intruder seeks, he is happy to oblige. As he speaks, massive gates open around them, and the rats inside swarm over one another to flee. Suchin calmly glares at them, one hand in his pocket, ready to face an army of giant rats. While Suchin confronts the army of rats, Xiaomi and Tianu manage to free the two brothers from their death traps. They thank her for rescuing them, but the little girl quickly reminds them that it was Suchin who truly saved them. Meanwhile, on the upper floors overlooking the arena, a drenched assassin watches with contempt while standing beside a scientist Lu Hyun in a lab coat. Lu Hyun asks if Suchin is the special research subject she had mentioned, and she confirms he is, someone with superior genes capable of stabilizing the Doomsday gene. If that succeeds, they could create even larger, more ferocious rats using the latest technology. Below, Suchin locks eyes with the same rats, both sides poised to strike instantly. The Lu Hyun pins high hopes on him, but notes that if he dies here, he is unworthy of being their experimental subject. Suchin wastes no time, effortlessly slaying several giant rats in less than a second. His companions gasp in astonishment, and Tianu wonders if this is the Suchin he truly knows. Yet, despite his display, none of the giant rats contain crystal nuclei, meaning the only chance of obtaining one lies with the Rat King. Just then, as if on cue, an announcement blares from the speakers scattered around the camp. It's the Lu Hyun who has been observing the fight the entire time, declaring that Suchin is the experimental subject he needs for his work. He orders Captain Gua and Tianu to bring Suchin up, dead or alive. The two settlement leaders appear to answer to him, and Captain Gua seems eager to hand Suchin over for experimentation. Xiaoma quietly warns DONGHUA to escape with him immediately, stressing that if she doesn't leave now, she might never get the chance again. DONGHUA refuses, insisting she won't leave while Suchin is still there. Captain Gua taunts Tianu, pointing out that he knows the field team leader and Suchin are brothers, and now, with a direct order from their superior, Tianu must choose, stay with his brother or side with the man who helped him survive the apocalypse. Suchin ignores the overweight, pompous man and asks Tianu what's happening and why the situation is spiraling into chaos. Tianu explains that the man upstairs is Lu Hyun who, at the start of the apocalypse, developed a drug that enhanced human strength and allowed him to seize control of the university. But in the apocalypse, nothing comes without a cost. The drug demands that its users trade their life force for strength, and once they stop taking it, they weaken far below ordinary people. Bound by this dependency, they must obey every order from Lu Hyun without question. Their only hope lies in Suchin, who can free them from the drug's grip, if Tianu chooses to follow him. Bowing his head, the faction leader admits to his brother that he has no choice. Captain Gua erupts into wild laughter at the apparent betrayal between brothers, taking advantage of the moment to attempt to kill Suchin once and for all. He lunges at him, But at the last second, Tianu reacts, kicking Captain Guo away before he can land a blow. The large man, caught off guard, is sent flying, growling furiously as Tianu removes his shirt, preparing for a life-or-death brawl between captains. Despite the danger, he stands firm for what he believes in and for the people he cares about. Tianu confronts the massive man, telling him that siding with the doctor is pointless, as Lu Hyun only seeks control through the drug. There's no reason to serve someone who treats life as a bargaining chip. If Guo has nothing to lose, it won't matter if he dies, but anyone who threatens his brother will face Tiana's full fury. Suchin smiles at him, seeing the same determined look he remembers from years ago. Tiana charges, striking powerful punches across Captain Guo's body, but the larger man reveals his hidden advantage. Their boss had provided him with a higher-level drug than the one Tiana received. This boosts Guo's strength to near invincibility, making him nearly untouchable. He raises his dual weapons above his head and slams them down toward Tianu, who barely catches both clubs, shock forcing him to cough up blood. Captain Guo then activates a switch on the weapons, sending electricity surging through them. Just as Tianu nears collapse under the jolt, Suchin intervenes, delivering a massive kick that drives the metal mallets from Guo's hands, sending them piercing into his body and forcing him backward. The impact of the mallets, combined with the sudden surge of electricity, sends Captain Guo collapsing instantly, unconscious and defeated. Each feat Suchin demonstrates seems more astonishing than the last, leaving everyone present in awe. The scientist, who had invested all his resources and personnel into perfecting human evolution, realizes that his countless experiments have achieved nothing. The pinnacle of humanity has already appeared. He offers Suchin one final chance to join his work and become the first truly flawless human. But Suchin sees through the illusion. The scientist's vision of perfect humans is really a guise for his larger plan. What Lu Hyun truly pursues are rats, whose genes closely mirror human DNA. By manipulating these rodents, he could forge an army of rat men and impose his control over the world, turning the apocalypse into a paradise for himself and his creations. Suchin finds the scheme absurd and immediately rejects the proposition without hesitation. Lu Hyun, however, believes this refusal stems from Suchin's failure to grasp the true potential of his evolution project. Determined to demonstrate just how revolutionary it could be, Lu Hyun signals his subordinate, who lines up a sniper shot from the upper floor window overlooking the arena, aiming at his target and firing. Suchin narrowly avoids a projectile that resembles a tranquilizer dart, which instead strikes Captain Guo squarely in the chest. Almost instantly, the large man begins transforming into a monstrous new form, his body absorbing the electrified mallets as if they were part of him. Once a sumo wrestler, his thick frame had already made him resistant to heavy blows, but now, fueled by the recently injected level 3 drug, his strength surges, and any injury he sustains heals instantly. Yet Suchin remains unfazed, defiantly flipping a flaming middle finger toward the mad scientist. In his eyes, none of this is impressive. The setup is merely a grotesque scheme to turn people into monsters. That act of defiance pushes Lu Hyun at his limit. He commands the mutated Captain Guo to kill Suchin and harvest the genes needed for his research. With a deafening roar, the transformed man spins forward like a sumo cyclone, aiming to crush Suchin. Timing it perfectly, Suchin intercepts the spinning assault, plunges his arm into the monster's head, and yanks the battery from the electric mallets, shoving it into Captain Guo's twisted face. The battery detonates immediately, delivering what should be a fatal blow to the hulking creature. Despite the battery explosion, Captain Guo's enhanced healing factor immediately repairs his injuries, leaving his body horribly disfigured but still strong enough to fight. Annoyed by the persistence of the mutated man, Suchin lunges forward to finish the battle in one decisive strike. His punch lands squarely on what would have been the creature's jaw, sending him crashing into a crater. Without pausing, Suchin increases his speed, kicking up clouds of dust and dirt, while raining blows on the recovering foe. In a world where superpowers are largely unknown, he cleverly uses the debris to camouflage his movements, allowing him to attack freely. The only problem is that no matter how much damage he inflicts, Captain Guo keeps regenerating, a grim testament to Professor Lu Hyun research. Fortunately, Suchin's spatial ability isn't limited to supplies. It can summon enough weight to crush his opponent and eliminate any chance of recovery. He unleashes it, summoning tons of concrete and steel, creating a deafening noise that terrifies the onlookers, though a thick wall of dust shields them from seeing the destruction. When the dust finally settles, Suchin perches atop the rubble, the massive man buried beneath tons of debris. Lu Hyun panics at the sight, realizing that Suchin isn't just special, he's defied the Lu Hyun directly. Obsessed with revenge, he prepares to eliminate Suchin entirely, unleashing thousands of rats from rising cages to swarm the area. Yet Suchin remains unfazed, even exhilarated, ready to ensure none of the attacking creatures survive either. The group spins around, realizing they've been completely encircled. Emerging from the cages are the rat people, once lab subjects who have now been transformed into obedient mutant soldiers under Lu Hyun's control. Suchin ignores the smaller threats. His focus is the deranged Lu Hyun overseeing them. Until Lu Hyun is dealt with, the mutant hordes will never stop, so he has no choice but to leave the minions temporarily and strike at the source. DONGHUA recalls something he once told her: she must prove her worth to remain by his side. If she can't hold her ground here, there's a real chance he'll leave her behind. She grasps her mission clearly and promises to keep the rats under control. Even so, he warns her that if things get out of hand, she must call for him loudly. Once Suchin departs, she immediately takes command, facing a swarm of rats she's never managed before. Reluctantly, she uses her mind to hold the creatures in check, allowing the rest of the group to focus on taking down as many as possible. From the top floor of his tower, Lu Hyun watches the chaos unfold. He regards the fighters alongside DONGHUA as traitors, but their fate matters little. They will soon become food for his rat army. Suddenly, his assistants report that Suchin has neutralized the building's security and reached the room of someone named Miss Yun. The news instantly draws his attention. The room clearly holds significance. He removes his lab coat and commands his aides to inject him with the Doomsday gene. They warn that it's unstable and extremely dangerous, but he ignores them, determined to confront Suchin personally and punish him for his audacity. Meanwhile, Suchin steps into Miss Yun's room, scanning several tanks filled with grotesque, failed, or still developing experiments. Most display dark, disfigured forms, yet one particular case catches his eye. Inside the tank floats a woman wrapped only in bandages, suspended in the green liquid. Unlike the other experiments, she shows no signs of mutation or tampering. It's Yun, the woman from the bar Suchin visited before the apocalypse, somehow surviving this long, likely following his earlier advice. He barely has a moment to process the surprise before focusing on rescuing her. He coils his fist and shatters the glass with a single strike, lifting Yun and pressing her against his chest. She begins to stir, instantly recognizing him. He reassures her, promising to get her out, but she's more concerned about being hungry. Their brief reunion is interrupted by a raspy shout ordering him to release her. Almost immediately, an ice arrow shoots toward his head, and he catches it effortlessly while still holding her. Lu Hyun emerges from the shadows, shouting again that she belongs to him, enraged that Suchin is touching her. Though he demonstrates ice powers, they're no match. Suchin snaps the cheap arrow in his hands, watching it crumble to pieces. He challenges Lu Hyun, asking if he really treats women like items on a shelf, unable to simply claim someone without consent. The scientist insists that in this apocalypse, ordinary people are nothing but ants, and someone with the power of evolution has the right to rule. According to him, being his woman is a privilege, but Suchin just sees the speech as proof of the man's madness. Yun clings desperately to him, begging him not to leave. Her fear is clear, and knowing she's already saved only fuels Lu Hyun's rage. He snarls at Suchin, demanding he release her, then charges, screaming that Yun belongs to him. Suchin reacts instantly, hurling a shelf to block him, but Lu Hyun swats it aside like paper. In that split second of defense, Yun leaps forward and kisses Suchin, claiming her small victory for the last time he left her behind. Exhausted, she collapses against his shoulder and faints. That final act pushes Lu Hyun past reason. He hunches in fury, teeth gritted, seeing this as the ultimate betrayal. In a flash, he begins evolving, clothes shredding as his eyes blaze white and veins pulse violently. His skin darkens, teeth sharpen into fangs, his body grows while skin tightens, and his nails morph into claws. When the transformation completes, he stands as a fearsome half-man, half-rat creature, declaring he will demonstrate the true power of a god. Suchin, unfazed, keeps hold of Yun and calmly invites the scientist to attack. He helps Yun sit against the wall, telling her to rest. She complains about being hungry, so he offers her some of his chocolate. She looks fragile from being trapped so long, and his concern for her is clear. Their quiet moment is broken when he senses a hostile presence. A grotesque monster appears, enraged that they're ignoring it. Its sharp teeth and long claws glint as it threatens to tear them apart, warning they will meet their maker for their distraction. Su-chun remains calm, unaffected by the filthy creature. In an instant, he gestures with his hand, obliterating the monster's upper body. Blood and gore splatter across the room, a fitting end for such a repulsive being. Yet Su-chun, disappointed, asks if that's all it has, clearly expecting a real challenge, something the monster is far from ready for. Meanwhile, Yun finishes the chocolate and asks if the people downstairs are his friends. Glancing through the window, he confirms they are. She grabs a chair, insisting she must repay him for everything he's done, especially saving her life. She hurls it through the window, then prepares to leap to the bottom floor to aid his friends. Giving him a final look, she warns that Lu Hyun isn't easy to kill and he must be careful. She jumps, growing steadily in size as she descends, and when she lands, she towers over everyone. The crash startles Su-chun's friends, leaving them momentarily stunned. DONGHUA and the others look up, seeing a giant woman groaning from landing on her butt. The DONGHUA barely believes her eyes, while Tanyu simply realizes a massive figure has joined the fight. Despite her growth, all the bandages remain intact. Amid the rubble and destroyed structures, the rat army lies dead behind her. Gritting her teeth, Yun rises and strides across the battlefield. The others stare in disbelief, questioning how a giant woman appeared out of nowhere. As she moves, Tianhua pleads not to be crushed, noticing her immense size and even remarking on the color beneath her bandages. She steps on a rat, hearing it scream and feeling it squirm underfoot. Watching the rats flee, Yun finally comprehends the scale of the threat her new companions faced. Raising her foot to examine them more closely, she exudes a menacing aura, and the terrified rats spill from the buildings, racing toward her. Fueled by vengeance for their fallen comrade, the rats surge across the empty battlefield, grabbing anyone in their path. A few manage to escape, but most are caught and torn apart before they can flee. Yun, realizing she's facing giant rats, panics and cries out for help, overwhelmed by the creatures. Her stomps shake the ground, sending shockwaves that force both humans and rats to scatter for their lives. She screams at the monsters to get away while the other humans attempt to calm her, fearing she might accidentally crush them. Many give up, retreating as she continues rampaging. From the safety of the window, Su-chun watches the chaos, amazed at the raw power Yun wields. Suddenly, the rats in the room begin mutating and reviving. He turns sharply to see them rushing toward him but remains composed, knowing he can handle them. The swarm climbs over him, and he allows himself to be swallowed without resistance, acknowledging that Lu Hyun isn't easy to defeat. The rats merge around him, forming a monstrous shape resembling the legendary Rat King. Seconds later, he is completely engulfed, yet makes no move to escape. From within the mass, Lu Hyun's hand emerges like a dark omen resurrected from the dead. The full rat figure rises, now fully transformed into the Rat King Su-chun has been hunting. He laughs, declaring his body nearly immortal, mocking Su-chun's repeated efforts to defeat him. With his main obstacle finally dealt with, Lu Huyen sets his sights on world domination. Below, the remaining fighters freeze in shock as the rats abruptly halt their attack, standing motionless like a single hive mind awaiting commands. DONGHUA and her companions exchange confused glances, unsure why the swarm has paused. All the rats turn their attention upward, eyes fixed on the top of the building where their leader stands, exuding the smug arrogance of a cartoon villain plotting conquest. Lu Hyun basks in his victory, his grotesque figure looming over the battlefield, eyes glinting with overconfidence. The humans recognize him as the Rat King and panic spreads among them. In unison, the rats kneel, pledging loyalty to their master, honoring the one who sustains them, leaving the DONGHUA and her friends stunned at the creature's intelligence. Meanwhile, Yun prances around, swatting rats aside and demanding they get out of her way. Irritated by the foul creatures and their obnoxious king, she marches straight up to Lu Huyen and demands to know where Su-chun is, ready to confront him if he refuses. She also isn't done enjoying the chocolate he owes her. Lu Huyen, unfazed by her bold stance, coldly tells her man is gone, offended by her dismissive tone. He warns her she's asking for trouble, his unsettling smile signaling he's ready to strike. Distracted too late, Yun feels the rats climbing her body, scratching at her skin, and lashes out at them for interfering with her mission. She isn't the only one struggling against the relentless onslaught, but she refuses to be deterred from confronting their king. DONGHUA and the rest of their unlucky companions struggle to keep up as the rats suddenly go berserk, attacking with relentless ferocity. They fight to maintain their ground, but Yun is pushed to the floor, the swarm threatening to rip her apart. She shields her face with her hands, leaving the rest of her body exposed. Lu Heian laughs, boasting about using his rat army to execute his global scheme, but his words are cut short by Su Chen's voice. From the heart of the swarm, he stretches out his hand and apologizes for taking time to retrieve the crystal core. The mad scientist's face twists in disbelief, unable to comprehend what's happening. He had assumed Su Chen would have been devoured long ago, underestimating his strength. With unstoppable force, Su Chen tears open the Rat King's chest with both hands, emerging from the chaos with a fierce glare and a red glow in his eyes. Red streaks mark his body as he splits the Rat King in two. Lu Heian, still in shock despite being split apart, can hardly believe it. Looking down at him, Su Chen reveals he has finally found what he was searching for, the Rat King's crystal core clutched firmly in his hands. With the Rat King's crystal core gone, the mutated rats grow even more vicious, squeezing through barricades as if they barely exist, and new creatures emerge from every crack and corner, searching for their next victim. They pop out of holes in the walls and floor, clutching the bones of those they've already devoured. The fighters caught in the chaos grow irritated and terrified. One man shouts as the rats slip through the tiniest spaces, urging his companion to watch the ditch nearby. A little girl's bald brother freezes as a rat rises from the sewers, sniffing for prey. Suddenly, it seizes his leg, dragging him into the depths. He screams and claws at the ground, helpless, while more rats converge. His sibling cries out as the girl clings to him, tears streaking her face. Even as he's pulled away, he tries to comfort them, telling his little brother to take care of the girl, his voice fading as the swarm swallows him. The rats retreat to their hidden lair to continue feasting, leaving only grief in their wake. Meanwhile, Tanya is utterly exhausted, barely holding back the relentless tide. Blood streams from his mouth, cuts mar his face, and his eyes sag under heavy bags. He's on the verge of collapse, realizing the fight has drained him completely. With his last ounce of strength, he slashes at the approaching monsters, but more rats swarm him, sensing weakness. At this point, Tianyu is teetering on the edge of death, barely able to maintain consciousness as the creatures close in. He is beyond exhausted, barely able to keep his eyes open as his arms give out, and it seems like the end has finally come. Once his last bit of energy fades, he accepts his fate. Yun is also being overrun, with the monsters climbing all over her and biting, forcing her to scream in pain as the buildings around shake from her frantic movements. DONGHUA struggles too, realizing it's impossible to block or control all the rats at once. Tianyu glances skyward and notices a dark figure atop the building. The figure leaps from the roof and lands in front of them with a menacing aura, instantly killing some of the filthy rats and scattering the rest. Its face is shadowed, with a bright, sinister grin that radiates immense power. Tianyu freezes in fear, convinced it is the Rat King and that all is lost. Duanyu feels tears rising, fearing Su Chen has failed despite his formidable strength. Then the figure speaks, urging them not to be afraid. The former chef recognizes the voice immediately as Su Chen's, and she feels a flicker of relief, able to calm herself slightly. The dark aura around him clears, revealing that it is indeed Su Chen. Despite the fear and chaos, he has taken down the Rat King and absorbed its power. The consciousness remaining in the crystal core tries to devour him, but his sharp mental strength holds it at bay. He won't lose in a battle of minds, and a wicked smile spreads across his face as the shadow fades from his body. Tianyu finally sees his brother again and breathes a sigh of relief. Su Chen thanks the faction leader for holding back the horde until the Rat King was defeated. As the shadow leaves him, the mutated rats fix their eyes on him, eager to attack. Tianyu warns him to be careful, but Su Chen remains unfazed, tilting his head slightly and glaring at them with devilish intent. The rats freeze, then scurry away, terrified, and squeeze through barriers, vents, and underground tunnels to escape. The remaining survivors stare in disbelief, wondering why the rats suddenly fled. Though he isn't the Rat King, the residual power from the crystal core is enough to intimidate them. There's no time to celebrate, however, as Tianyu starts coughing violently, his body reacting to the scientist's drug. Su Chen rushes to support him, realizing the drugs are also a poison. They grant immense strength but deepen their toxic effects the more they are used. Desperate to help, he asks Yun what can be done. She explains that in Lu Lian's lab, there is a corpse with the answer. If he can obtain a blood sample from it, they can create a serum to neutralize the poison. With a clear mission, Su Chen returns to the lab in search of the monster Yun described. He reaches a door deep within the building, the same area where he faced the Rat King, and wonders if this is the place Yun mentioned. A strong, oppressive aura seeps from behind the door, unnatural and heavy even from outside. With no other choice, he opens it, and a wave of stale, frozen air leaks out. Entering feels like stepping into a black hole, as if a thin barrier of pure mental power blocks the lab's entrance. Breaking through, he checks himself but notices no physical changes. Confused, he looks ahead and sees someone sitting at a computer, far from the corpses Yun warned him about. The woman greets him casually, calling him her classmate Le. Suchin is stunned and confused. She must be mistaken. He glances at his reflection in a lab machine and freezes. He truly looks like Lu Hyun. He immediately realizes this must be some kind of illusion, and that he needs to wake up quickly. For now, though, he decides to play along. He greets her as Professor Xiao, and she invites him to take a seat. Suchin assumes he has somehow entered Lu Hyun's memories, reliving the past. Xiao removes her jacket, and when he asks why, she explains the lab is stuffy and she needs to cool off. On the table beside them, a crab is under experiment. Lu notes that a common parasite is found in these crabs, and she confirms, explaining it's a strange organism that coexists with its host while using it for protection, a parasitic succulina, which they are both studying. At least, that was the plan until Professor Xiao got a new idea. Leaning closer, she asks if he finds the creature interesting as she rests against his back and brushes his chest. Lu struggles to maintain his composure, but her revealing clothes and the way she presses against him make it increasingly difficult. The moment grows intense as she leans closer, impressed that he is both knowledgeable and physically capable. Lu smiles wryly, ready to handle the situation carefully. He turns his seat around to face her, and she moves close, their focus shifting to working together rather than the experiments on the table. The chair creaks under the movement, and they almost stumble as they navigate the cramped lab space. Looking out the window, she notices the moon glowing strangely, signaling the start of the apocalypse, and a sudden burst of blinding heat fills the room. They scramble to block the light, realizing the lab has become a dangerous shelter. Supplies are running low, and she reaches for the last bag of food, but he stops her, warning that resources are more important than anything else. Tension rises as they argue over rationing, emphasizing survival over personal comfort. Once they secure the remaining provisions, Lu continues his research, using the limited materials to craft a serum that can detoxify the poison, surprised to discover it works. The crisis forces them to focus fully on innovation, turning the perilous situation into a crucial step in their survival and scientific progress. Examining the data closely, Suchin is amazed at its potential, calling it a doomsday gene in awe. In the lab, Xiao hangs suspended in a weakened state, her form barely recognizable, yet she taunts him about the crystal core he has been searching for. Laughing, he holds the crystal in his hand but quickly realizes its true nature and shatters it, revealing that her claims were false. Slowly, Lu's image fades, revealing Suchin himself, who points out that if the crystal were genuine, she would have been defeated long ago. Xiao curses her misfortune, frustrated that she was so close to achieving her goals, only to be outwitted by his mental strength. When she pleads to give him her power in exchange for freedom, Suchin pauses, pity flickering in his eyes. But he knows the parasite she carries would overtake him if he allowed it entry. With careful precision, he neutralizes her threat, and her presence begins to fade, leaving the lab quiet once more. With the crystal core finally secured, Suchin remembers his original goal of acquiring a sample of the parasite for research. He considers the antidote he's been searching for and notes that there must be traces left in the lab. Observing the parasite's behavior, he reflects on how it forms root-like branches in its host, linking and controlling the body, eventually turning it into a servant to the crab parasite, an insight that could change everything for his work. With the university completely cleared, dozens of refugees wander the empty streets searching for a safe place to settle. The floodwaters have receded, leaving the roads passable, but also exposing the corpses that once lay beneath, now beginning to mutate once more. As the group moves forward, they are warned not to linger or look around, urged to keep walking to save time. Yun fidgets nervously, asking DONGHUA where Suchin is taking the remaining medical students. DONGHUA explains that the University of Science and Technology is no longer safe, mutant rat men roam its grounds, and that Suchin plans to escort the survivors to a secure zone in the next town. Hunger gnaws at Yun, making the long walk even more difficult, and she starts thinking of finding Suchin herself in hopes of getting something to eat. DONGHUA firmly stops her, reminding her that she isn't allowed to go. Yunyun wonders why DONGHUA is being so strict, stopping her from getting food, but for the former chef, it's more than just rules. DONGHUA tells her that since she's following them, she must obey and do as instructed. Her mind drifts back to a time when Suchin had behaved strangely, a fiery intensity in his eyes as he told her not to be afraid and insisted he needed to cool off. She had been unsettled by his sudden, unexpected boldness, and ever since, she's remembered how unpredictable he could become. Back in the present, DONGHUA wonders if his volatility might be linked to the crystal cores he absorbs. As the group presses on through the city, Suchin explains that once the floodwaters recede, bacteria, viruses, and even plants will begin mutating rapidly. Many resettlement areas will collapse due to the lack of medical professionals, who are extremely scarce at this time. If they can protect and make use of the doctors they have, they'll be able to secure a safe zone and establish a new resettlement area. Beyond securing their own safe zone, Suchin knows that if other hostile forces appear in the future, having a base will give them the resources and leverage to defend themselves. He also takes pride in the good harvest at that time, thanks to Yunyun discovering an effective way to produce serums and recovery potions. He believes that once Tianu and the others have fully recovered, they will be able to assist him when necessary. Using his spatial ability, he has managed to store all the laboratory's research equipment and materials safely within his dimensional space. His thoughts then drift to the rat's crystal core he absorbed. It not only boosts his berserker powers but also increases his physical strength and grants him ice abilities. Although he can currently condense only a small amount of ice, he is determined to enhance this skill over time. On top of that, absorbing the half-body female mutant's crystal core adds even more to his arsenal, granting him 2 psychic abilities, though he is slightly disappointed that he didn't gain the power to create illusions. Suddenly, Tiana hears a strange noise nearby, and the rest of the group grows tense. Reacting quickly, Suchin activates his first psychic skill, spiritual perception, likely derived from the corpse's lingering hunger for blood. His eyes turn a sharp red, and an intimidating aura radiates from him, enabling him to detect the heat signatures of living beings within a 30-meter radius. It is as though he has become a living heat-seeking radar. Through this heightened perception, he spots the Devourer clan preparing an ambush, noticing mutated individuals concealed among the buildings, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. One of his group members spots something alarming above them and urgently points it out. Looking up, the group sees a female suspended from a traffic light pole. A girl in the group recognizes her immediately as Rui, a former roommate, and pleads for the others to save her before it's too late, unable to watch her friend in such a vulnerable and humiliating situation. One of the men steps forward to attempt to rescue, but Suchin firmly stops him, insisting he focus on the mission and mind his own business. Suchin orders his group to keep moving, ignoring the girl's desperate pleas, and she can't believe how cold-blooded he is, wondering if he is even human for letting someone hang there with a chance of survival. Others begin speaking out, accusing him of lacking courage, and some decide they can't just stand by while someone dies, choosing to act. The girl commands them to lower Rui quickly so she can provide medical attention, and a few men rush to the traffic pole to untie her. Suddenly, arrows rain down, piercing most of the rescuers and killing them instantly. Fear grips the group as the confident girl realizes they've lost 2 innocent people just trying to help, and it dawns on them too late that it was a trap. 2 towering Devourer clan members burst from the windows above with axes, surrounding the girl and her companion. One brute grabs her by the face, tasting her cheek, then gropes her and calls his companion over to have his turn. Terrified, she pleads for release while her friend tries to fight, only to be swiftly killed by the second Devourer's axe, blood splattering everywhere. The girl is less fortunate. The first brute tears her shirt and decides to keep her alive to breed instead of killing her immediately. Her screams carry to Suchin's group as they continue toward the safe zone. She asks if the woman was used as bait, and he confirms it, warning that even though the trap succeeded, they are not safe yet. Panic spreads among the others as they scan the streets for more hidden attackers, but Suchin remains calm, seeing a perfect chance to test his latest ability, corpse control. His eyes glow bright purple, and several undead corpses march out from an alley, attacking the Devourers concealed in the buildings. The Devourer clan is caught off guard as Suchin unleashes his horde of mutated corpses, leaving them barely any time to react. Despite the sudden assault, they slice through most of the creatures as if they were nothing more than paper, brushing aside the distractions with terrifying ease. The two massive brutes tear through the horde, sending the rest flying like bowling pins, but in the chaos, Suchun and his group slip away unnoticed. Infuriated, the brutes leap from the building to the street, hoping to pursue them, only to land right in front of Suchun, who waits casually with his hands in his pockets. They've walked straight into his trap, and escape is impossible. Eager to strike down the last standing target first, they charge, unaware that Suchun is unfazed. He notes that without crystal cores, the devourers aren't worth his personal attention and lets his controlled corpses handle the punishment. As he decides, dozens of undead surge from hiding spots to encircle the brutes, this time in overwhelming numbers they cannot easily cut through, forcing them to fight desperately for their lives. Meanwhile, Huching, the rest of survivors, finally reach the safe zone they've been heading toward. A booming voice challenges them, demanding to know why they are trespassing. DONGHUA, leading the group, explains that they are travelers from the University of Science and Technology seeking refuge. Suddenly, a man leaps from the rooftop, landing in front of them with a threatening aura, clearly displeased by their presence. In this zone, anything unfamiliar is considered trash, and he orders them to leave immediately. DONGHUA tries to use her mind control powers, questioning what gives him the right to block their entry, but her abilities have no effect. For a moment, it seems he's under her control, but with a few taps to his head, he snaps free. DONGHUA realizes too late that he must be an able user like them. The brute swings his axe and leaps to strike, but Xiaofeng intervenes just in time, defending DONGHUA. As always, he fights to protect others, telling the attacker, whom he calls Captain Sun, that these people are only seeking refuge and don't deserve to be harmed. Sun doesn't care. These clearly aren't ordinary people. Normal survivors wouldn't make it through the Devourer clan's territory so easily. He suspects they're spies sent to infiltrate the safe zone. At this, Suchun finally steps out from behind the group to face his old friend, telling the brutish Captain's son that if he doesn't want them, he'll simply take the dozens of doctors he brought to another safe zone. This revelation catches the guards off guard. They hadn't realized there were so many doctors in the group. Surviving alone is rare enough, but bringing dozens at once is extraordinary. Xiaofeng, seeing Suchun again, understands these aren't ordinary wasteland survivors and cannot be Devourer spies. He pledges his life to protect them personally. With Suchun present, if he claims there are dozens of doctors, he must be telling the truth. After all, past feats prove he could convince anyone even if he said he had thousands. Backed by his soldiers, Captain Sun has no choice but to allow them in. Doctors mean no more burying patients alive, and the sick can finally receive treatment. Disappointed to miss swinging his giant axe, the captain walks away but warns Xiaofeng that if the doctors fail to cure the patients, he'll bear the responsibility for vouching for them. With permission granted, the soldiers lead Suchun's group into the safe zone while Xiaofeng stays behind to apologize, telling him not to take offense, saying the captain is just like that. Suchun isn't bothered. He's dealt with far worse throughout the apocalypse. Focusing on the mission, he brought his group of doctors at the right time. This safe zone has patients in urgent need of care. A soldier leads them to a warehouse deeper inside, where the dying and ill are kept together. In the back, they see the corpse of a woman infected by a strange condition. Hundreds of small white mushrooms cover her body, sprouting straight from her skin. Attempts to clean them only make them grow faster, weakening the victim until death. Suchun immediately recognizes it as a mutated fungal infection. The plants themselves had begun mutating just like the people, which meant they could infect and even control anyone they came into contact with. Suchun advised that the group warn others to be careful around young shoots, making sure no one got pricked by them. DONGHUA leaned closer to examine the vegetation sprouting from the young woman's body, realizing it was feeding off her. For now, her only option was to take a sample and try to study it, hoping to develop a cure or medicine for the infection. Yet this was only the start. Rapid mutations were spreading fast, and if these new plants weren't eliminated, they would grow uncontrollably and eventually attack humans. That would give the Devourer tribe the perfect chance to strike the safe zones, turning countless people into nothing more than livestock for them. The tribe would grow stronger, and that was clearly against Suchun's interests. He had to ensure the safety of this zone to preserve it for his own future plans. For the moment, though, the priority was to assess the situation and secure everything. As he considered his next move, a loud commotion erupted elsewhere in the safe zone. A van roared through the streets, someone atop it shouting for people to get out of the way. It was the DONGHUA, the Lord's son, recklessly driving and firing at innocent people for no reason. Even so, Xiaofeng's team didn't intervene. Xiao Feng explained to Su Chen that the team had already been disbanded, probably because they had allowed the newcomers into the city despite Captain Sun's warnings. This wasn't the first time the city lord's son had wreaked havoc in the streets. He considered the elderly and children worthless, seeing them as useless to the safe zone, so he casually ran them over or shot at them without consequence, protected by his status. As he sped along, his eyes landed on Yun, crouched over someone injured and lying motionless on the pavement. He pulled the car to a stop beside her, grinning arrogantly, and asked if she wanted to hop in, promising he could take her somewhere to eat. Yun slowly rose to her feet, saying she was so famished she could barely walk. If he wanted to take her, he would have to carry her. The lord's son grinned and called her over, ready to lift her himself. Xiao Feng tensed, preparing to intervene, but Su Chen held him back, understanding exactly what Yun was planning. As long as he agreed to carry her, she could execute her plan. With a sly smile, Yun leapt into his waiting arms, putting him completely at her mercy. Just before she hits the ground, Yun suddenly grows to her full enormous size, grinning down at him as she falls. The lord's son reacts just in time, dodging her enough to avoid being crushed, though her sudden weight tears her jacket apart and smashes his car. He isn't quick enough to get completely clear, and his leg gets pinned and broken. The crash echoes through the safe zone, drawing attention from everyone nearby. Screaming from the pain, the young master writhes under Yun's gaze, and she taunts him that even when given a chance to prove himself, he's still useless. She presses her massive foot down on his already injured leg, making him scream even louder. Soldiers from deeper in the zone rush toward the noise, questioning what happened, and he points at Yun, calling her a monster for growing gigantic and breaking his leg. DONGHUA steps in, bending the witnesses' memories with her mind control, and suddenly they all turn on him. They insist he fell out of his own car and injured himself, completely convinced by the warped memories. The young master, realizing he's been set up, calls for his father to intervene. Watching from nearby, Captain Sun chuckles, anticipating the chaos with amusement. A car surrounded by dozens of soldiers arrives at the chaotic scene, where the young lord still sits helpless on the ground. Su Chen's group and Xiao Feng watch closely as the city lord steps out, his presence commanding attention, and demands to know what's happening. The way people rush to answer him, along with the security detail that piles out behind the car, emphasizes his authority. Xiao Feng steps forward to defend his friend, explaining who Su Chen is and mentioning that he brought dozens of doctors seeking refuge in the safe zone. He also tries to call out the young lord's reckless behavior, but the boy interrupts, demanding his father punish them all for his broken leg. The city lord ignores his son's outburst and slaps him across the face, showing he has already warned the chaotic youth about his behavior and knows what goes on in his absence. This isn't the first time he's told his son to treat every newcomer with respect. His vision is to make the safe zone a place of hope, where anyone who arrives feels warmth and safety. Because of that commitment, even his own son faces punishment when he steps out of line. The crowd watches, impressed by the city lord's sense of justice, and they begin cheering, recognizing the rare kindness and nobility he brings to a harsh, unforgiving world. The city lord turns to them personally and invites them to stay, offering a chance to build a new dream together. He promises the best food and generous conditions to ensure everyone can survive in this hellish world. Xiao Feng quickly tells Su Chen that thanks to the city lord, his group can remain safely, but Su Chen is already gone, along with his 2 girlfriends. They slipped out of the city as soon as the lord appeared, knowing it would be unwise to stay. After Yun crippled his son, some form of revenge was inevitable. Forced to spend the night in the woods, Yun nervously admits to her new sister that it's her first time sleeping outdoors. DONGHUA, having survived so long in the apocalypse, seems experienced enough, and she tells Yun to stop overthinking. Besides, with Su Chen around, sleep might be the least of their concerns. Suddenly, he appears behind them, warning them to stop fooling around. Someone is coming, and they need to be ready. Then he calls out to the hidden enemies behind a pillar, exposing their attempted ambush. Dozens emerge, confronting him, taunting that he won't get away so easily after breaking the young master's leg. They surround the group, confident escape is impossible. But Su Chen never intended to flee. He only avoided a killing spree in the city to prevent harming his friend's team. The men mock him, thinking a killing spree is laughable when he's clearly outnumbered, and step forward to finish him. With casual precision, Su Chen obliterates one of them with a single punch, making the rest finally understand what he meant by a killing spree. Panic spreads, and they open fire on the group, desperate to take him down before it's too late. Suchin doesn't hesitate. He draws his dual katanas and in less than a second, cuts through all the men surrounding them. Only one remains, trembling and begging for his life, promising to reveal a secret about the city lord if spared. Suchin pauses just before the sword would strike, telling him to speak. The man confesses that the city lord maintains close ties with the nearby Devourer clan, trading behind everyone's back every week. The city gives up refugees in exchange for food. Yun, furious at the revelation, smacks him on the back of the head. All this time, young people have been handed over for supplies. The man leads them to the city gate, where the deal usually takes place. Several people are trapped in a cage while a massive Devourer clan brute oversees them. He tells the guard delivering the captives that the food will arrive by dawn, then grabs the man by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The guard struggles briefly, but the brute bites down and tears his head off in one swift motion. The guards, just temporary refugee hires, never survive these transactions. The city lord leaves no witnesses. The man asks if he can leave now, having told everything he knows, but Suchin isn't finished with him yet. He has one more task in mind. They tie the man over an empty street, using him as bait to draw the devourers in. The screams work perfectly, attracting nearby brutes who see a lone person hanging in the dark as easy prey. One asks why someone is dangling in the middle of nowhere, but his companion doesn't care, rushing to claim the free food. They hit the guard in the stomach, making him cough up blood and pass out, but the commotion triggers Suchin's plan. From above, Yunyun's voice rings out. She's been holding the man over the alley the whole time. She grabs one of the brutes, who struggles to escape, while the other notices the glint of a sniper scope from a window overhead. Only now do they realize they've walked into a trap. Upstairs, DONGHUA steadies a sniper rifle, recalling Suchin's warning that the Devourer's mutated skulls are too tough for a single bullet. She aims carefully and fires 3 precise shots at one brute's forehead, hitting each shot in the same spot. Meanwhile, the other brute continues struggling against Yunyun's enormous hand, unaware of Suchin quietly approaching from behind. A sudden touch of his hand on the brute's head crushes it instantly. They quickly take out the rest of the group. With the Devourer clan's main force eliminated, Suchin and the girls seize all the food that was meant for the city lord and head toward a surprisingly intact house, a rare sanctuary in the harsh apocalypse. Suchin summons a bed from his inventory along with enough food to make a proper feast for himself and the 2 girls. DONGHUA remarks that if he wants a settlement base, he could just take over a different place. There's no need to get tangled in the conflict between the city lord and the Devourer clan. While that makes sense, Suchin knows that building a base takes time and effort he isn't skilled at, and managing it properly requires someone experienced. Conveniently, Hachang fits that role perfectly. As they talk, Yunyun appears in an outfit that leaves little to the imagination, spotting both DONGHUA and Suchin lying on the bed. She questions why they started without her. Suchin relaxes as the 2 girls climb onto the bed, ready to playfully indulge with him. Thanks to his efforts, they've managed to survive as humans since the apocalypse began, and tonight they plan to return the favor. Meanwhile, in the ruined city, the safe zone guards discover the corpse of the man Suchin used as bait. Mistaking this for a failed deal with the Devourers, City Lord Jung rushes to confront them. He asks the Devourer leader what went wrong, only to receive the same question back. The leader reports losing 3 warriors during the deal, clarifying they weren't responsible for the attack, but still demands double the number of people sent over as compensation or he'll cancel the agreement and attack the settlement. City Lord Jing reluctantly agrees. At this moment, Suchin makes his presence known, observing how casually the city lord trades human lives. The Devourers quickly surround him, unaware how he killed 3 of their own already, leaving him no chance of escape on their turf. City Lord Jing quietly withdraws, treating Suchin's intrusion as if he were already doomed, and hurries back to the safe zone to prevent a larger mess. Once there, he announces to everyone that a traitor has infiltrated the base, blaming the outsiders brought in by Suchin and accusing them of posing as doctors to kidnap refugees for trade with the Devourers. Since Suchin ruined his plans, City Lord Jing becomes ruthless, determined to make sure no one ever defies him again. The settlement residents immediately turn their angry eyes towards Suchin and his group, ready to attack, but a loud voice halts them before a riot can start. It's General Gao, flanked by Bai and Bai Ming stepping in to defend Suchin. From what he knows, the Suchin is trustworthy and has repeatedly proven his capability. Since Suchin brought these outsiders himself, they can't be the problem. The city lord continues his accusations, insisting that words alone won't defend them, they must prove their loyalty. A voice calls out from a building above the settlement. It's Suchin, claiming he can prove his innocence. He brings the beaten Devourer clan leader forward and lets him explain the situation. The clan leader admits that City Lord Jing has been orchestrating the deals all along. The crowd turns on Jing, realizing the man they supported was the real villain. Jing tries once more to claim Suchin is framing him, but General Gao steps up and punches him for his crimes. With the truth revealed, Jing stops pretending and laughs menacingly, admitting he's been trading people with the Devourer clan. In his mind, the apocalypse justifies it, with supplies already seized by the Devourers, sacrificing a few worthless lives is his way of saving others, and everyone should be grateful. Even Captain Gao ate the food he brought back, so nobody can judge him. Suchin sharply disagrees. He lands a right hook to Zheng's face, calling him a coward. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, trading lives for food is a coward's choice, no better than the Devourers themselves. With the former lord knocked out, Suchin turns to General Gao and offers to build a place that truly belongs to humanity, a settlement for civilization itself. In his previous life, Suchin once wandered across the ruins and discovered a safe haven that was slowly becoming a utopian base amid the apocalypse. There were no class divisions, no one went hungry, and everyone lived with peace of mind, all thanks to its creator, Gao Yui. Now Gao Yui serves only as a deputy under the current city lord. In his past life, it wasn't until he uncovered the dark truths behind the base that he decided to leave and build his own. All Suchin did was accelerate that process. Yet some soldiers doubted the plan. Building a base from scratch was immensely difficult, and if they wanted independence, they couldn't survive under someone else's roof. They had to create a new base of their own to truly live. The city lord laughs at their ambitions. Beyond his safe zone, beasts run wild and zombies roam freely. There's no guarantee of food or safety, and leaving would likely mean death. The crippled lord's son suggests letting them leave. They'll return once hardship drives them back. Other survivors hesitate, fearing survival outside the city lord's protection. Staying with the coward at least guarantees life. The city lord fuels their fears, warning that anyone who follows such delusions can leave, but if they starve in the wasteland, he won't be responsible. Yet for food, Suchin holds the solution. He brought out the Devourer clan leader effortlessly, and has already earned renown as a powerful ability user. Providing food is no challenge for him. Seeing the survivors begin to rally behind Suchin, the Lord's son angrily demands whether he believes himself some kind of savior. The Lord insists that Suchin is only seeking attention, claiming he couldn't possibly understand how much a base truly needs to survive. Yet Suchin estimates that even with his limited supplies, he could support around 2,000 people for a month, numbers that suspiciously match the stock in the city lord's warehouse. How could he have acquired so much? Meanwhile, at that very warehouse, DONGHUA and Yunyun take out the guards watching over the supplies. Yunyun uses her immense size to overpower them directly, while DONGHUA provides precise sniper support. With the warehouse emptied, Suchin tells General Gao to decide quickly, either work with him or stay under the traitorous city lord. The choice is clear. In this settlement, people have suffered constant bullying and lack of proper clothing, and now he realizes they've been treated like livestock, sold to the Devourers. General Gao refuses to remain in such a place a second longer, and chooses to join Suchin to build a new base where people can live with dignity. He announces to the crowd that anyone willing to leave should step forward. Bai and her brother rally their troops behind him, once the city lord's army, now loyal only to General Gao. He orders the few remaining soldiers still loyal to the lord to raise their weapons against him and his men. The lord's son raises a gun at Suchin, firing wildly. If Suchin hadn't intervened with his people and his plans, the boy would have crippled his leg long ago. Every shot misses, and Suchin seizes the moment to grab the boy by the throat, warning City Lord Jing to order his men to drop their weapons or he'll snap the boy's neck. Fearing for his only child, Jing calls off the attack. Suchin tells Captain Gao to take his people and the refugees away, promising to handle the rest himself. Captain Gao agrees, saying they'll wait at Shanyun University. Once everyone leaves, Xing asks Suchin to release his sons so they can talk things out. But Suchin immediately sees through the trap. A sniper is stationed on the opposite roof. He orders DONGHUA to take out the sniper, and in an instant, the shot kills him. With the threat gone, Suchin releases the boy, but Jing quickly notices a grenade in his son's mouth. Just before it detonates, Suchin taunts him about how human flesh tastes. The explosion kills the boy, leaving Jing shirtless and furious, confirming Su Chen's past life suspicion. The former city lord, Jing, is a level 2 devourer disguised as human. He's too dangerous to handle now, but next time, Suchin knows he won't be so fortunate. Several days have passed since General Gao departed with his new followers to start a fresh settlement. A raid team moves into a warehouse, expecting to find swarms of devourers and a fierce fight, but instead, they're met with a grim scene. Corpses litter the floor, evidence that the devourers have already been eliminated. Approaching the supply truck, they notice it's battered and dusty from desert travel, yet the gas tank is full, more than enough to get everyone safely back to the new base. Suchin had spoken the truth. The warehouse held a truckload of supplies. Captain Sun frowns in disappointment. No epic battle, no glory. The mission feels like a total waste. One of the soldiers mentions that General Gao had been giving Suchin the more critical assignments, tasks that once belonged to him, fueling Sun's irritation. Still, he convinces himself that Suchin is merely a pretty-faced novice, incapable of outshining a trained soldier like him. Back at the new base, Yun wonders why Captain Sun hasn't returned yet, even though Suchin had long ago cleared the warehouse of all devourers. The only task left was to reach the supermarket and bring the truck back, something even the absent-minded Sun should manage. Yun isn't worried about him. Her attention is on caring for the refugees, tending to the medical duties Suchin assigned. While they talk, DONGHUA spots the truck approaching the base and tells Yun to shrink down, warning that once it's close, it'll be harder to mask her size with mental powers. Captain Sun reports to General Gao that the supplies are safely delivered, finally providing food for the base. Nearby survivors hear about Suchin's plan and start praising him, realizing his solution to the food problem was real. The more they mention him, the more irritated Captain Sun becomes, convincing himself that the pretty boy is merely brainwashing people and that eventually, his own skills will reclaim the recognition he feels he deserves. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in with alarming news. A devourer tribe has been spotted near a hospital to the south, a few dozen strong and seemingly ready to strike. Captain Sun smirks, seeing this as his chance to prove who the real protector is. Meanwhile, Suchin is still on his mission with Bai and Xiaofeng, planning a raid on a nearby military base. The entrance has long been flooded, turning it into a death trap filled with mutated corpses. Even if they manage to get in, the three of them won't be able to carry all the supplies out. Suchin tells them not to worry about that yet, the goal is just to reach the armory. Bai agrees, deciding to lead them personally since she's been to the base before. First, though, they need a vehicle. Suchin summons his car with his space ability, almost sending the two soldiers into a panic at how random it seems. He tells them to stop talking and get in so they can reach the base on time. They drive through the empty streets, heading toward the military installation. At the base, some of Yang's men are busy draining the massive pool of water blocking the entrance. No matter how much they pump, the water never seems to recede. The team leader orders the men to grab a few useless items from storage and throw them into the water as bait for the water ghouls. With city supplies mysteriously missing, failing to retrieve something could mean death. They toss hostages into the water, successfully luring the ghouls to the surface, allowing someone to dive in and inspect the area. The leader promises whoever opens the submerged door a woman from the city lord's harem as a reward. One man steps forward, remembering his pre-apocalypse poverty and loneliness, seeing this as his chance to get ahead. His boldness inspires the others to dive in after him. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang watches the men struggling to get into the military base. Jing seems to have his sights on the base's supplies and weapons as well. Luckily, Bai knows an alternate route that bypasses the city lord's army, though it requires diving underwater. Suchin agrees, and the three of them plunge into the ghoul-infested pool, aiming for their target. As they navigate the dark water, Bai spots several eyes watching from the depths, the water ghouls. Shock makes her gasp, and she loses her last bit of air. Suchin quickly pulls her close and calms her, then kisses her, transferring some oxygen and saving her from drowning. The water ghouls, sensing vulnerability, surge to attack, but Suchin uses his ability to halt them instantly. They freeze mid-motion, as if hypnotized, and Bai realizes with awe that his glowing red eyes mean he's controlling all the water ghouls with a single power. The ability fades, and a few ghouls start moving again, attempting to attack. Suchin holds them off, telling Bai and Xiao Fang to escape while he handles the rest. They surge to the surface, finally emerging from the floodwaters into the military base. With each display of his powers, They start questioning if he's even human, especially as bodies float up from the water only for Suchin to dispatch them effortlessly. They wonder how many abilities he possesses that remain unseen. Once all the water ghouls are neutralized, one drops a rare white core, a low-drop item for monsters. Getting one so quickly is usually considered a miracle, yet Suchin seems unsatisfied. While it doesn't grant new abilities, a white core can amplify existing ones, making him even stronger. As they discuss, two glowing yellow eyes watch from a distance. The silhouette resembles a cat, fixated on the crystal in Suchin's hand. The moment he's distracted, it leaps, snatching the core before he can react. Why is a cat in a military base? Likely one of the base's cats survived the apocalypse, keeping rats in check. This feline has sleek black fur with glowing stripes and piercing yellow eyes, impressive enough to swipe the core from Suchin unnoticed. Calm yet slightly irritated, he offers it some superfish snacks, hoping to trade for the white core. The cat leaps again, snatching the snacks from Suchin's hand and dashing deeper into the base with both treasures. In just a minute, the formidable Suchin has been outwitted twice by a single feline. Anything that survives the apocalypse isn't ordinary, and this cat is clearly special. They move through the base until they find a lever that restores the electricity. Surprisingly, the systems still function despite the long abandonment. Before the flood, survivors had fled too quickly to take everything with them. At last, they reach the arsenal, finding enough weapons to arm 500 people. Xiao Fang points out that if they can locate a tank, they could potentially equip 1,000. Bai warns him to be careful as he goes off searching. The storage is packed with supplies they'll need, but the real problem is figuring out how to get it all back to their base. The city lord's troops could arrive any moment, and heading back to the safe zone for reinforcements isn't an option. A loud rumble pulls their attention. Xiao Fang has found a tank, but something else found him first, a massive mutated creature resembling a giant dog. It chases him, firing a laser from its snout that strikes the tank directly. Panicking, the soldier begs Suchin to act, warning that if the blast destroys the armory, they'll all go up in flames. Suchin quickly uses his space ability to store all the warehouse supplies in his pocket dimension, emptying it in seconds just as Xiao Fang drives up. Xiao Fang asks if the monster can be stored too, but the ability only works on inorganic objects, so living mutated creatures are immune. Bai volunteers to distract the monster so Suchin and Xiao Fang can retreat, but Suchin thinks it's a bad idea and scoops her up, placing her safely in the tank. Bai protests, insisting he must get back safely since the supplies are in his space. Before they can argue further, the monster fires again. Suchin dodges, but the tank isn't so lucky and takes a direct hit. He tells her to check on Xiao Fang while he handles the monster, warning her not to die on him. Alone with the creature, he studies it carefully, noting he never encountered a mutation like this in the area before, though that doesn't matter. Back in the foul-smelling sewers, a deep, thunderous rumble echoed from the base entrance, startling the city lord's men. Confused, they noticed the water level dropping rapidly and guessed that something underground had cracked. The fat man scowled and shouted that someone must have sneaked in first to direct the attackers, but his words fell on deaf ears. His men were distracted, gazing off into the distance. One spotted a rabbit and complained he hadn't eaten rabbit in ages. Another agreed, but noted something off about it. The rabbit's grin was disturbingly eerie. The creature clearly didn't like the remarks. It let out a horrific scream as tentacles shot from its body. The men froze, eyes wide with terror, as the tentacles struck, twisting the fat man's face into the same grotesque expression. Meanwhile, Suchin remained locked in battle with the giant dog-like mutant. His blows hit hard, but the creature easily parried them and fired deadly laser beams in return. Suchin dodges with all his skill, noting how the creature's body is as tough as steel, reminding him of Jing, the level 2 fighter who once walked away from an explosion unscathed. He isn't at that level yet. His hand is already bruised. The monster presses the attack relentlessly, but he realizes the real threat is the strange vine inside its head. He needs to remove it. Before he can act, tentacles wrap around him and a blast of pink energy shoots toward him. He teleports just in time to avoid it. Then he hears a familiar sound, the cat again, glowing with a strange power as it approaches, growling. Surprised, Suchin warns it to stay back, but it advances, serious and unyielding. Nearby, Bai digs frantically through rubble, calling out for Xiaofeng. After a tense moment, Xiao Fang's voice answers from beneath the debris, saying she barely dodged being crushed. Bai hastens her rescue, but suddenly, eerie laughter echoes through the area. By yells for whoever is there to reveal themselves, and the city lord's men emerge from the shadows, faces twisted into creepy smiles. She realizes they must have opened the gate, but their appearances are disturbingly wrong. The pig-faced soldier stares at her with a grotesque look, confirming they're no longer normal. Meanwhile, the cat roars loudly, its claws elongating and eyes blazing with energy, clearly offended at being called a kitty. Suchin, a bit nervous, wonders if it just grew bigger, but the cat isn't focused on him, it's charging at the dog monster. Watching, he notes the natural animosity between cats and dogs is taken to an extreme here. Realizing the cat probably used the energy core to arrive, he grows serious and signals they should fight together. Sensing his strength, the cat hesitates, but Suchin leaps onto its back without resistance. Now, they prepare to battle as a team. Now riding the giant cat, Suchin feels its displeasure as it thrashes, trying to shake him off, but he clings tight. With determined expressions, they charge at the dog monster. The cat attacks first, claws scraping the monster but barely leaving a mark. Suchin pats it, urging it to move quickly and target the vines while he handles the rest. Reluctantly, the cat obeys, darting around the monster and slicing through the vines. Taking advantage, Suchin leaps off, landing a solid punch to the monster's face that sends it flying. The cat, impressed, sharpens its focus, and together they begin to fight as a proper team. The monster thrashes wildly, swinging and firing in all directions, but the cat's speed is unmatched. In moments, the creature is slashed across its body, deep cuts covering it, until it collapses. The core rolls free, and the cat leaps for it, but Suchin reaches it first, popping it into his mouth without hesitation. The cat lets out an annoyed meow, ignored as the water continues rising around them. Suddenly, panicked meowing echoes. This once fearsome cat is now splashing like a frightened kitten, calling for help. Suchin scoops it up, teasing it about being afraid of water and promising protection if it sticks with him. The cat wriggles to escape, so he tosses it back in, only for it to scramble immediately onto him, meowing as if it's changed its mind. The cat immediately seems on board, clearly unwilling to be left behind, and Suchin reminds it that staying is its choice. Meanwhile, Bai finds herself trapped, encircled by the city lord's men whose twisted, inhuman faces tell her they're no longer human. Xiaofeng shouts that the tank won't start and urges her to retreat, but she doesn't know where to go and has no intention of abandoning the fight. Then her eyes catch a rabbit, but it isn't ordinary. Its sharp teeth and sinister smile give way to a monstrous form, a tangle of vines leeching energy from the city lord's men and controlling their bodies like puppets. Before she can react, the vines lash toward her from behind. Xiao Fan yells a warning as the vines tear at her clothes, trying to ensnare her. The monster rabbit leaps at her, jaws wide, and she braces for the worst. Just in time, Xiaofeng's tank roars to life, smashing into the rabbit and sending it flying. He shouts furiously, enraged that it touched Bai, and the tank fires repeatedly, each blast lighting up the night sky. The rabbit is shredded by the explosions, leaving Bai stunned and staring in disbelief. Xiaofeng leans back in the tank, exhausted but relieved, believing the danger has passed, until he notices the monster core hurtling straight toward his face. The core hurtles straight into Xiaofeng's mouth, and he freezes in shock as his eyes begin to glow, absorbing its power. Bai rushes over, asking if he's alright. Xiaofeng insists he's fine, though he clutches his stomach and admits he feels strange. Suchin approaches with the cat and asks if he really just ate the core. Xiaofeng glares at him as if he's lost his mind. He wonders aloud why he can't sense any powers yet, suspecting there might be some trick. Suchin suggests the best way to find out is through a fight, but first, they need to get out of there. He notices Bai's torn clothes. She explains the monster did it. Then she spots the cat and shoots Suchin a questioning look. He simply scoops it up, saying it's with him now. The scene shifts to the city. Black crows circle overhead, while a girl dangles from a lamppost. Nearby, Dao clan members harass another girl, her cries pleading for mercy. One taunts that her begging only makes it more fun. More Dao clan men arrive, laughing and making vile comments before dragging her away, her desperate pleas echoing as she begs not to be killed. One of them says if she obeys, he'll keep her as a slave. If not, he'll hang her like the other girl. Trembling and scared, she nods, promising to do her best. The guy grins, praising her as a good girl. Her screams then echo across the city. Suchin's car rolls in. One Dao clan member notices and frowns, insisting they finish quickly and enjoy later. Xiaofang steps out and walks toward them. The Dao clan guys get furious, shouting that these random kids are messing everything up. One orders the others to kill them and feast afterward. Bai asks if Xiaofeng can take on 3 of them alone. Suchin, still fiddling with the cat, tells her not to worry, he's here as backup. He thinks, if Xiaofang really is the god of war from his past life, this should be simple. Plus, fighting is the best way to unlock powers anyway. The Dao clan guys feel insulted since Xiaofang isn't even moving. They yell at him for standing there acting tough, then charge, throwing punches. Bai panics, thinking he's doomed, but Suchin reassures her he's got it handled. Xiaofang starts learning to control his power. One Dao clan guy stares in shock as Xiaofang remains unharmed. Xiaofang begins glowing, announcing he's been absorbing their energy. They refuse to believe it and keep attacking. Then Xiaofang's eyes shine even brighter, and he shouts that he's not just absorbing, it's stealing. Blue light envelopes him as he drains their power. The Dao clan members scream, feeling their strength vanish. Suchin watches, thinking this is insane. Xiaofang acts like a black hole, pulling in everything nearby. Suchin is now certain he's the real deal. Suddenly, a massive axe soars through the air, decapitating all 3 Dao clan guys. Xiaofang stands frozen in shock. Captain Sun arrives with 500 soldiers, saying he came just in time or Xiaofang would have been food. Without missing a beat, he asks for their food as thanks. Xiaofang is puzzled, but Suchin tells him to get in the car. Suchin walks over and hands Captain Sun what's left, who opens it, sees it's dog food, and starts yelling. Suchin is already driving off, shouting back for him to enjoy the meal. One of Sun's men asks why he didn't kill Xiaofang when he had the chance. Sun frowns, saying the axe moved on its own. He looks furious, complaining that the general trusts an outsider more than his own soldiers. Another guy adds that now Xiaofang has powers, they'll lose their spotlight. Captain Sun declares that if the general no longer trusts him, he'll make his own move, clearly aiming to take control. In the car, Suchin asks Xiaofang if Captain Sun has an issue with him. Xiaofang shrugs, saying he's always been like that. Suchin realizes Xiaofang can't even defend himself from his own team. Without his intervention, Xiaofang would be finished. That hints Captain Sun might be scheming, and Suchin figures he's assembling his own team within the base. He resolves to handle it personally. Meanwhile, at the base construction site, the workers cheer as Yunyun builds the wall with incredible speed, completing it effortlessly. One worker remarks how much faster they are with her help. Yunyun laughs, saying she needs to eat a lot when she transforms. The workers assure her it's fine, as long as the wall keeps everyone safe, even wiping away tears as they speak. Then Yunyun spots a car approaching in the distance and beams, thrilled to see Suchin has returned. Suchen's car rolls into the base, weaving through streets crowded with workers busy fixing everything up. The cat leaps out, but Suchin quickly tells it to calm down and not frighten anyone. The cat meows in response, almost like it understands him. Bai watches, commenting that the cat looks genuinely happy. Xiaofeng wonders aloud if the cat might bolt since Suchin isn't keeping a strict hold on it. Suchin parks the car in his spot and mentions how much he spent on snacks and ice cream for the cat on the way back, joking that it's practically living like royalty. Where else could it get a life like that? Later, they arrive at a large, empty warehouse. Gao asks if it's spacious enough, and Suchin confirms, saying it's perfect. He then channels his power, and a flash of light fills the room. Gao's eyes widen as towering piles of military supplies suddenly materialize, stacked like mountains. Suchin explains that with all these weapons, the base's security is basically secured. Gao remains stunned and asks why Suchin revealed his power to them. Suchin just laughs, saying they're all in this together now, and if he can't trust them, who else can he? He calls her beautiful and tells her to have some fun. She screams and struggles, trying to push him away as he pins her arms above her head. Even the cat freezes, too frightened to move. But when she opens her eyes, she sees Suchin standing there, shocked, asking when he got back. He says he's the only one who doesn't fall for her mental tricks. She realizes this immediately. He releases her. Afterwards, DONGHUA takes the cat to wash up, speaking softly to it, saying that Suchin must have brought it back. She examines its fur and remarks that the gold stripes look nice, deciding to name it Gold. The cat seems pleased, enjoying the warm water and her gentle scrubbing. Suchin enters the bathroom and hears her call it Gold. He compliments the name but reminds her that she's supposed to help him bathe. She asks about the armory and whether he found anything. Suchin pulls out a core, saying, "Of course, now he can level up to level 2. Gold stares at the core, confused. Hadn't he already eaten it? Suchin laughs, explaining that things were too chaotic earlier, so he just hid it in his space, but felt it was really needed, so he brought it back. Then he places the core in his mouth. DONGHUA is stunned and asks if he's really going to eat it now, but it's already too late. Suchin's body begins to transform. His skin darkens, red veins appear, and a powerful energy radiates off him. DONGHUA gasps, realizing, this must be level 2. The bathroom trembles under the force. She screams at Suchin to stop, claiming she can handle it, but he doesn't slow down. Outside, Yunyun is helping with the wall when strange noises from the bathroom catch her attention. Gold remains unbothered, purring softly. Frowning, Yunyun walks over, peeks inside, and sees Suchin holding DONGHUA close in the bath. She shouts, demanding why he didn't come find her first, clearly angry. Shrinking back to her normal size, she storms into the bathroom. DONGHUA cries out for help, and Yunyun panics, calling Suchin's name. Suchin steps out of the bath, his body glowing with the intense level 2 energy, looking over and saying, "She showed up at the perfect time." DONGHUA and Yunyun collapse on the bed, their limbs weak and breath uneven, as though they've just finished running for miles. Both softly call Suchin's name at the same time, unable to muster the strength to sit up. The exhaustion of dealing with someone who has reached level 2 is far more than they anticipated. DONGHUA murmurs that she feels like she's about to lose consciousness, and Yunyun admits the backlash is overwhelming. Suchin apologizes, explaining that he may have consumed too many cores. Yunyun sighs and says they'll have to raise their own strength soon, otherwise he'll just keep outmatching them in every way. DONGHUA nods in agreement, and asks him what's different about his abilities now that he's advanced. Suchin decides to test it. He begins with his physical skills. The berserk and serpent forms that were once separate are now fused, and his skin turns pitch dark, harder than reinforced steel. A strange aura spreads across his body, something like a living force field. He wonders if it can be used offensively, and to test it, he extends his hand toward the two women. A sudden wave of energy blasts them across the room, sending blankets tumbling as they hit the ground with a heavy thud. Suchin laughs, noting how much stronger his offensive power has become. Then he tries his spatial skill. Where before he could only tear space by touching it directly, now small portals open in the air around him within a range of 20 meters. Yunyun, still sprawled on the floor, calls him a jerk for tossing them like that, but Suchin ignores her and keeps going. Next comes his ice power. Until now, he could only form shards, but now he can layer ice across his body like armor. It isn't especially practical yet, but it's still a step forward. He suddenly thinks of combining abilities, channeling ice through the spatial gates to launch shards from every angle. Each one strikes with the force of a bullet, and he grins, saying it's perfect for ambushes. DONGHUA and Yunyun stare in surprise. Yunyun mutters that if he keeps evolving at this pace, he'll end up launching missiles next, and DONGHUA quickly agrees. Finally, Suchin shifts to his mental sense. His Scarlet Eye technique flares, and while the detection range itself hasn't expanded, he now perceives every detail inside his own body, as though he has a complete internal scanner built into him. But then something shifts inside him, an odd sensation, like he's suddenly been pulled out of his own body. The world around him feels warped and unreal, and he quickly realizes he's standing within some kind of mental realm. A voice cuts through the strange silence, one he instantly recognizes. It's the woman from the laboratory, the same place where the mutated rat was held. She greets him as though their reunion was inevitable. Suchin stares in disbelief, wondering how she's still here, but she explains without hesitation. When he consumed her core, he unknowingly allowed her to take root inside him, existing like a parasite. In an instant, her hair lashes out and coils around him, binding him tightly. Suchin seethes with anger as he discovers his steel body and spatial leaps are useless here in this mental domain. The woman smirks, saying that since she's part of him now, she intends to take something for herself. She leans forward, lips closing in as if to claim a kiss, but he isn't about to fall for her act. Instead, he recalls another of his abilities and summons chains that whip out and lock her in place before she gets close. She thrashes and strains against them but can't break free. He tells her plainly that he has no reason to trust her. She only laughs and reminds him that killing her isn't possible, since her true body is now fused within his. Su-chin snaps back that if that's the case, she can rot here trapped forever. Yet she isn't finished. With a defiant grin, her hair erupts from the ground like a living web, stretching and twisting until it wraps around him from every angle. He struggles, but the strands coil tighter, smothering him until he's completely bound, looking more like a grotesque cocoon than a fighter. Her laughter echoes as she declares that if she can't leave, then neither will he. Inside the strange mental realm, Xiao declares that if either of them can escape, then they should remain together in this space forever. Both locked down, he within her cocoon, she within his chains, they face the reality of being stuck in the depths of his consciousness for who knows how long. Breaking the silence, she proposes they talk instead. Su-chin reluctantly agrees, listening as she explains she only needs a sliver of his power to survive, an amount so small it wouldn't weaken him, and she lacks the strength to ever take over his body anyway. He remains wary, demanding to know how she plans to leave. Xiao admits that leaving outright would mean her instant death unless he finds her a new host, specifically a strong female ability user who is not only powerful but also beautiful with an attractive figure. Even in her position, she is shamelessly picky. Su-chin asks how he would even identify such a host, and she assures him she'll be able to tell once they encounter one. She even tempts him with promises of rewards for helping her, but he dismisses it coldly, warning her to keep out of his affairs unless she wants to be eliminated. Fearing him, she quickly agrees and pleads to be released. He loosens the chains, she dissolves the cocoon, and his consciousness returns to his real body. Back in reality, DONGHUA and Yun rush to his side, saying they feared his soul had slipped away. Their words unsettle him as well, and to be safe, he takes measures inside his mind by freezing the space Xiao occupies. After all, caution is survival in the apocalypse. Thinking it best to resolve the problem sooner than later, he tells DONGHUA to start finding other women. Both she and Yun instantly misunderstand, assuming he is dissatisfied with them. Realizing his slip, he quickly corrects himself, clarifying that he only meant to ensure the safety of the refugees. For now, replacing them is the last thing on his mind. Later, as he walks with DONGHUA, she updates him on the situation at the base. General Gao has already conducted a headcount, confirming around 1,300 people remain, with more than 400 soldiers managing defense. These troops have successfully fended off several attacks from the Devourer tribe and other mutant threats. Meanwhile, the men are busy constructing temporary walls, with Yun's giant hands providing crucial support to speed up the work. Women and children are occupied with clearing out invasive mutated plants, while also keeping logistics running. Some were hurt in the process, but DONGHUA and the other medical students are treating them in a makeshift surgical room. She adds that once the wall is completed, perhaps the community can finally breathe a little easier, at least for a short while. Su-chin, however, doubts anyone will be able to truly rest anytime soon. Even though security and supplies are stable for the moment, there's still the looming issue of reclaiming the hospital from the Devourer tribe to secure much-needed medical resources. The matter is brought up in a strategy meeting where General Gao listens carefully, open to suggestions on how best to carry out such a risky mission. Just as Captain Bai's brother is about to recommend Captain Sun, their most skilled fighter with the most disciplined team, the hot-headed Sun interrupts, demanding to know why Su-chin isn't present. He mocks him for preaching about building a base yet skipping crucial discussions. Gao immediately warns him to hold his tongue, reminding him that without Su-chin, there would be no base and no people left alive for him to bark at. Gao finds Sun short-sighted, recalling how Su-chin had once entrusted leadership of the base to him, uninterested in command himself but confident in Gao's ability. Still, Su-chin had warned him before, even with walls and protection, complacency could see the base wiped out in an instant. Gao had understood this, knowing Su-chin's path would always be the pursuit of greater strength, while leading would only slow him down. Back in the present, Gao assures the room that if the situation truly calls for it, Su-chin will intervene without hesitation. Sun pushes back, saying the Devourer tribe is formidable, and he won't take responsibility for the inevitable losses that come with the mission. His words hint that bloodshed is guaranteed. Gao responds by assigning Lu Xiaofeng to provide support, and promises to personally ask Su-chin for help, ensuring the outcome will tilt in their favor. Only then does Sun agree, leaving the meeting to prepare. On his way, his subordinate questions why they're still following orders when their plan is already to seize power. Sun confides that his real concern lies with Su-chin and his ally. This mission, however, is the perfect cover to eliminate them quickly and cleanly, paving the way for their takeover. Back at the meeting, Captain Bai's brother quietly points out to Gao that everything is unfolding exactly as Su Chen had predicted. Gao can only pray that Sun doesn't overstep and cause disaster. The discussion shifts toward the city, and Gao is told the field team has already been dispatched for reconnaissance. Su Chen had warned earlier about something significant stirring in He City, another refuge zone. The scouts sent there happened to be none other than Su Chen's old acquaintances, Miao Puyuan and Tanu, who are now lying low. Miao, bitter at how far Su Chen has surged ahead in power, grumbles to his partner, wondering if they should beg him for crystal cores. Tianyu cuts him off sharply, reminding him that they owe Su Chen their lives and that true strength must be earned, not begged for. Even so, Miao vents his frustration, pointing out that despite their endless battles against monsters and zombies, luck hasn't favored them at all. As he continues to complain, Tianyu suddenly raises a hand, tense. Someone is coming. The sound of footsteps echoes closer. At the city gates, it isn't Miao Puyuan and Tianyu being approached, but rather the guards stationed there. Two dim-witted lackeys arrive, dragging along a group of captive women as tribute for the city lord. Among them sits none other than the twisted, masochistic agent from the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The guards check the captives and escort them inside to present them. The lackeys are practically drooling, convinced this delivery will make them rich. When the women are brought before the city lord, he looks them over with satisfaction and declares that any who can bear him a son will be spared. Terrified, the women beg for mercy, but he dismisses them as nothing more than breeders with no right to plead. To prove his point, he seizes one by the throat and begins violating her in full view of everyone. Even in the middle of this, a report reaches him. Su Chen and his allies are preparing to strike the hospital. His mood darkens instantly, and he bellows that his men must prepare to wipe them out. Su Chen must die at any cost. But the messenger hesitates, explaining that their troops are too weak to fight after being starved for so long. An alternative exists, forcing the civilians into becoming devourers, but the process takes far too much time. The vile city lord keeps abusing the poor woman in his grip as the discussion drags on. It's then that woman who has remained silent among the other slave girls until now, suddenly speaks. Her words catch his attention, and he turns toward her, still continuing his abuse of the maiden while giving her his ear. Meanwhile, the two lackeys who brought the captives are dealt with cruelly. They're buried alive, with only their heads left above the dirt. Panic-stricken, they cry out to their master for help, unable to understand why they're being punished. The city lord answers coldly that the woman before him has offered a way to rapidly build the devourer army, but the price is steep. She needs their heads as ingredients for her potion. The two buried lackeys desperately plead, insisting the strange woman is lying just to get revenge on them for selling her as a slave. The city lord chuckles darkly, admitting that could be true, but he won't know for sure until he puts it to the test. With a single brutal swing of his spike bat, both their heads are sent flying, landing with a sickening splash into a massive pool of blood where other victims are already being thrown in alive. She steps forward, using a second-generation enhancement serum to accelerate the devourer transformation, even though the formula is unstable. She pours it into the bubbling pool while more screaming humans are shoved in, forcefully drowned until nothing remains of them. To the terrified captives awaiting their fate, she declares that they should be honored. Only the chosen ones are granted entry into the blood pool, and only the strongest will rise as warriors to serve the city lord. Her eyes burn with madness as she vows to take revenge on Su Chen for destroying the evolution base, which she blames for her capture and torment. Before long, the first batch of twisted devourers begins crawling out of the bloody vat, grotesque and powerful. Outside the city walls, the hidden scouts watch in horror, realizing the Lord plans to turn all 2,000 residents into mindless soldiers under his control. They know this information must reach the base, or everyone is doomed. But their cover is blown. Devourers ambush them from behind, having already noticed their spying. The situation turns grim immediately. Tianyu grits his teeth, preparing to buy time. He orders his partner to run and deliver the intel, but the monsters laugh, saying it's better they both stay for dinner. Back at the base, Xiaomei greets Su Chen eagerly, and he checks on her, asking if anyone has bullied her. She grins and jokes that no one would dare mess with his woman. Their lighthearted moment is cut short as General Gao arrives, updating Su Chen on the mission. He admits that the task may be too much for Sun and his men alone, and asks Su Chen to lend his strength. Without hesitation, Su Chen agrees. But Gao isn't finished. He has yet another favor to ask of him. Gao explains to Suchin that the hospital's proximity to their base will eventually become a major problem if left unchecked, not to mention the stockpile of medical supplies inside that they desperately need. He pleads with him to allow some of those resources to be reserved for the base. Suchin, generous as always, reassures him that he'll only take what he requires, which isn't much to begin with. Gao then introduces him to the other ability users in the base, including Captain B's brother, all of whom are placed under Su Chen's command for the upcoming operation. But Su Chen's very first order leaves everyone stunned. He instructs them to remain at the base and act as sentries while he personally deals with the enemy. Their task is to keep strict watch on H City for any suspicious movements. Though shocked, they don't dare question him, and as always, his instincts are dead on. He suspects that H City may erupt into uncontrollable chaos due to his presence alone. Meanwhile, in H City, the two scouts Miao Puyuan and Tianya are still locked in a desperate struggle against ravenous devourers. They fight fiercely, but the monsters give them no chance to breathe. Tien urges his comrade to remember all the crises and survival tests they endured on past field missions. Naturally, Puyuan remembers, he's the most seasoned among them. But the devourers, growing impatient, decide to finish things. At that moment, Tinya pulls a trick from his sleeve, hurling lime powder into their eyes. The creatures howl in pain, and the two men seize the brief window to flee. Just as they think they've gained the upper hand, disaster strikes. A spear suddenly flies from behind, impaling Miao Puyuan straight through the chest. The blow is fatal. Tinya screams in shock, but it's too late, his partner is gone. The attacker reveals himself. It's the city lord, who had appeared silently from the shadows. He toys with the idea of devouring the man himself but scoffs that the body is far too skinny to satisfy his hunger. Instead, he tosses the dying scout into the hands of his beasts as a snack. Tinya, desperate to save him, rushes forward, but another devourer sneaks up and slams into his back, knocking him down before he can do anything. Right before the monsters can tear him apart, Miao Puyuan cries out to his closest friend to run while he still has the chance. With that, he is brutally ripped limb from limb and devoured in front of Tinya's horrified eyes. Overcome with grief, Tinya vows to avenge him, using the precious distraction created by his friend's sacrifice to flee. He makes a desperate leap toward the river nearby. The devourers hurl spears to stop him, but though battered both physically and emotionally, he plunges into the water and narrowly escapes. Furious, the beasts howl for flesh, craving human meat above all else. The city lord, unfazed, commands them to march on Dawnlight Base if they want a real feast, as plenty of people there would make fine meals. Roaring Su Chen's name, he leads his expanded army of devourers straight toward the base. Meanwhile, inside the city hospital Su Chen plans to target, a woman writhes in agony as she gives birth to a devourer child without aid or equipment. The father of this disturbing newborn is none other than Feng Pengzi, the hospital's deranged leader. Once just a mentally unstable patient confined to the ward for his twisted obsession with impregnating women, he became the first to mutate into a devourer. Now gifted with monstrous power, his madness knows no restraint. The terrified woman, still trembling from childbirth, desperately searches for a way to escape, but the lunatic looms over her, already preparing for another round. He sneers that he will soon fill her with another child. Before she can even recover, she is forced once again into his sickening torment, the horror of her situation far from over. Still inside the hospital, the battle erupts as Dawn Base soldiers launch an ambush on the devourers. Sun leads the initial assault, gunning down the weaker creatures at the entrance before stepping aside and insisting that the ability users, including Su Chin, take over clearing the rest. Man challenges this demand, pointing out that they are only a small group, but Sun argues that while he has more men, they are ordinary fighters with nothing but guns. In his mind, it is only right for the superpowered humans to lead the fight. Su Chin views this as a thinly veiled threat and confronts him, but Sun stubbornly holds his ground. Finally, Su Chin agrees, warning him that those who betray him never end well, and he has the evidence to prove it. He commands his team forward, leading the charge himself alongside Duanya and Xiaofeng. Of course, Sun's motives are far from honorable. His scheme is to let the ability users battle the devourers until they are exhausted, then finish them off with his 100 rifles. Even an ability user, he reasons, would fall under such overwhelming fire. One soldier proposes sparing Duanya, and Sun readily agrees, remarking it would be a shame to waste a beauty like her. But their plans unravel quickly when they discover Su Chen's group has vanished without leaving a trace. Panicked, Sun orders an immediate search. Unbeknownst to them, their targets are right before their eyes. DONGHUA quietly explains to Xiaofeng that she has seized control of the soldiers' visual nerves, bending their perception to hide her group. She admits, however, that Sun himself is an ability user and could sense the illusion. To cover that weakness, Suchin steps in and deploys his enhanced spatial power, arranging portals in a ring around Sun and his troops. Hidden from sight, he launches ice shards through the portals, bombarding them from all sides at once. The sudden assault throws the soldiers into disarray, and Sun shouts for them to take cover. They rush forward blindly, unable to tell where the attacks are coming from, while Su Chen and his companions remain concealed under DONGHUA's power, watching chaos unfold. To Su Chen, charging headfirst suits men like them perfectly, so he decides to give them the push they deserve. Sun, frustrated, demands to know if anyone saw the source of the attack, but not one of his men has an answer. Meanwhile, the deranged hospital Lord Feng Pengzi finishes his twisted play, leaving the maiden beneath him lifeless on the cold floor. Only then does he notice chaos among his women. His subordinates had dared to touch what he calls his property. When they admit they only wanted children of their own, imitating their boss's depravity, terror spreads across the faces of the captive girls who know too well the fate that awaits them. Irritation boils into rage as Feng Pengzi lashes out, hurling his devourer underlings through walls with a single strike. By sheer misfortune, their crashing bodies smash straight into the area where Captain Sun and his men had just taken cover. The impact not only scatters his soldiers but also exposes them directly to the monstrous overlord. Stunned, the captain and his men freeze at the sight of the largest devourer they've ever encountered, only to realize the horror doesn't end there. Behind him waits an endless swarm, hundreds of ravenous monsters eager for fresh meat. Panic sets in, but Sun refuses to back down. Barking his order, he commands his troops to fire, and rifles roar. Yet dread sets in quickly, their bullets are gone. All their firing are hollow bursts of gunpowder, their weapons sabotaged. The grim truth sinks in, they've walked into their graves. Feng Pengzi bellows his command, ordering his devourer army to carve the soldiers apart and roast them like a feast. His minions dive in eagerly, hacking through Sun's men as if it were sport. Even so, Captain Sun refuses to collapse under despair. He hefts his massive battle axe and charges head-on, slashing down enemies in a furious frenzy. His roar cuts through the chaos as he rallies what remains of his squad, ordering them to rise and fight until their last breath. Inspired, they tighten ranks, standing together despite hopeless odds. Against all reason, Sun begins holding his ground, hacking down devourers in sheer defiance. With every swing of his axe, his voice rises, cursing Su Chen and swearing vengeance once he cuts his way through the nightmare standing before him. Captain Sun rallies his battered men, barking at them to follow his lead and carve a path through or die fighting. Steel clashes with claw as humans and devourers rip into each other, either side holding back. In the madness, one coward slips away, desperate to hide, but fate has other plans. His eyes catch something unsettling, a newborn devourer squirming beside the corpse of its mother, the same one Feng Pengzi had impregnated. As he creeps closer, the child melts into a shadowy portal, vanishing before his eyes. Confused, he scans the room, only for the creature to reappear beneath him, ripping into his flesh with terrifying glee. The man's screams echo as the infant devours him whole, realizing with delight that human meat not only tastes exquisite but also fuels his growth. Back in the fight, Sun's men can't help but marvel at their captain's ferocity. He alone slaughters 10 devourers in sheer defiance. Yet against the endless tide, those victories are dust, and Feng Pengzi mocks his futile resistance. Enraged, Sun hurls his battle axe in a desperate strike, only to watch the boss catch it midair with a single hand, leaving him stunned. That split-second lapse costs him dearly. The mutant child slips behind and, with newly sprouted blade-like arms, hacks off both of Sun's limbs. Agony tears through him as he collapses, helpless, pinned by the twisted spawn ready to finish the job. Before the killing blow lands, a sudden kick launches the brat across the room. Furious, the child snarls, but his glare meets the calm, unyielding figure of Su Chen, who has arrived with DONGHUA and Xiaofeng. Our ruthless Su Chen tells the devourer spawn that Sun's death isn't his to claim. The boss lord, intrigued at last, turns his gaze to DONGHUA, instantly lusting after her beauty and vowing to make her his next breeder. As a twisted courtesy, he offers Su Chen the choice of how he wishes to die. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen is already before him, fist shattering into his monstrous face. He calls the creature a noisy pig and declares his verdict, sending him straight back to the depths of hell. Power erupts from him in waves, his killing intent suffocating the battlefield. The hospital's devourer boss, Feng Pengzi, realizes the time for games is over and shifts into a more serious stance. He eyes Su Chen carefully, recognizing him as an ability user, and sneers that meat like his must be far more delicious as his wounds knit back together and his body regenerates from the earlier strike. Meanwhile, the young devourer brat watches the exchange, puzzled why his father would fancy such a fragile-looking woman. Still, since his father approves, he declares that DONGHUA will now be his mother. Like father, like son could not be more twisted, his warped logic dripping with filth. He assures her not to worry, saying he won't eat her yet because he's still growing, though after feasting on human flesh, he now demands milk from his new mom. DONGHUA is left in disbelief, questioning if she really just heard a hideous brat, one grown enough to look like a middle schooler, call her mom and shamelessly beg for breast milk. Her irritation boils over, and she drives an axe kick straight into his skull, smashing his head into the floor. The brat snaps, deranged joy flooding him as he mutters that this must be what having a mother feels like. But before he can rise again, another sharp blow from DONGHUA launches him upward. She doesn't let up. Her heels whip into his side, sending him skidding left, and with a final fierce spin, she delivers a devastating back kick to his gut that knocks him flat for good. DONGHUA presses the brat into the ground beneath her heel, but instead of suffering, he revels in the pain, proving himself just as twisted as his father. With a grin, he uses the same shadow ability that killed the first man who tried to flee earlier, summoning a dark portal under himself to slip free from her grip. DONGHUA's eyes widen when she realizes the brat is an ability user like her, able to vanish into shadows and strike from any angle, making him dangerously mobile. He emerges behind her, ready for a sneak attack, but before he can land a blow, Golden, the cat who had secretly followed them, leaps in to block his strike. DONGHUA is startled to see the pet here and worried for its safety, urging it to stay behind her while she continues the fight. Confident in her perception, she focuses on tracking the brat's movements so she can gun him down. The brat soon reappears overhead, his sights set on the cat for daring to interfere. Golden notices him in time and lashes out with its claws, though DONGHUA fails to react in the moment. The brat narrowly avoids being torn apart, diving back into the shadows at the last instant. Realizing how close he came to being finished, he retreats for now. Elsewhere, Captain Sun rides in agony, screaming over the loss of his arms while his men struggle to fend off waves of devourers. Xiao Feng rallies them to stay close to him as the battle grows bloodier, but the devourers only laugh, mocking how pitiful he looks while pretending to shield the others. Sun, bitter and desperate, decides Xiao Feng's honesty and kindness make him perfect as a disposable meat shield. He calls to him, demanding protection and a safe retreat, citing his position as leader of the mission. Xiao Feng cheerfully agrees, but first insists on a little help from the good captain. To Sun's shock, Xiao Feng seizes him by the throat and activates his ability, Plunderer, draining the last of Sun's strength. With no arms, Sun is useless anyway, and his power will serve better in Xiao Feng's hands for vengeance against the devourers. With fading breath, Sun weakly protests, reminding him they were supposed to be teammates. Xiao Feng coldly replies that the bond ended the moment Sun aimed his gun at him and his allies. In this apocalypse, enemies get no mercy. That logic extends to Sun's men as well, since they were part of the betrayal. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng drains them all dry until nothing remains. Meanwhile, thanks to Su Chen's foresight and warnings, Dawn Base learns that a massive devourer horde is advancing toward them. At the newly completed wall, Captain Bai orders the soldiers to prepare for battle as planned. She spots Yunyun lingering nearby and asks why she hasn't left. Yunyun explains she built this wall at Su Chen's request and doesn't want to see it destroyed by beasts. Bai, blushing and fidgeting with her knees, shyly changes the subject, asking why Yunyun doesn't mind sharing a man with DONGHUA. Yunyun calmly admits it was strange at first, but in a collapsing world full of disasters and monsters, normal rules no longer matter. Quietly, she knows she could never handle Su Chen on her own anyway, since he is practically a monster himself. Then she asks if Bai has feelings for him too. Flustered, Bai instantly denies it, but Yunyun assures her it's normal to be drawn to someone as strong and striking as Su Chen and tells her not to be ashamed of it. Her words make Bai reconsider her denial, cheeks still burning. Their talk ends abruptly when a soldier calls out. He has spotted the Devourer army. The two women turn and freeze in shock at the sheer number of enemies marching toward them. Captain Bai quickly orders the news sent to the general and commands that all civilians be evacuated at once. Yun, meanwhile, calmly digs into her backpack, pulling out a chocolate bar and some other snacks to munch on. Between bites, she casually asks Bai if she intends to abandon the base. Bai explains she has no intention of giving it up, but civilians must be evacuated as a precaution should things turn dire. Yun, however, refuses to let the wall she built for Suchin fall before he even lays eyes on it. If he returns to find the base gone, she knows better than anyone how furious he can get, and that's something she could never handle. After finishing her snack, which turns out to be more than just a single chocolate bar, she pulls out a vial of green liquid, an enhancement potion, and injects it into her arm without hesitation. With new strength coursing through her, she climbs onto the wall and tells Bai to take charge of rallying the people to fight, because under no circumstances can the monsters be allowed to breach the base. Saying this, she leaps over the wall without a second thought. Bai stands in shock, unable to believe Yun is so willing to risk everything simply for a man. On the battlefield, Yun's body swells with power, her clothes stretching to fit as she grows larger. Spotting a nearby tree, she yanks it from the ground and hefts it like a weapon. With unwavering determination, she braces herself to stop the rapidly advancing devourer horde. Truly, what a woman! Yun quickly realizes the enhancement potion is doing more than expected. Her body keeps growing larger even after she thought she'd hit her limit, and she can only hope her clothes don't rip apart in the process. Still, she decides to make full use of this change and block as many devourers as possible. The city lord, however, doubts that even a giant like her can hold back the entire horde, so he orders his army to charge. The monsters rush forward, but Yun is fully prepared. When they try to slip between her legs, they find out size isn't her only advantage, she's incredibly fast as well. With one swift motion, she swings her massive tree weapon, sweeping dozens of them aside with sheer force. A few devourers attempt a different tactic, leaping onto her arm to claw and distract her, but she reacts instantly, slapping them flat against her skin like bothersome mosquitoes before going right back to mowing down the rest. One can only wonder what exactly they thought would happen trying such a pathetic stunt. From a distance, Captain Bai admits that all of such Chen's women are incredibly strong, yet even with Yun's overwhelming power, there are far too many enemies for her to handle alone. What troubles Bai even more is that the base's original defense system has already been compromised, and she can't just sit back while chaos unfolds, so she rushes off to make something happen. Meanwhile, Yun holds her ground, clearing waves of devourers and preventing them from advancing any closer. The monsters, once confident, now find themselves intimidated and losing morale against the towering woman. Just then, their twisted woman makes her appearance, presenting a solution to deal with the giant. The foolish devourers, forgetting she's on their side, attack her outright, but she had already anticipated their stupidity. She swiftly plants seeds into 3 of them, and before they understand what's happening, mutated plants sprout from their bodies, blooming flowers on their heads. While they stand confused, she calmly executes her plan. In the past, she discovered that fusing mutated plants with her blood could grant a massive temporary boost in strength, though at the cost of the host's life. The result is immediate. Their bodies swell and grow until they stand nearly as large as Yun herself. Now, instead of a helpless horde, she faces 3 opponents almost her equal in size and strength. The Devourer Lord beams at this development and issues new orders: let the giants clash, and while Yun is distracted, the rest should charge the base, slaughter the men, and spare the women for breeding. The horde gladly obeys, but as they surge forward, they are blindsided by devastating firepower. Tanks roll onto the battlefield, their cannons thundering as shells explode among the devourers, tearing their lines apart. None of them expected the humans to possess such destructive weaponry, and panic spreads through their ranks. Yun, still locked in combat, feels a wave of relief seeing the reinforcements arrive, not only to protect her but also to shield the base behind her. As Yun pauses to catch her breath, one of the massive flower-infused devourers lashes out, roots shooting forward to bind her hands. The restraint leaves her vulnerable, and though she manages to block the second giant's strike with her tree weapon, the force sends her crashing back against the wall. Both arms locked, she has no way to defend against the third monster barreling straight at her. Just as the finishing blow closes in, a blast from above intercepts it, the timely strike of a drone. Relentless volleys follow, breaking the devourer's rhythm and giving Yun a chance to breathe. She hadn't expected drones at all, but the support couldn't have come at a better time. From a safe vantage point, captained by pilots the machines with sharp focus, silently thanking such Chen for arming them with such advanced tools. They may not have many, but right now those drones are the thin line keeping the base from falling. Meanwhile, back inside the hospital, the clash between Su Chen and the devourer Lord Feng Pengzi rages on. Every punch Su Chen lands tears into the monstrous body, but the damage is absorbed and steadily regenerates, the pig-faced boss smirking through the blows. He admits the human is surprisingly strong, but insists his strength isn't nearly enough to bring him down. The time has come for him to strike back, and as he prepares to retaliate, deep within Su Chen's body, the parasitic Xiao stirs uneasily, wondering what is happening in the world outside. Inside Su Chen's mind, Xiao grows restless, furious that being sealed has cut off her awareness of the outside world. Determined to break free, she gathers her hair into a spiraling drill and tears into the icy chamber that had held her captive. The timing couldn't be worse. While she claws her way out, Su Chen struggles in the real world against Feng Pengzi, whose monstrous strength is becoming harder to counter. Just as Su Chen moves to finish the fight, the disruption yanks him back into his mental realm, his clothes torn away in the process. Before he can react, Xiao coils her hair around him, binding him tightly inside a writhing cocoon. She sneers that she won't allow him to freeze her again, and vows to punish him for keeping her sealed for so long. But her words falter when she realizes the closeness of their entanglement, her body pressed against his bare skin. Shocked, she accuses him of being indecent, only for him to snap back that it's her fault for dragging him here without warning, leaving him defenseless. She insists she didn't plan this, but it changes nothing. They are now trapped together in a suffocatingly tight cocoon, while the battle outside rocks the very fabric of the mental space. The vibrations grow more intense with every blow Feng Pengzi lands on Su Chen's real body, shaking them violently inside. Flustered and overwhelmed, Xiao admits she has never experienced anything like this before, clarifying that the memories Su Chen once glimpsed of her with the scientists were illusions, not reality. Their precarious situation grows harder to bear as the cocoon quakes in sync with each strike. Back outside, Feng Pengzi grins, pounding Su Chen's unconscious form into the ground, his attacks so forceful that they ripple straight into the mental dimension. The constant jolts leave Xiao panicked, begging Su Chen to act quickly, certain she won't be able to endure the storm of chaos much longer. The cocoon is tossed up and down with brutal force, its constant shaking leaving no doubt about the indecent chaos happening inside. It's better not to dwell on that and shift attention back to the battlefield. Feng Pengzi, growing tired of toying with an unconscious body, decides it's time to turn the boy into his next meal. Just as he prepares to dig in, gunfire erupts from behind, halting his hunger. To his surprise, the shooter is DONGHUA, the very woman he had claimed for himself. She ignores his twisted rambling, her eyes blazing with fury as she demands he release what belongs to her, insisting he let go of her man. The realization hits him hard. His chosen woman has already been touched, tainted by another. The memory drags him back to a time long before the apocalypse, before madness consumed him, when he was nothing more than a patient in a mental ward. Back then, he had once loved a woman who had promised to marry him after he presented her with 100 gifts. Foolishly, he believed her and stopped at nothing until he reached 99. When he finally returned with the 100th, he discovered the crushing truth: she had chosen another man. She had accepted every gift but still spat venom, saying she would never stoop so low as to marry someone as ugly and pathetic as him. And to her, he was exactly that: repulsive, bloated, worthless. Despite the cruelty, he still begged her to leave the rich man and honor her promise, but she only laughed, mocking the thought that she would ever trade a wealthy heir for a loser like him. By then, she was already pregnant, sealing his fate. That betrayal shattered whatever fragile sanity he had left, twisting him into the monster he became. Dragged back to the present, the sight of DONGHUA not being pure anymore tears at his broken mind, fueling his rage. Old wounds bleed fresh as his obsession twists into madness. Snarling, he vows to make her clean again, his grotesque obsession spilling out as he desecrates the corpse of his son's mother, whom he had already defiled to death. His monstrous form fully takes over, and he charges at DONGHUA with unhinged fury. She flees, clutching Goldie tightly, desperate to draw the beast away from Su Chen and buy him just enough time to return to his body. The scene shifts to the last member of his team, Xiaofeng. Having just finished draining the traitors dry, every ounce of energy stripped from their bodies until death claims them, he finally turns his attention toward the battlefield, ready to unleash his strength on the remaining devourers. But before he can act, chaos crashes through the walls. DONGHUA and Goldie burst in, pursued by a grotesque devourer whose swollen head and revoltingly long tongue make him look more nightmare than man. That tongue lashes out in attack, nearly skewering DONGHUA, but she narrowly slips away. In the same instant, she witnesses Goldie's true power. The pet transforms into its beast form, lifting her clear of danger with raw strength. At last, she understands why Su Chen insisted on keeping this strange companion. Its value in combat is undeniable. Xiaofeng, acting quickly, attempts to plunder the hospital devourer lord's power, but the difference between their strength is so vast that the attempt only backfires, causing him real pain. DONGHUA urges him to stop wasting energy and escape with her, and reluctantly he agrees, fleeing at her side while the monstrous tongue whips dangerously close behind. The devourer lord refuses to give up his hunt, relentless in pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Chen's half-naked body lies motionless. Inside his mind, the violent shaking has eased now that his physical form is no longer being battered. Xiao, drained from the ordeal in the cocoon, releases him at last. He prepares to leave for the outside world, pausing only to warn her not to cause trouble again until he returns. As for what happened between them, he vows they will sit down and settle it properly later. She, however, isn't about to let him off easily. She insists he must take responsibility for what just occurred, hinting that she'll even lend him her strength in the outside world if it helps him come back faster. Whatever truly unfolded inside that cocoon remains unspoken, though the weight of it hangs heavy between them. Back at the base, the fight rages on without pause, devourers clashing brutally against the defenders. Captain Bai's brother rallies his men with a sharp command, urging them to sync their movements with the tanks and unleash everything they have left. Another ability user darts through the battlefield at blinding speed, skewering devourers one after another, while Captain Bai herself provides cover from afar, her drones raining fire that tears into the larger, flower-mutated beasts. Yun refuses to fall behind. She abandons the tree for a reinforced pole, swinging it with brutal precision, every strike crushing enemies with far more force. Pride swells in Captain Bai at the sight, but in her focus on others, she leaves herself exposed. A tank, hurled aside by the chaos, hurtles straight toward her before she can react, slamming her into rubble. Yun's heart drops at the sight of her ally bleeding and half buried under debris. The devourers seize the opening, surging forward with renewed aggression. Some overturn tanks with sheer strength, one of which crashes down on Captain Bai, pinning her further. Panic ripples through the soldiers as they contemplate retreat. The breach in the barrier feels like the breaking point. Rage boils inside Yun. After everything, after pouring herself into building that wall for him, she refuses to let it crumble. She cannot bear the thought of her man returning only to find their stronghold in ruins. Her fury snaps, and as the devourers charge triumphantly, they are crushed beneath her stomping feet, smeared into nothing more than red stains on the earth. The devourer lord, leading the assault, is incensed by her defiance. Bounding along the wall, he positions himself level with her towering frame and vows to punish her for interfering too many times. She spots him and lunges, but he slips past her grasp with nimble precision, using the moment to deliver a devastating blow to her face. The force sends her sprawling backward, crashing into debris with bone-shaking impact. Captain Bai, bloodied but somehow still alive, watches in horror, crying out as her towering friend topples and takes heavy damage. The devourer lord grins with misplaced confidence, convinced he has just brought down a giant. Yun is nowhere near finished. She remembers the promise she made to her man, and there's no way she's going to break it. Forcing herself up from the rubble, her body swells once more, this time doubling her earlier size until she towers twice as tall as before. Her expression twists into pure fury, the kind that makes the battlefield itself tremble. These pests have gone too far, and she's determined to wipe them out completely. The Fengpengzi stares in disbelief, never imagining she could grow larger than before. Terror grips him as her enormous fist tightens, the pressure in the air alone slamming him to the ground and pinning him against the shattered earth. He struggles, roaring in rage, but it's nothing compared to the real blow. Her punch finally crashes down with bone-shattering force, smashing him through the ruined structure beneath him and slamming his face into the dirt at her feet. The impact is so violent that the shockwave ripples across the battlefield, forcing even General Gao's soldiers, stationed far off, to shield their commander from the blast. Every soldier stares in awe at Yun's strength, whispers spreading that maybe, just maybe, she can save the base. But General Gao isn't convinced. His instincts tell him nothing is that easy. Sure enough, Yun lets out a piercing wail, so sharp it rattles skulls and makes blood seep from ears. Troops clutch their heads, barely shielding themselves from permanent damage. The general grimly recognizes the truth: she's lost control. Her power has gone berserk, her own body thrashing against her will. He shouts for the ability squad to locate Su-chin immediately. At this point, only he can calm her down. One speed-type user steps forward without hesitation, claiming the job. She's the fastest, and if anyone can reach him in time, it's her. Meanwhile, Su-chin finally stirs from his mental slumber. He rises to find the battlefield littered with the corpses and broken bodies of devourers, the carnage clear evidence of how much has happened while he was out. But something feels different. That's when he notices Xiao, no longer confined to his inner world, standing beside him. He demands to know why she followed him out, and she explains that the turbulence inside his mental space must have broken the barrier. For the first time, she can step into the real world. She urges him to follow the trail left by the monsters so they can regroup with the others. But he brushes her off, telling her flatly to return, that he can handle things alone. She snaps back, calling him ungrateful, insisting that she intends to help. His patience wears thin, and he tells her the best way she can help is by staying out of his path. Xiao, never one to back down, smirks at his words and acts instead. She grabs his shoulder, lashes a strand of her hair to the edge of a distant building, and before he can even protest, the two of them are launched into the air, swinging across the ruins like spider silk through the cityscape. Su-chin curses as the wind whips past them, realizing she's actually trying to Spider-Man her way across the battlefield. And whether he likes it or not, he's stuck in her wild ride. As much as he hates to admit it, Su-chin realizes Zhao's wild idea is actually working. Swinging across the ruins is far faster and more efficient than running, giving him incredible speed and mobility. But their momentum halts when Xiao spots something in the distance. His eyes widen the moment he sees it too, Yun. She's towering higher than ever before, her size far beyond even her usual giant form. Xiao clings to his shoulder and asks what's happening to her, and he mutters that something must have triggered her powers to spiral out of control. At this rate, if no one stops her, she'll end up destroying herself. Before they can even process it, Xiao points down below, her voice tense. Trouble isn't just ahead, it's already here. Right beneath them, a brutal clash unfolds. Su-chin's teammates are fighting the monstrous leader of the hospital devourer tribe. Xiaofang unleashes everything he's drained, and Goldie throws itself in with fierce determination. But reality is cruel. A rookie ability user still fumbling to master his strength, and a mutated cat, no matter how loyal, stand no chance against a Tier 2 devourer like Feng Pengzi. With one sickening flick of his tongue, the monster sweats them both into a wall like toys. Then his gaze turns to Duanyu. The grotesque grin spreads across his face as he mocks her again, reminding her of his twisted vow to purify her. His tongue lashes out, tearing at her clothes in a disgusting display. Zhao's voice cuts through the chaos, warning Su-chin that even he, ruthless as he is, wouldn't be able to bring down a Tier 2 devourer quickly. Time is slipping away. Yun is on the verge of burning herself out, while Duanya is seconds from being torn apart. He can't save them both. Just as Feng Pengzi's tongue is about to land a fatal strike, strands of hair whip out and block it. Xiao gasps in shock, insisting she didn't do it. And she's right, it wasn't her. Su-chin had borrowed her power without asking, channeling it in desperation to shield Duanya in the nick of time. Xiao quietly reminds Su-chin that she's nothing more than a presence inside his consciousness. No one else can see her, meaning he'll be fighting alone. Not that it bothers him. As always, he looks completely unfazed. Relief washes over Duanya the moment she spots him, alive and back in the fray. Given who he is, she really shouldn't be so surprised. Testing his new discovery, Su-chin realizes he can wield Zhao's powers freely now, a rather convenient bonus. Without hesitation, he lashes out with whip-like strands resembling her hair, though not quite the same, and they coil around Feng Pengzi. At first, the Devourer Lord smirks, certain this trick is useless. But then his eyes widen as he realizes what's happening. Su-chin isn't just binding him, he's anchoring him to a nearby concrete building. When the monster demands to know his plan, Su-chin answers almost casually, creatures like him can heal too easily, so why not see what happens if he's chopped into countless pieces? Before the pig-like beast can retort, the bindings snap tight, faster than the eye can follow. Flesh tears apart as the ropes shear him into a rain of bloody fragments. Dwan, you can hardly believe it. Her man didn't just return to the battlefield, he returned far stronger. She knows she'll have to push herself harder if she wants to keep pace with him. But Suchin wastes no time basking in the victory. He turns to her briefly, instructing her to look after Goldie and Xiaofang while he heads back toward the base. Another crisis still waits. Thankfully, Xiaofang and Goldie stir and confirm they're still alive, though battered, giving him one less thing to worry about. Around the same time, the speed-type ability user finally arrives at the scene, scanning frantically for Suchin. But by then, he's already gone. She is drained from all the running, but knows any hesitation could cost them dearly. Suddenly, something barrels straight toward her with incredible speed. It's Suchin, his face sharp with focus. He doesn't even slow down, blasting past so quickly the gust knocks her flat on the ground. Stunned, she realizes he's nearly as fast as she is now. She calls out, but he's already vanished into the distance. Though he hears her, he refuses to stop, his mind locked on his mission. Xiao emerges again, urging caution and warning they might not survive this fight, but he shuts her out. He refuses to abandon his people or the base he fought so hard to build. All he cares about now is saving them. Xiao can only hope Yunyun lasts until they arrive. Deciding it's time to test a move he has been refining, he activates his space ability, opening two shimmering gates that let him leap instantly between them. He dubs this technique Space Jump, and it works flawlessly. The speedster girl behind him nearly chokes on her disbelief as he vanishes into thin air. No single man should wield power like that. Once, he could only cover 3 meters with this skill, limited to 3 uses a day before his body felt like it might rip apart. But now at level 2, the distance stretches to 8 meters, and he wants to see how far he can push it. Activating Steel Body to reinforce himself, he begins chaining space jumps in rapid succession, moving faster than ever. The girl can only watch in awe as he tests the very limits of his strength. Meanwhile, back at the base, Yunyun has spiraled completely out of control, lashing out at anything near her. A few devourers still remain, but even they hesitate, debating retreat. One reckless fool suggests climbing her massive form just to see how it feels. Twisted as they are, curiosity overrides sense, and before long, more of them begin to share the same insane idea. One reckless devourer begins climbing Yunyun's massive leg, and the others quickly shout for him to wait as they scramble after him. Soon, a swarm of them is crawling up her, inching dangerously close to the forbidden zone beneath her skirt. Disgusting as it is, it's hardly surprising. These are mindless beasts driven only by instinct. In their obsession, they completely forget about the soldiers still firing from below, but those men can't make much progress either, since Yunyun's wild, uncontrolled strikes lash out indiscriminately, hitting friend and foe alike. General Gao starts to panic, but Captain Bai's sharp eyes spot something cutting through the battlefield at incredible speed. It's Suchin. His arrival radiates overwhelming main character energy, and both she and the general feel an enormous wave of relief. At last, there's hope of stopping this chaos. Xiao cautions him that Yunyun is still expanding, and if her growth doesn't stop soon, she might literally explode. They must wake her before she destroys herself. Unfortunately, she immediately notices him and swings with massive force, though he dodges by leaping onto her hand. It's clear she isn't in control at all. He races up her arm to her shoulder, then slides down across her chest while narrowly evading her attacks, but decides the devourer is clinging to her need to be dealt with first. He dives from her chest down toward her legs, where Xiao can't help remarking on how durable her stockings are. Despite her size, they've only torn a little. He brushes off the observation, insisting her ability must reinforce them, but now isn't the time to talk about it. Just then, one devourer reaches the edge of her skirt, ready to claim his vile reward. Before he can take another step, a black rope coils tightly around his neck. Suchin yanks him off and hurls him away. As the monster sails through the air, he curses that Suchin isn't a man of culture, an ironic insult considering the indecent things Suchin has already done countless times. That pest is gone, and the hero continues taking down more and more devourers, darting around with high speed and tossing them off like trash. Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of devourers sets its sights on none other than Ji, their sadistic creator. Enraged by the memory of once being human before she twisted them into monsters, they surround her and rip away her cloak. Unfazed, she grips her witch staff and thrusts it into the eye of one assailant, but this only fuels the other's fury. They close in on her, driving her back until she's cornered against the edge of a cliff. Cornered at the cliff's edge, Ji sneers at the devourers and tells them they should be grateful. With one last mocking laugh, she steps backward and plunges into the abyss, screaming that she's leaving them a parting gift. That gift is her staff, which remains lodged in the skull of the devourer she stabbed. From it, thick roots sprout and spread rapidly, twisting and mutating until the creature transforms into a grotesque hybrid of plant and devourer, far larger than the last three abominations. The newly born monster lashes out indiscriminately, even attacking fellow devourers, until its attention locks onto Yun. She becomes its next target. Meanwhile, one particularly stubborn devourer has finally managed to climb fully beneath her skirt, achieving what the others could not. But before he can revel in it, Yun's colossal body trembles, and she lifts her leg high, sending countless devourers tumbling through the air. She slams her foot down with crushing force, aiming to squash the flower-like devourer monster into the ground. The few clingers who manage to hang on don't last long, as Su Chen's ropes lash out with precision, binding them and hurling them violently off her legs to their deaths below. Captain Bai and General Gao breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of the devourers being cleared away, but their relief doesn't last. The real problem still looms, literally. Yun's body has grown to an unimaginable size, towering higher than ever before. She is so massive now that Su Chen, standing before her, could fit his entire body inside just half of her face. Yun towers above, her unstable power threatening to tear everything apart, and Su Chen knows he must stop her before she explodes and destroys everything in her path. She raises her massive hands high over his head, preparing to crush him, while panicked voices from below shout his name, desperate to warn him of the danger. With a deafening crash, her hands slam down on him, smashing through a building in the process. When the dust clears, she lifts her arms again, but Su Chen is nowhere in sight. The onlookers search frantically, wondering where he has gone, while a voice cautions him that facing Yun head-on like this is reckless. Hidden within her enormous chest, he begins to notice something unusual. Her entire body is glowing, and faint cracks are spreading across her skin. It's clear her body can no longer withstand the surge of power inside her. Su Chen activates his space jump to get a clearer view, and what he sees is terrifying. Yun's glow intensifies, her body splitting further as she lets out an agonized scream. In her mind, fragments of memory surge forth. She is naked, submerged in a transparent liquid, shivering and helpless. She recalls countless awakenings filled with despair, the endless times she lay strapped to a cold operating table, pierced again and again by needles. Treated like nothing more than a lab rat in this apocalyptic nightmare, she had begged the heavens for deliverance. If God existed, she would give up everything for a way out. A voice calls her name, and in her broken state she mistakes it for God's answer to her prayer. But it isn't. It's Su Chen. He refuses to let weakness consume her. He raises his hand and strikes her with force, trying to snap her back to reality. The blow jolts her, and suddenly the memories shift. She recalls Su Chen telling her to stockpile food at home, remembers how he was always the one to reach out whenever she was drowning in despair. Through the chaos of the apocalypse, it was his presence that gave her the strength to endure. To her, he had become the ray of light piercing the endless darkness. For him, she would give anything. But outside, the danger escalates. Her glow intensifies until it is nearly blinding, her entire frame cracking as though she is seconds from detonating. Everyone watching shields their eyes, convinced she is about to self-destruct. The light becomes overwhelming, and in a single burst, both Yun and Su Chen vanish from sight. Stunned silence falls across the battlefield. Soldiers and allies search desperately, but there is no trace of either of them. General Gao and Captain Bai exchange uneasy glances, both shaken and bewildered. Su Chen and Yun are gone, leaving everyone to wonder if it's truly over, or if the real fight has only just begun. Captain Bai collapses to her knees, palms pressed against the ground, her face twisted in grief. She still has so much she wishes she could say to Su Chen and Yun. After all, Yun had just saved her life. General Gao's voice booms across the battlefield, urging her to lift her head. With a sharp inhale, she raises her gaze, and both are left stunned by the sight before them. Descending from the sky is Su Chen, carrying the battered form of Yun in his arms. Relief sweeps over the general, his voice breaking with joy as he declares how fortunate it is that both of them are alive. But Captain Bai quickly notices the severity of Yun's condition and shouts for someone to bring a doctor immediately. Before anyone can respond, a voice calls out from above, telling them to wait. Duan appears, mounted on Goldie, the majestic beast radiating a fierce presence that leaves even the captain in awe. Suchin calls to her urgently, and after a quick assessment, she grimly concludes that Yunyun's situation is critical. If left untreated, she could lose her life at any moment. Her suggestion is clear: they must return to base at once. Soon, water fills the bathtub, glowing faintly as Yunyun's body is gently lowered into it. The sight makes Suchin pause, and he asks Duan if she has added something to the water. Calmly, she explains that she has mixed in recovery serum salvaged from the evolution base, since ordinary treatment would never work against wounds of this scale. Suchin acknowledges her words, and she urges him to check for signs of healing. But when he touches Yunyun, he senses no change at all. Duan is baffled. She had refined this serum countless times, so failure should be impossible. Suchin suggests that her wounds may require more than medicine, perhaps even the use of a healing ability itself. The idea strikes Duan as logical, but before she can finish speaking, she freezes in shock. Yunyun suddenly stirs. Suchin immediately pulls her close, convinced the medicine has finally taken effect. Duan, however, turns away, muttering that she will leave the rest to him, and quietly exits the room, leaving the two alone. Suchin hesitates, unsure if being left with Yunyun like this is really wise. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the building, Bai and Duan seek privacy for a conversation. They instruct Xiaofeng to step out, which he does, though confusion lingers on his face as the door slams shut behind Duan. Inside, her expression hardens. Though she would never admit it aloud, she knows Suchin's relentless pursuit of strength will never end. Bai enters and finds her unsettled, prompting Duan to probe her suspicions. She has long believed Bai harbors feelings for Suchin, and now she wants confirmation. Before Duan can fully voice her question, Bai instinctively finishes it, her face betraying shock and disbelief at being exposed so directly. The scene shifts back to Yunyun, who now lies quietly, recovering from the ordeal. Duan quietly credits Yunyun's recovery to Suchin, convinced that her wounds have mostly healed because of him, but she quickly dismisses him, insisting she will handle things from here. She then mentions that Xiaofeng has brought back a crystal core for him. Startled, Suchin asks her to repeat herself, and she reassures him, explaining it is waiting in the reception room outside and urging him to see it for himself. Leaving Yunyun under her care, he steps out and finds the so-called crystal core. What he sees stuns him. It looks nothing like a core but rather a pitch black stone. At first, he assumes they made a mistake, but as his fist clenches, he realizes otherwise. Memories from his past life resurface, and with a powerful strike he tests the stone's durability. It doesn't even chip. Intrigued, he notes how impossibly tough it feels and concludes it must be one of the rare materials born out of the apocalypse. His mind immediately connects it to a figure of legend, Wang Song, the Black Blade King, who once carved his way through the apocalypse wielding a blade forged from such stone. Rumors claimed that very weapon was born of this material. Staring in awe, Suchin marvels at his fortune, determined to claim this chance for himself. He carefully stores the stone away, already set on forging his own black blade once he can find a skilled blacksmith. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Duan and Bai. Bai questions why she is only raising her suspicions now, and Duan admits her deeper fear, that after Suchin absorbs the crystal core, a curse of immense power will activate. If left unchecked, it could bring disaster upon him, though she withholds the full extent of what she knows. Her warning only fuels Bai's curiosity, who presses her for clearer answers. Duan Yu admits she cannot say for certain what will happen, only that whatever it is must be dangerous, and under no circumstances should they allow it to unfold. Still, her concern lies with Yunyun, whose body remains unstable and in need of constant care. Bai steps forward, telling her to stay and focus on the wounded while she personally deals with the matter of the curse. Duan urges her to reconsider, warning that things may not be as simple as she imagines, but Bai refuses to back down. With firm resolve, she declares that no matter the cost, she will take responsibility, and tells Duan to leave it to her. Yet the words slip out too quickly, and Bai herself feels unsettled by the strange attire she must wear and the odd lines she has to recite. As she prepares to step out, she spots Suchin, who appears perfectly fine. Suspicion flashes through her mind. Could Duan be deceiving her? Still, she decides she cannot risk leaving things unchecked. Suchin's safety means the survival of the entire base, so she needs to confirm the curse with her own eyes. She steadies herself, rehearses the lines in her head, and finally picks up a tray holding a wine bottle and 2 empty glasses. Though her hands tremble, she steels her nerves and approaches. Suchin turns just in time to see her coming toward him, tray in hand, when she nervously addresses him as master, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Dawn remains by Yunyan's side, gently wiping her face with a white towel. She tells herself that Bai should manage on her own, convinced the curse is the only explanation that fits. After all, she was the one who set this plan in motion, though she privately wonders how long Bai can endure it. Once Yunyan stabilizes, she resolves to lend her support. Outside the base perimeter, soldiers finish clearing the Devourer tribe but are left with the unpleasant task of handling the corpses piling up. Their complaints are cut short by the realization that the bodies have vanished. Murmurs rise as they question whether the corpses simply got up and walked away, dread creeping in as they sense something is very wrong. Elsewhere, within her own consciousness space, a presence stirs, an anxious but expectant feeling takes hold. She cannot pinpoint the source, but she knows the moment she has long awaited is drawing near. Reaching out instinctively, she calls for Suchen's help. Suchen pours himself a glass and listens as Bai rehashes the worry about the curse. Without hesitation she throws herself at him, offering up everything, practically begging to be his however he wants. The gesture is so sudden Suchen chokes on his drink and splutters it back out. "Are you alright?" Bai asks, immediately alarmed. He waves it off with a laugh and blames the wine. Bai, suspicious of the bottle, decides to test it herself. Suchen warns her to slow down. The stuff is strong, 64%. She shrugs and downs a gulp anyway. Almost instantly the alcohol hits her. She brightens, buzzing with energy. "I've never had liquor before," she admits, waving her arms in a little show. Suchen studies her, amused that she got drunk so fast. She slides a leg between his, locks eyes with him, and murmurs that she must do whatever it takes to lift his curse. The move is deliberate and sultry. Suchen doesn't rebuff her, but he puts her in her place. He tells her bluntly they need to be clear about what kind of relationship this is, not a sudden swap of roles. Confused, Bai hesitates, then collapses theatrically onto the floor, head tipped back, and calls him "Master" again, apologizing for misstepping. Suchen accepts it, but the moment is cut off. A strange tug pulls at him. He was just getting into the moment, and now he finds himself yanked into that inner consciousness space. He swears at being interrupted. Why pull him away now? But Xian is already ecstatic, crawling on top of him and whispering that it has finally appeared. Suchen frowns, asking what she means. She's breathless and impatient, telling him she needs his help. She explains haltingly that she's located a perfect host body, the exact match she's been hunting. The problem was she couldn't pinpoint its location on her own. She needs to use him like an amplifier so she can lock onto it. Suchen asks for clarification about how she would use him, but she skips the lecture and instead shapes a small orb with her hands, loads it into a makeshift sling, and flings it. The move projects both of their spirits elsewhere. Suddenly they're standing above a tide of corpses, a grisly procession of humanoid bodies arrayed before a dark silhouette of a long-haired woman hovering above them. The figure is calling them, and the corpses answer. Xian recognizes the scene immediately. "That's the corpse queen," she breathes. "The silhouette is the one summoning the dead." Suchen's spine tightens. "How close are we?" he asks, already calculating danger. He's wary, even as incorporeal observers, they may be too near something volatile. Xiao, eyes alight, tells him to relax. While they remain in spirit form and don't interfere, they won't be harmed. She's confident they can scope it out safely. Back in the real world, however, the atmosphere shifts. Bai suddenly senses the curse starting to react. She rises, tense, and approaches Suchen's sleeping body determined to strip the curse away. Leaning close, she murmurs for his permission to proceed and whispers into his ear the rites she'll use. The scene cuts instantly to a shadowed presence, a figure whose eyes glow from within the darkness. It turns its head slowly and calls out in a low, echoing voice. "Who's there? Show yourself." She panics, convinced they've been spotted, while Suchen questions what the woman is doing as he notices her rushing straight toward them. He suggests fleeing, but she tells him it's already too late. In a flash the corpse queen launches forward, her eyes and mouth glowing fiercely as she closes the distance. The shock jolts Suchen awake. He finds himself sitting up in bed, shirtless with only a blanket across his legs, coughing and clutching his head in pain, confused about what just happened. Xiao explains calmly that it's only some of his mental energy drained and reassures him that with his strength he'll recover soon. He notices she looks fine, but she snaps back that she nearly got bitten apart by the Corpse Queen during their narrow escape. Su Chen realizes the Corpse Queen is far too dangerous, commanding tens of thousands of corpses, growing stronger with every tide she summons. Helping her would mean risking his life, and he refuses unless she has something valuable to offer in return. Desperate, she pledges herself to him completely, promising to become his servant if he aids her. She even kneels on one knee to show her sincerity, but Su Chen remains doubtful, unimpressed by words alone. She asks what would convince him, and after a pause he demands her crystal core. She recoils, horrified, insisting that handing it over is the same as giving him her life. Su Chen doesn't budge. If she truly wants his help, it's her choice to surrender it. Resigned, she passes the crystal core into his hand, hoping he keeps his word. He assures her he will, declaring that from now on she belongs to him and he will help her achieve her wish. Bowing her head, she asks if that is all, but before he can respond, she vanishes suddenly. Irritated, Su Chen mutters that no servant should leave without calling him master, though he quickly consoles himself by remembering he already has her core. His thoughts drift to the Corpse Queen's terrifying past, how she once led her horde to sweep across Xanadu, forcing humanity to survive in her looming shadow. She is a force that must be stopped if the world is not to be overrun by corpses. Glancing again at the crystal core now in his possession, he steels himself and decides it's time to move forward. Su Qing jumps into a car and speeds away, leaving Xiao Fang and Bang watching from behind. Xiao Fang asks why she isn't going after him, but she explains that there's still too much to take care of at the base, and following him isn't necessary. She admits she's too weak to be of help right now, yet believes she'll catch up with him someday. Meanwhile, under the pouring rain, Yunyun and Duanyu sit by a campfire they've set up inside what looks like a wrecked gas station. Yunyun grows uneasy about their safety, pointing out that danger still lurks even in the apocalypse. Duanyu casually tells her to go stand in the rain if she's that worried, making Yunyun laugh and dismiss the idea since she's only just recovered. Still restless, Yunyun asks about Su Chen's whereabouts, confessing that the storm makes her nervous. Duanyu explains he left in search of fuel, which was scarce even before the apocalypse, since they didn't have much left. Yunyun then asks when he'll be back, admitting she's starving, but before she can finish speaking, the sound of footsteps interrupts them. A man in ragged, rain-soaked clothing stumbles in, shivering and claiming he's freezing. Covered in frost, he immediately throws himself into the fire, which shocks Duanyu, who mutters that he must be insane. But then Yunyun notices smoke pouring from his body, thick enough to choke them both, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses. Moments later, more men enter the station, revealing that the frozen man was just bait for their trap, a trick they've used many times before. Now both women lie helpless on the ground, watching the silhouettes of the strangers draw near until their faces finally come into view. One of them sneers, explaining that once they're done having their fun, they'll sell the two off to the new world base. A bald man grins and promises they'll be begging for more by the end. In defiance, Duanyu pulls out a handgun, aiming it at them and warning them to stay back. They mock her, calling it nothing more than a toy, boasting that as ability users, a gun won't help her. She tries to fire, but the weapon only clicks uselessly, frozen solid by the lingering cold. Yunyun glares and tells them they should leave, warning that they won't be laughing when Su Chen returns. One of the goons chuckles darkly and says Su Chen won't be coming to their rescue. He's already marked for death by a deranged woman, and anyone targeted by her never survives the night. Lady Poison Master stalks through the shadows, searching for Su Chen. She marvels at his recklessness, thinking it bold and foolish for him to wander alone into such a dangerous and confined place. To her, this is the perfect chance, and a sinister grin creeps across her face as she exhales a frosty breath and steps further inside. She calls out for him but hears no reply, only noticing the thick haze of toxic gas filling the space. She knows inhaling even a trace of it would ignite uncontrollable desire, leaving a person utterly helpless. Her eyes settle on a human-like figure she assumes is Su Chen, and she attempts to coax him closer, calling herself his big sister and offering to embrace and help him. But as the firelight grows stronger, she realizes she's been duped. The figure is nothing but a decoy made to look human. Outraged, she curses, demanding to know what this trick is. From behind her, Su Chen's voice cuts through, asking who she is. Furious, she lashes out, swinging her spiked chain at him, calling him a bastard for deceiving her. He catches the chain with ease, studying it and recognizing the handiwork of a skilled artisan. Grabbing her by the face, he demands to know where to find that craftsman. Lady denies any knowledge, but the woman from Su Chen's consciousness space appears, questioning if the artisan is really that crucial. Su Chen explains that defeating the Corpse Queen's endless horde is impossible without such help, but with the artisan, their chances of survival would rise dramatically. Without hesitation, the Shao offers to invade Lady's mind and retrieve the information herself. Despite protests, she pierces into her thoughts and discovers the artisan is tied to the New World base, though the details remain incomplete. Lady trembles, realizing her own mind feels shackled by some unseen force. Collapsing to her knees, she presses her forehead to the ground and begs Su Chen to spare her life, swearing loyalty as his most obedient dog. Amused, Su Chen's lips curl into a smile as his aura radiates, towering over her bowed form, eager to see just how convincing a dog she can become. Meanwhile, back at the gas station, Yunyun suddenly complains of feeling hot, her skin flushed, and Duanyu admits she feels the same. Both suspect something was mixed into the smoke, which the goons confirm with mocking laughter, boasting that it was meant to make things more exciting. One of them steps forward greedily, telling the others to wait their turn. But to his shock, the women stand tall, unaffected by the haze. Yunyun smirks, saying her guess was right. It was exactly the kind of drug she thought it would be. Duanyu adds that it wasn't hard to figure out. The goons gape in disbelief, demanding to know why the poison had no effect. Calmly, Yunyun explains that such tricks don't work on ability users. Panic flashes across their faces, and one of the men urgently commands the rest to draw their weapons as they close in, surrounding the two women. Yunyun frowns at the sight of a strange weapon and asks why they are carrying a water gun. One of the goons sneers and explains that it isn't a toy at all but a high-pressure water cannon, and with their leader's ability, they can strike from every direction. The leader bellows for his men to attack, but before he knows it, the blast circles back on him. The impact rips into his body, leaving him writhing in pain. Shocked, he stares at his wounds and demands to know why this is happening, only to realize too late that his own men are no longer themselves. Their eyes glow crimson, their bodies stiff and unresponsive, moving as if under someone else's control. Cursing his carelessness, he hears deliberate footsteps approaching. Relief washes over him when he recognizes the figure, Lady Poison Master. He grins, convinced Su Chen must already be dead, and mocks Duanyu and Yunyun, but his words are cut short when Lady Poison Master's hand lashes across his face, sending him sprawling. As he starts to protest, she silences him with an icy command to shut his filthy mouth. From the ground, the goon leader watches in stunned disbelief as she strides past him, lowering herself before a shadowy figure. Her voice turns reverent as she bows and calls the man her master. The figure steps into the light. It is Su Chen. The leader's jaw drops, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. Stammering, he reminds Lady Poison Master that this very man had offended her and asks how she plans to deal with him. But instead of vengeance, he sees her kneel at Su Chen's side while he places a hand on her head, calmly praising her as a good dog. Lady Poison Master immediately snaps orders to her subordinates, demanding they haul out barrels of gasoline as an offering to Su Chen. Murmurs ripple through the men as unease grows. How could their own master debase herself as someone else's dog? One of them growls in protest, insisting they will never stoop so low, and their leader, now humiliated and furious, agrees with clenched teeth. The leader of the group storms up to Lady Poison Master, furious that she has bowed to Su Chen and handed over precious gasoline, fuel that was nearly impossible to find. His defiance earns him no mercy. Her spiked chain lashes out, striking him and the others until their screams echo through the camp. Yunyun and Duanyu watch the brutal display, tense and uncertain. Just as she raises her weapon to finish them, Su Chen's calm command halts her, and she obeys without question. One of the surviving men sneers at Su Chen, mocking him as nothing more than a pretty boy. He claims allegiance to the New World and boldly offers to forget everything that just happened if they are allowed to walk away. Su Chen only steps forward, his body glowing with a dangerous purple aura, and declares that he does not leave loose ends. His hand stretches out, and agony seizes the men as his power pierces their minds. Their eyes bulge, their screams tear through the air, and suddenly, their heads burst apart. Silence follows, broken only by gasps of horror. Even Su Chen looks unsettled, not expecting such an outcome. The memory of Professor Xiao surfaces. She had once discovered a parasite called a brain worm latched onto Lady Poison Master's brain, though the one inside her had already died, likely because her own venom had made her immune. The woman in Su Chen's consciousness concludes that the three men must have been infected as well, but killing the worms destroyed their bodies too. Su Chen realizes that the new world might be using these parasites to control its people, and he will need to find a way to shield Yunyun and DONGHUA from the same fate. Still kneeling, Lady Poison Master presses her forehead to the ground, shaken yet devoted, and Su Chen casually asks if she can drive. Stammering, she admits she can, and Su Chen conjures a car before their eyes. She marvels at its sudden appearance but says nothing, taking the wheel. As she drives, her thoughts turn bitter. Once she had been a minor leader in the new world, but now she feels reduced to a puppet, clinging to survival by any means necessary, even if it meant eating bark or mutant vermin. Then a new torment assails her senses, the sound of laughter and chatter behind her. Su Chen's group has set up a steaming hot pot in the back seat, of all things, in the middle of the apocalypse. The rich, savory aroma drifts to her nose, teasing her empty stomach. She fights to stay composed, but her eyes sting with tears at the absurdity. Even broth should be impossible to come by in this world, yet here it bubbles behind her. She steels herself, shaking her head, reminding herself that risking her life for a meal would be madness. But her resolve wavers as a crisp sound cuts through the air. The pop of a soda can opening, cool and refreshing. She instantly recognizes the crisp fizz as cola, and the realization nearly unravels her sanity. Cola, in the middle of the apocalypse. Her shock only deepens when a gentle voice from the back offers her a can. It is Yunyun, smiling as she extends the drink. Suspicion clouds Lady Poison Master's mind. Why would she show kindness to someone like her? Could it be a trap? Yet Yunyun reassures her, urging her to drink and casually adds that Su Chen enjoys being called master. DONGHUA bursts into laughter while Su Chen narrows his eyes, teasing Yunyun for daring to mock him. Yunyun only chuckles, introducing herself and suggesting they could be comrades. Still tense, Lady Poison Master wrestles with uncertainty, thinking Yunyun might be hinting that she too is bound by Su Chen's will. After all, in a ruined world, it makes sense for women to rely on strong men. No one in her position would turn away hot pot and cola. Yet she convinces herself that sweet temptations will not sway her. That resolve wavers when Yunyun holds out a chopstick of steaming meat and gently tells her to open wide. Reluctantly lifting her head, she parts her lips, releasing a faint green mist. Yunyun blinks at the sight, asking if she just breathed out poison and whether that is her ability. Calmly, Lady Poison Master explains that her toxic gas kills men with exhaustion and drives women into feverish desire, though ability users resist it better. Su Chen leans back in thought, considering whether her poison could be repurposed to make DONGHUA and Yunyun immune to the brainworms. Just then, Yunyun flushes with heat, murmuring to Su Chen that she feels overwhelmed. The Poison Master hastily clarifies that it was unintentional, a side effect from feeding her the meat. Su Chen waves her to focus on the road while Yunyun clings to him with playful seduction, leaving DONGHUA no choice but to retreat to the passenger seat. Up front, DONGHUA breaks the silence, asking the Poison Master about the new world. With tears streaking her face, the woman croaks that she is starving and can't think straight without food. DONGHUA gently promises her a proper meal later, coaxing her to talk. Finally, she asks how she first joined the new world. With a bitter laugh, the Poison Master admits that it began with something as trivial as entering a beauty pageant. The ruins of the new world come into view, a towering skyscraper half collapsed among other shattered buildings. Lady Poison Master guides the group through, describing the settlement as a den of apocalyptic indulgence. She lists off its attractions: auctions, slaves, black markets, beauty contests, gladiator arenas, and more. Yunyun gazes up in awe at the jagged skyscraper, then asks why such a crowd has gathered at the gate. Lady Poison explains they are scavengers, desperate to enter, but harsh requirements keep most out. To them, this place is the last beacon of hope. Su Chen suggests they take a closer look just as a loud voice echoes from ahead. A man with an eye patch holds up an identification card, explaining it is the only proof of entry. He tempts the scavengers with promises that possessing one means freedom from hunger and danger, but warns they must earn it through a trial. The scavengers murmur among themselves, realizing the settlement won't accept dead weight, and with only limited slots, chaos erupts as they push and shove to register. Whispers spread that women are barred from taking part, a rule Lady Poison confirms. She adds that the cards are controlled by the city lord's personal guards, powerful ability users far beyond her reach, so the only way forward is for Suchin to enter the trial himself. Yunyun frowns, calling it too troublesome, suggesting they could simply fight their way inside, but Lady Poison quickly warns against it. The guard's strength is not something they can afford to provoke. DONGHUA then reminds everyone that the blacksmith they seek is known to be cautious. If he senses danger, he may disappear altogether. Suchin decides they should keep a low profile. He will take part in the trial while Lady Poison searches for another way to smuggle the others inside. Reluctantly, she agrees. At the trial grounds, scavengers gather in tense silence. An instructor orders Suchin to join the last remaining team and begins explaining the rules. Mutant spiders have been infesting the back mountain, and the trial requires them to hunt these creatures. Each participant must return with 5 spider corpses or at least 1 spider egg before nightfall. He warns them not to venture too deep into the forest and reminds them that those who work alone risk becoming easy prey. If anyone wishes to quit, they can retreat through the electric fence. The announcement sparks protests. One scavenger complains that collecting 5 corpses or an egg is suicidal, while another insists the corpses alone are enough. The instructor ignores them, simply wishing the group luck before leaving. The last team offers Suchin a spot, but he coldly declines, stating he has no interest in being used as cannon fodder. The group glares at him as he walks away, muttering that he's ungrateful. One suggests following him to kill him, but their leader smirks and tells them to wait. They will ambush other teams on their return and steal their prizes instead. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Suchin moves with purpose. He calls out to the spiders, noting their numbers as shadows scuttle through the trees. A thought crosses his mind: if so many are here, could a mutant spider queen also be lurking within the nest? Suchin tests his theory in the forest, cutting down a mutant spider with ease. As its body falls, he inspects it closely, hoping to find a crystal. To his disappointment, there is nothing, no prize, no energy. His brows furrow. This hunt may not yield what he expected. Meanwhile, Lady Poison Master prepares her own scheme to smuggle Yunyun and DONGHUA inside the new world. She takes them toward a beauty contest where the same man with the eye patch is presiding. He waves his arm dramatically, auctioning off women for something as pitiful as 3 packs of instant noodles. Soon, the price climbs higher as men outbid one another, all for a single night's company. With a detached tone, Lady Poison explains that any girl who fails to rank in the top 3 yet wishes to remain here is forced into this degrading trade, reduced to a means of draining men's rations. Turning to them, she assures they have nothing to fear, for their looks guarantee top placement. Yunyun's heart sinks, calling the whole situation tragic. She pities the women forced into such fates. DONGHUA then asks if these contests happen every week, and Lady Poison nods. She explains that weekly winners go on to compete for a monthly crown. Those who reject the contest have only one alternative: the gladiator arena. Either way, the new world squeezes every ounce of value from its people. Food and safety tempt most women to accept the beauty route rather than risk death outside. She urges them to change clothes while she waits beyond the curtain, quietly sighing to herself. Compared to their hardships, she muses, Suchin's presence has given them the life of paradise. Just then, the man with the eye patch calls to her. His voice is laced with command as he orders her to deliver the stunning newcomers he spotted earlier. He leers, promising that if they satisfy him, he will grant identification cards. She hesitates, starting to object, but he cuts her short with a sharp no buts. He further instructs her to dose them with her poison, claiming it will make the experience more enjoyable. Bound by his authority and desperate to secure those cards, she swallows her reluctance. Entering the room, she releases her toxin onto Yunyun and DONGHUA. At once, the heat strikes them, a burning desire overwhelming their senses. Their bodies draw toward one another, hands wandering uncontrollably. Yunyun, fighting through the haze, gasps out a question: why this is happening, and why Lady Poison would betray them so. DONGHUA and Yunyun are still writhing from the Lady Poison Master's toxin, clinging to each other as their bodies heat up uncontrollably. Lady Poison, guilt flashing in her eyes, apologizes and pleads for them to endure just a little longer. She insists this was the only way to secure the identification cards. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, Lord One-Eye lounges with a glass of wine alongside his brother, waiting eagerly for the beauties promised to them. His brother chuckles, praising him for always sharing his spoils. One-Eye grins, saying true brothers always share everything, especially in times where women of such beauty were rare even before the apocalypse. The anticipation builds, his brother squirming impatiently until One Eye reminds him that Lady Poison was ordered to drug the girls, so patience will make the reward sweeter. At last, the women arrive, clearly under the influence of the poison. Lord One Eye's eyes light up at the sight, hunger twisting his face. His brother, equally entranced, marvels at their looks and urges his sibling to choose first. One Eye claims DONGHUA, leaving Yun for his brother. Both men revel in their fortune, Lord One Eye even planning to reward Lady Poison later for enhancing the experience. But just as they close in, DONGHUA activates her ability, warping their desires and forcing them to turn on each other instead. To Yun's astonishment, the two brothers passionately embrace, complimenting each other as they sink into a haze of lust. DONGHUA smirks, finding them laughably easy to manipulate. Lady Poison, standing nearby, stares in disbelief, muttering that DONGHUA's power is far more merciless than she imagined. Still flushed from the lingering toxin, Yun turns to Lady Poison, demanding why she had poisoned them as well. Lady Poison quickly explains that Su-chin believed her poison could help resist brain worms, and to face the city lord's guards, they needed that resistance. Though hesitant, DONGHUA admits she made the right call. The girls resign themselves to remaining under the poison's influence for their time in the new world, though Yun groans that enduring it won't be easy. They push Lady Poison to hurry and fetch the ID cards. Before leaving, she glances at the entranced brothers who are still lost in each other, and DONGHUA jokes she's welcome to enjoy the show. Lady Poison shakes her head and departs. Elsewhere in the forest, another trial team trudges along, trying to track the path toward the spider nests. Their leader, clearly uncertain, earns frustrated looks from his subordinates, who accuse him of losing the way again. Suddenly, they notice piles of spider corpses scattered across the path, all decapitated. Alarmed, they realize someone has already slaughtered their targets. Their eyes widen as they spot Such-chin himself fighting alone. One spider ensnares his hand in webbing, and he admits to himself that he slipped in vigilance. But with the sticky strands still binding him, another spider emerges, nearly tier 2 in strength. The hidden team crouches in the bushes, whispering in awe. One of them remarks that the stranger doesn't look weak, while their leader scoffs, insisting they watch this arrogant fool die at the spider's hands. Such-chin tears the webbing off, seizes the spider, and smashes it against the ground before following up with a devastating punch. The creature crumples instantly, leaving the hidden team stunned. Even their leader is frozen in disbelief, watching this lone fighter annihilate a mutant spider with just one blow. Shock quickly twists into greed. They huddle together and decide their best option is not to face spiders, but to take Such-chan's crystal core for themselves. Knives glint in their hands as they draw their weapons, ready to strike. The team leader sharpens his blade with pride, convinced that his squad's skills and experience make their ambush flawless. They grin among themselves, certain that their plan to strike Such-chin after he exits the nest will succeed. Confidently, the leader boasts that Such-chin is clueless about the fate awaiting him and prepares to show off his true power. Meanwhile, Such-chin extracts the spider's crystal core, raising it with satisfaction, only for the leader to suddenly rush in. Using his position swap ability, he snatches the core and binds Such-chin to a tree with pre-prepared chains. His comrades step forward with knives poised, while the leader admires the glowing crystal in his hands. Such-chin studies the ability with mild fascination, noting how rare it is and guessing this man must have conned many victims before. The leader sneers at his silence, calling him talkative, but Such-chin calmly mocks them instead, calling them prey and reminding them that even hunters can be devoured by what they chase. Intrigued yet irritated by his confidence, the leader signals his men to attack. Blades strike from all sides, but every weapon shatters against Such-chan's skin. Shock spreads across their faces as they realize his body is as hard as steel. Whispering in disbelief, they conclude he must be a tier 2 human, his resilience equal to that of a mutant beast. Terrified yet desperate, they try to press the advantage while he's still bound, but with one flex, Such-chin snaps the chains apart. Panic erupts as the men scatter in every direction. One scrambles up a tree, gasping at Such-chan's rapid growth, while the leader clutches the stolen crystal, already plying to rob more people and strengthen himself further. But before he can celebrate, Such-chan's voice echoes behind him. Spinning around, he sees a fist racing toward his face. At the last second, he activates his position swap, vanishing and reappearing at a distance. He crashes to the ground, wiping dirt from his cheek, muttering that he was lucky. Anger boils as he vows to remember this humiliation and kill Such-chin one day. But Such-chin turns the tables, seizing control of the leader's own squad. Their eyes glow red, bodies stiff like puppets as they stumble toward their master-turned-prey. Now hunted by both his enemy and his allies, the leader bolts through the bushes, heart pounding. Suchin, his eyes glowing faintly, scans the forest with a psychic sense, tracking him as if through X-ray vision. The leader stumbles in terror, realizing there's no escape. Then he hears the rush of air above. Looking back, he sees Suchin soaring after him with impossible speed, glowing eyes fixed and hand raised high, ready to strike. The team leader keeps relying on his position swap ability, blinking from place to place, yet Suchin continues to track him down without fail. Panic rises as he questions how Suchin keeps finding him no matter where he jumps. Desperate to escape, he convinces himself to sprint straight in one direction, certain there must be a way out. At the same time, Suchin pins another fleeing thug to the ground with his foot, calling him a scapegoat and mocking him to run faster next time. But he knows the real problem lies with the leader. If that man escapes with the crystal core, things could get troublesome. Soon, he spots the man barreling his way, fury etched on his face at Suchin's persistence. The leader curses him, swearing he will grow stronger and settle the score, but as he looks up, Suchin is already standing directly in his path. Shocked, he skids to a halt, feet screeching against the dirt, demanding to know how Suchin keeps finding him. Calmly, Suchin replies that he wasn't chasing him at all. It was the fool who ran straight into his trap. Enraged, the leader insists it means nothing, boasting that Suchin still cannot kill him. He readies his ability once again, but before he can vanish, Suchin's fist slams into him with crushing speed, declaring him slow. Meanwhile, back at the beauty contest, Goldie wriggles free from the pink bag, stretching lazily and meowing while DONGHUA, Yunyun, and the Lady Poison Master wait backstage. Other women glance their way with sharp eyes full of hostility, making the girls uneasy. The Lady Poison Master waves off their concern, scoffing at the jealous stares and assuring them that victory will come easily, even with their eyes shut. Yunyun mutters that everyone is glaring daggers, and DONGHUA tells her to stay cautious. Soon, one contestant blocks their path, demanding to know what they think they're doing, only for another to sneer back, wondering if anyone dares to stir up trouble. Yunyun's eyes widen as she recognizes her. It's Lin Meyer, the star. With arrogance, Lin Meyer declares no one here is worthy to stand against her, threatening them to back off. But DONGHUA cuts her off coldly, exposing her scandal of sleeping with the director to rise to fame. The words ignite fury in Lin Meyer, who instantly recognizes DONGHUA, her former best friend turned rival. Red light flares in her eyes as she launches into a flying kick. DONGHUA dodges smoothly, countering with her own strike. Their legs collide mid-air, locked in a clash of strength. Lin Meyer snarls in disbelief, having thought DONGHUA long gone, but DONGHUA smirks, saying she's not so easy to erase. Watching nearby, Yunyun asks if DONGHUA knew her, which confuses the Lady Poison Master, since they were supposedly close friends. The tension between them boils over as old grudges surface. DONGHUA recalls hair removal cream in her shampoo, laxatives in her water, even dead rats planted in her closet. Lin Meyer shoots back, accusing DONGHUA of always acting superior, stealing the spotlight, even taking the lead role that was meant to be hers when all she ever wanted was to become an actress. DONGHUA defends herself, claiming she only attended the audition without ever seeking fame, then twists the knife again by repeating that Lin Meyer traded her body for her career. Lin Meyer snaps, blaming her for everything, insisting that she wouldn't have needed that old man if not for DONGHUA. With sharp mockery, DONGHUA asks if her beauty is somehow her fault too. From the side, Yunyun and the Lady Poison Master watch closely, Yunyun whispering that she's never seen this side of DONGHUA before. Lin Meyer hisses that DONGHUA is still as arrogant as ever, bragging about her fame and adoration, but DONGHUA laughs bitterly, pointing out that in this ruined world, none of it matters anymore. The host announces the start of the new World Beauty Contest, thanking everyone for their patience, though the crowd is clearly restless, eager for the competition to begin. After the apocalypse, this contest has become their main source of excitement. Some have labored tirelessly for the city lords just to witness it, others have gone without food for a month to have enough to purchase a contestant. The host adds that the city lord will personally meet the winner, shocking the audience, who look around, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Yunyun and DONGHUA overhear this and immediately understand Lin Meyer's fierce determination. Her drive to win is all about meeting the city lord. Yunyun thinks that gaining his attention could also help them locate a blacksmith. DONGHUA warns Lin Meyer must not be allowed to win, and Yun Yun still struggles with the lingering effects of the Lady Poison Master's toxin, needing Su Qin to detox her. Meanwhile, Lin Mir is confident, believing she controls all the judges and the host. She scoffs at the idea of competing with nobodies, instructing the other contestants to stay on stage if needed. Back at the arena, the host prepares to introduce the judges, all three already in place. The middle judge questions why the others are still standing. On the right, the one-eyed lord's brother complains about back pain from sitting, while the one-eyed lord thanks Mu Yin Xiao for waking them, noting they would have missed the contest otherwise. Mu Yin Xiao, recalling their earlier antics, is unsurprised. He had found both of them naked, engaged in man-on-man play, and now wonders if he'll be silenced for witnessing it. The host hypes the crowd for the upcoming pageant, and the audience grows increasingly impatient. Behind the stage, Yun Yun, DONGHUA, and the Lady Poison Master prepare for their entrance. DONGHUA senses the other contestants approaching with hostile intent, having been ordered by Lin Mir to prevent them from appearing. The attackers brandish axes, making it clear the competition will not be fair. They intend to kill the trio before they can step on stage. DONGHUA remains calm, anticipating the ambush. One of the aggressors remarks that in this apocalypse, the strongest rules, not fairness. Yun Yun steps up, growing in size with her ability, ready to show who truly has the biggest fist. She effortlessly tosses the first attacker aside, stunning the rest. Bending toward them, she prepares to blast the remaining attackers into the air. Meanwhile, Lin Mir has already reached the stage, confident that her plan to block DONGHUA, Yun Yun, and the Lady Poison Master has succeeded. The judges, seeing her for the first time since the apocalypse, are impressed by her celebrity presence and beauty, quickly scoring her 9 points. Lin Mir smirks, believing her scheme has worked until the host announces the next contestant. She glances behind her and is stunned to see DONGHUA walking onto the stage. Her shock is palpable as fireworks of tension seem to explode around them. DONGHUA descends gracefully, her white dress flowing, angelic wings behind her, and long hair cascading down. She radiates a beauty that could make any onlooker pause, looking every bit like the angelic vision of a dream. The crowd whispers that DONGHUA looks even prettier than Lin Mir, leaving Lin Mir stunned. She notices the fireworks-like explosions in the sky and realizes the debris falling to the ground are human limbs, the remains of the girls who attacked them. Shocked and still processing, Lin Mir watches as the judges, impressed by DONGHUA's beauty, each award her 9 points, creating a tie between her and Lin Mir. Yun Yun worries the dramatic entrance may have been excessive, while the Lady Poison Master frets she went too far by launching attackers into the air. Lin Mir, desperate to secure victory, hatches a reckless plan and blames DONGHUA for the chaos. She strips herself naked, captivating the crowd and judges alike, and receives perfect scores of 10 from all, celebrating her apparent win. DONGHUA is horrified, thinking Lin Mir insane. Meanwhile, the city lord instructs one of his maidens to deliver ID cards, which she presents on a platter, ensuring both Lin Mir and DONGHUA receive theirs. Lin Mir eagerly picks her card, thrilled that she now has access to the new world's upper level as chosen by the city lord. The maiden leads her to the city lord, asking an odd question about liking fish, which puzzles Lin Mir. Yun Yun feels disappointed that DONGHUA lost, realizing she won't meet the city lord, though DONGHUA remains optimistic. They still have a card and a plan. When the maiden brings Lin Mir before the city lord, they meet Sang Ming, an extremely old man who muses that youth is a beautiful gift. He confesses that the apocalypse bores him and that he, like other old men, simply wants to plant flowers. Without warning, he transforms Lin Mir into a fish and places her into a massive aquarium, leaving her stunned. Sang Ming watches Lin Mir from his massive aquarium, thinking she truly embodies a superstar's presence and is strikingly beautiful. Lin Mir glares at him with glowing red eyes, but Sang Ming calmly warns her not to look at him that way, insisting she should be grateful just to exist as one of the fish. One of the maidens interrupts to announce the arrival of a boy he had apparently sent for, noting that he has passed physical tests and is in excellent health. Sang Ming, impressed, lifts the boy and asks if he is afraid, to which the boy shakes his head, expressing gratitude that the city lord spared him from starving. Sang Ming brushes off the thanks, placing a hand on the boy's head as he releases swarming, insect-like creatures to crawl over him, absorbing the child's energy. The ageless gene unique to children. Sang Ming reflects that the effect is fleeting, which explains why he maintains an array of women whose sole purpose is to bear as many children as he wishes. Yet even this is insufficient. He craves more crystal cores to strengthen his abilities. He muses that the apocalypse has elevated a decaying old man like him to rule, and that the new world marks the beginning of his eternal life. He instructs the maiden to hasten the collection of crystal cores and to deal with defective women, and she agrees without hesitation. Meanwhile, DONGHUA and Yunyun suffer the effects of the Lady Poison Master's toxins once again, a necessary discomfort to prevent brainworm infection. DONGHUA complains about the aggravating, relentless sensation as their bodies press uncomfortably together, while the Lady Poison Master reminds her it is a small price for protection. DONGHUA hands over the ID cards, urging the Lady Poison Master to deliver them into the city. Almost immediately, they are confronted by the One-Eyed Lord and his brother, who have intentions of exploiting them for profit. His brother begins by admiring their beauty, remarking that it is rare to see such women, especially in the apocalypse. The Lady Poison Master then clarifies for DONGHUA that the two men intend to buy them, making the grim intentions unmistakable. The Lady Poison Master reminds DONGHUA that in the New World, women are considered little more than resources, and having ID cards changes very little. She points out that the One-Eyed Lord and his brother are offering 2 crystal cores, one for each of them, as payment, emphasizing the rarity and immense value of such a gift. They admit they can afford this because of their own strength and hint that Yunyun and DONGHUA are irresistibly addictive, though their memories of a previous encounter with the women leave them visibly shaken. DONGHUA uses her powers to remind them that they had been with each other, not the men, reinforcing the trauma. Meanwhile, in the forest, a young man approaches the spider nest that Suchin had already destroyed, noting that someone else has taken the crystal core. He is not there for the core, only the spider legs, hoping they will suffice. When he senses someone behind him, he turns to see Suchin, fists raised, ready to strike, and their collision produces a massive explosion. The young man quickly explains he is not there to fight or steal the core, praising Suchin's strength and acknowledging his own power, suggesting that their confrontation would be pointless. He clarifies that his goal is the spider legs and proposes friendship, introducing himself as Wong and expressing hope that things go according to plan. Suchin recognizes him from a past life as the Black Blade King and recalls that Wong was searching for a forger in the New World. Suchin agrees to the friendship and allows Wong to take the spider legs. Wong explains that the legs are for a friend, mentions urgent business, and leaves, warning Suchin not to touch the identity cards, urging trust without explanation. Suchin, curious about a possible secret behind the cards, decides to follow Wong, believing he may lead him to the forge. Wong makes his way toward the gates of the New World, only to be confronted by the team that had never left on the mission. They demand he hand over the mutant spider corpse he carries, eager and proud that someone has finally delivered it. They try to intimidate him with threats, surrounding him completely, unaware that he is carrying only spider legs. As they strike, Wong effortlessly annihilates them all, finding the encounter irritating. Suchin witnesses this and remains unimpressed, recognizing Wang's past life strength as a Tier 3, or possibly peak Tier 2, fighter, on par with himself. He considers absorbing the core, knowing it could push him past Tier 3 but with potential side effects. Suchin receives an ID card for delivering the mutant spider corpse, earning the congratulations of the gate soldiers as he officially becomes a member of the New World. He notices the card emitting black smoke and recalls Wang's warning. At that moment, the Consciousness Space Lady appears, explaining that she had intervened when a swarm of brain worms suddenly appeared and quickly wiped them out. Suchin wonders if it is a brain invasion, and she confirms the ID card is a medium for transmitting brain worms, raising concern for DONGHUA and Yunyun. Meanwhile, City Lord Kong Ning grows uneasy, prompting a maiden to ask what troubles him. He suspects someone has infiltrated the inner city and fears that DONGHUA, Yunyun, and the Lady Poison Master are involved. At the arena, the girls remain under the One-Eyed Lord and his brother, physically restless from the poison's effects, especially Yunyun, who struggles to endure its intensity while being reminded of their intimate encounter. Lady Poison Master urges Yunyun to remain calm, explaining that the poison is likely killing any brain worms and instructing her to stay composed like DONGHUA. DONGHUA, having just forced the men to relive the vivid memory of their own intimacy, watches them spiral further into panic. The One-Eyed Lord and his brother, furious at the humiliation, launch themselves at the women with deadly intent, aiming to impale them headfirst. DONGHUA narrowly dodges one attack, causing both men to smash through a building with their sharpened, post-apocalypse heads. The audience, unaware of the reason for the sudden fight, cheers and urges each other to climb to the stands to avoid danger. Using their unbreakable iron head technique, the men destroy another structure and rush again, determined to prevent the women from using their mental powers. As the ladies try to evade, invisible hands pin them down. DONGHUA realizes it's the judge controlling them, but it's already too late. Just as she is about to be impaled, Yunyun grows to massive size, lifting the one-eyed lord like a toy. His brother attacks, but Yunyun holds him as well, taunting them to guess whose head is harder before smashing the one-eyed lord's head into his brother's. The violent collision kills them both instantly. Yunyun tosses the dead bodies over her shoulder and turns her attention to the man responsible for all the chaos. But he isn't about to let her attack freely. As she advances, she feels something latch onto her legs, suppressing her powers and shrinking her back to normal size. Lady Poison Master tries to intervene, but both are slammed to the ground by the same invisible force, leaving handprints from the intense grip. DONGHUA sees them pinned and rushes to help, but senses an approaching threat. She commands her hypnotized pawns to block the attack, sacrificing them as their bodies are shredded. The strange man on the podium praises her split-second decision, recognizing her danger, but now her allies are restrained and her pawns destroyed, leaving her alone. DONGHUA and Lady Poison Master are bound in strange red ropes, and DONGHUA apologizes for letting herself be captured, though she quickly detaches the wings from her outfit to use as weapons. They aren't powerful, but she hopes they're enough to stop this man before he harms the girls further. The man doesn't seem bothered by her choice of weapons. In fact, he looks almost eager to face her, grinning creepily as he says he's excited to play. Meanwhile, inside the city walls, Su-chun and Xiao navigate the inner city. The streets appear relatively intact, but the people move like walking corpses, making it hard to believe the blacksmith they're searching for actually lives here. Before Xiao can finish speaking, Su-chun has already surged ahead, following Wang through the alleys. Wang climbs a flight of stairs and reaches a woman working at a forge, announcing he has found the Spider Queen's legs she needs. With them, they can rescue her grandfather and safely leave the inner city. She takes the legs to the forge to craft new equipment, promising that as long as Wang helps save her grandfather, they can escape unharmed, and she can make the strongest weapon for him. After a bit of forging, she produces climbing gloves and boots from the Spider Queen's legs, their sharp claws providing perfect grip for scaling tall buildings. The two head to the target building and ascend to the rooftop, where the forger's grandfather is held. Wang questions why they didn't just go inside, but the forger insists the interior is too dangerous. From the streets below, Su-chun watches them climb and realizes the woman is the blacksmith he's been seeking. He decides to join them, entering the building through an open window instead of climbing the exterior. The corridors appear empty, making him curious why they avoided the interior. His question is answered when a giant claw swipes at the climbers. He dodges it as it crashes to the ground. Xiao notes that countless traps like this are set deeper inside, explaining why the others avoided the building. Su-chun rushes outside as an explosion erupts, using hair tendrils to latch onto the building's side. Wang is stunned by his sudden appearance, but Su-chun simply asks if the girl is the blacksmith he's been searching for, just as a swarm of bugs bursts from the building's side. Wang screams in terror as a massive red swarm of bugs surges toward him. His hatred for bugs is unmatched, and as he frantically tries to climb the building, he realizes they're faster than him. In his desperate retreat, he abandons the blacksmith, who calls out for him to wait. Su-chun swoops in from behind, grabbing her by the stomach and using his hair tendrils to launch himself higher up the building. On the way, he lands on Wang's shoulder, using him as a stepping stone to boost himself even higher. As Wang tumbles downward, Su-chun tells him the rest is up to him, leaving no time to complain as the bug swarm closes in. Fueled by his fear, Wang turns and unleashes an ability that punches holes through the bug monsters, shredding them apart. Meanwhile, Su-chun continues scaling the building with the struggling girl under his arm. She demands to know who he is and what he wants, and he introduces himself, explaining that he needs her to forge a blade. She admits she can, but sees no reason to help him, until he offers to grant her one wish in exchange. She agrees, but first he insists on reaching the rooftop. At the top, an old man gazes longingly at a picture of him with a young girl, her grandfather, imprisoned at the tower's peak. Despite his suffering, he endures it as long as she is safe. Suddenly, the prison wall explodes and Su-chun bursts in, the girl still struggling in his grasp. He announces they've come to rescue him, leaving the grandfather in shock and disbelief. Tears stream down his face as he notices the chain shackling his leg, and he first demands to know who Su-chun is and how they managed such a dramatic entrance. Finally, he releases the girl and scolds her, furious at the danger she risked in such a flashy rescue. She pays no mind, confident in the help she brought to free him. The girl explains to Suchin that she learned all her forging skills from the old man, revealing that the true blacksmith he's seeking is actually the elder himself. If he wants a top-tier weapon crafted, Old Fu is the one capable of making it. Suchin approaches the old man and asks to inspect the ankle shackle, and the man tells him to just call him Old Fu. Suchin tries to break the chains with brute strength, but even his monstrous power isn't enough. Surprised by the shackle's durability, he listens as Old Fu explains that it's no use trying with force. The shackle may seem ordinary, but it's made from post-apocalyptic materials and forged by him personally, making it unbreakable. The girl smacks Old Fu on the head for being so proud of the very thing that trapped him, but he had no choice. The city lord threatened her life, leaving him no way to refuse. Suchin quickly pieces together the situation and asks whether a weapon forged from a stronger material could break the chains. Old Fu agrees it's possible, but the new world has no stronger material, except the one Suchin already possesses. Reaching into his subspace, he summons the powerful stone where he recently acquired. The stone radiates a force even Old Fu has never felt. Just by touching it, he knows a blade forged from it could definitely cut through the shackle. The challenge now is refining the raw stone, an incredibly difficult task even for a master, and Old Fu will need Suchin's help. They move to another part of the prison where Old Fu can begin working the stone. The city lord had imprisoned him to force him to forge weapons from mutated materials, which required custom-made tools for precision. The furnace bellows alone are enormous, normally needing 10 people to operate, but everyone had abandoned their posts to watch a beauty contest, leaving Suchin to handle it all. Undeterred, he strips off his shirt, revealing his muscular build, and Old Fu hopes the strength is real before leaving the bellows to him. The first step is raising the furnace temperature before adding the raw stone. Once it's in, the smelting process cannot stop, or the stone will turn to useless scrap. Old Fu sits back while instructing Suchin to start charging the furnace. Normally, even ability users would need 3 hours to heat it sufficiently, but Suchin, far from ordinary, pushes the furnace to a level Old Fu has never witnessed before, making it nearly impossible to believe he is human. The room becomes stiflingly hot as Suchin powers the furnace with his immense strength. The blacksmith girl barely has a moment to wipe the sweat from her brow before it's time to push the raw stone into the furnace. Working together, they manage to shove it in, the searing heat nearly unbearable for both. With the stone in place, all that remains is to wait for it to melt enough to be forged into a blade. Their focus is suddenly interrupted when a man is shoved into the room by a bunny girl. It's the city lord, demanding to know who dares trespass in his tower. The smithing girl instantly recognizes him as the one who imprisoned her grandfather, and lunges with the nearest blade, aiming for a killing strike. Before it connects, the bunny girl sprouts spider legs from her back, using them to strike and send the girl flying backward. 2 of the legs double as sharp blades, one pressed dangerously close to her cheek as punishment for daring to attack the city lord. Just as she raises her hand to deliver a fatal blow, a fist shoots out of nowhere, striking the bug bunny girl and sending her bouncing off the ground. Wong has finally arrived, having fought through the earlier swarm of bugs. Furious at the interruption, the bunny girl tries a high kick aimed at Wong's face, but he easily dodges and catches her by the waist. With a deadly squeeze, he crushes her until she splits in half, leaving the seemingly invincible foe lifeless. Old Fu and Suchin stare, astonished by Wong's raw power, while the smithing girl can hardly believe what she's just witnessed. Wong doesn't even turn to look at her as he checks if she's okay, his calm bravery leaving her momentarily flustered. When she whispers that he's cool, he finally turns, but a small bug crawling up his back shatters his composure, and he wriggles in terror. The girl quickly slashes it away with her sword, ending the tiny menace before it causes more trouble. While Wong is still squirming in fear, the smithing girl reassures him that the bug is gone and there's nothing to worry about. She thanks him again for saving her earlier, her cheeks still flushed. Wong quickly composes himself and returns the praise, telling her how brave she was and thanking her for helping him as well. As they exchange compliments, the city lord, who has been observing everything, finally speaks, warning that there will be consequences for killing one of his subordinates, and that he intends to make an example of them. Wong steps forward, expecting a weak opponent, but the city lord's frail form suddenly begins to twist and shift as he approaches. In moments, insect-like tendrils and limbs sprout from his body, and he transforms into a horrifying centipede monster that towers over everyone in the room, revealing his true form. With no reason to hide, he commands everyone in concealment to emerge and slaughter those present. Meanwhile, DONGHUA's opponent reveals his grotesque tongue as cockroach-like antennae sprout from his head, laughing at the thought of unleashing his power. He tells DONGHUA that, with the City Lord's order, it's finally time for them to go completely berserk. The City Lord roared, commanding his forces to attack, and DONGHUA immediately began taking blows. The girls watching cried out in alarm, pleading for her safety, their voices full of panic. Nearby men shouted in protest, calling out to protect her, even as she staggered, blood trickling from her mouth. The City Lord sneered, taunting that she couldn't even see her invisible attackers and that dodging strikes from unseen foes was impossible, not even for a psychic. He declared he would finish her in a single blow. The girls screamed for her to watch out, but DONGHUA leapt into action, spinning and swinging her legs with precision. Each strike connected, hitting one invisible attacker after another, leaving the City Lord stunned. She landed gracefully on the ground, her eyes blazing red with lethal intent. Shocked, he demanded how she managed to sense and strike the invisible assailants, noting the thin streaks of blood marking each of them. He realized she had cleverly used her own wings to reveal their positions, but before he could react further, DONGHUA delivered a sharp, heeled kick to his face, silencing him instantly. She glared down at him, furious at his cruelty. Then, from the rooftops above, a swarm of insects began circling the building, drawing gasps from everyone. DONGHUA's companions stared, astonished, asking what was happening, while she recognized the massive swarm for what it was, a flood of bugs descending on them. Panic erupted as the insects surged forward toward the people below, and the City Lord laughed maniacally, shouting that the swarm had been unleashed and that everyone would become food. He reveled in the chaos, declaring that none would survive. DONGHUA delivered another forceful kick, shouting that she had told him to shut up. He cried for help, but she coldly declared he was going to die, then struck again, severing his head from his body. The lady watching realized the invisible attackers were merely rabbit puppets. As the City Lord fell, the invisible figures began to shimmer and reveal themselves as tiny puppets. DONGHUA picked up the remote controller the City Lord had been holding and proudly announced it was now hers. Pressing its buttons, she made the puppets glow red, discovering that by channeling physical energy into the controller, she could command them at will. DONGHUA pressed the buttons, and all the puppets lined up obediently behind her, turning their gaze toward her. She smiled, impressed with how responsive they were. One puppet sat down, and she tested it by sitting on its back, noting that the strength was just right, far easier to control than she had imagined, even in their insect forms. Suddenly, the swarm of approaching insects caused a ripple of fear among everyone. DONGHUA shouted no, but one of her puppets leapt forward, lifting a massive piece of cement from the ground to push back the swarm. It quickly formed a solid, four-sided wall, creating a protective box in which the three girls sat. DONGHUA warned them to stay still as she worked to untie them. Meanwhile, insects still seeped through cracks in the floor, causing momentary confusion. The lady suggested using poison gas to disperse them, and as she released it, the insects retreated back inside the wall. Yet the gas had an unexpected effect. It somehow intensified the bond between DONGHUA and Yunyun, making them feel stronger affection toward each other. Outside the wall, the tower of insects began piling higher, forming a monstrous shape as the girls' growing connection seemed to empower it. The lady urgently called out, telling them they needed to calm down before the situation escalated further. The insect huddled into the shape of a towering man, lifting its foot threateningly toward the heads of the girls inside the wall. Elsewhere, Bang faced off against a massive, centipede-like creature. He swung his blade confidently, shouting that he would take it down, but the beast mocked him, declaring he would die. The battle erupted instantly, each side dodging and countering, but the monster managed to fling Bang across the area. A girl ran up, calling his name in worry, and he assured her he was fine. The centipede, unimpressed, lunged toward her next, prompting Bang to yell as he prepared to intercept the attack. Bang shouted as the centipede's sting slashed behind him, and the girl cried out, panicked. He leaped atop her to shield her. She tried to steady him, and he warned that the monster was too strong, urging her to get master food to safety first. The centipede revolved its stings menacingly, declaring no one would escape and they would become nourishment for its children and grandchildren. Clenching their teeth, Bang and the girl braced for the worst, but Suchun appeared, scooping them up and leaping to safety on the other side. Landing, he instructed them to help Master Fu while he dealt with the giant bug. Nearby, the old man fretted over the black stone, noting it wouldn't melt despite the intense flames. Suchin asked why, and the old man revealed the stone was too perfect. Only one method could melt it, but it came at a price. Suchin had to take the granddaughter to Freedom City. Suchin's eyes widened at the legendary human utopia rumored from the apocalypse. Agreeing, he focused on the task at hand. Back outside, Suchin faced the centipede, warning it that he would handle it first. The centipede bellowed, threatening to devour him, but Suchin's punch barely left a mark on its armored face. Red-eyed and enraged, the monster struck again, revolving its massive body against the building. Suchin dodged nimbly between rooftops. From afar, one wondered if they planned to bring the entire building down, while the girl rushed to free her grandfather, Master Fu, whose leg had been cut. Furious, she blamed Suchin, but he explained that true weapon forging required the blacksmith's blood and skill. Master Fu reassured her that it was a necessary step, a chance to create the ultimate weapon. Wang protested, pleading for his master's survival, but the blacksmith insisted they needed each other to escape. Meanwhile, Goldie walked through capsules filled with fish-like or mermaid creatures, a quiet contrast to the chaos outside. Goldie reached the room filled with capsules, each holding girls transformed into mermaids. One capsule revealed a girl missing her oxygen mask, a tiny centipede wriggling from her mouth. Flames danced across the area, and Master Fu noted that the sacrificial forging method was truly effective. Wang lifted a massive chunk of glowing red stone with tongs, marveling at its size and asking if another blade could be made. Master Fu refused, saying it was barely enough for one weapon. Wang frowned, remarking the stone felt strangely familiar. The girl told the old man to rest and took over, hammering the stone into shape. Meanwhile, Suchin faced the centipede in battle. The creature boasted of a stronger predecessor for whom its armor had been forged, threatening to send Suchin to his grave. Suchin asked who this stronger figure was, but the centipede insisted it was irrelevant. Suchin would die today anyway. The centipede mentioned being prepared for the weapon Master Fu was crafting, and both locked eyes. Back in the capsule room, centipedes poured from the girl's mouth until the entire capsule shattered. Goldie, bewildered, fled, while outside the girl called out to a small kitten, urging it to escape the danger. From a nearby room, another centipede emerged, and Master Fu shouted they were surrounded by bugs, surprised the cat had brought a swarm. The centipede attacked Suchin with a powerful strike, forcing him to dodge. At the same time, the centipede-formed figure threatened to crush the girls, but Yum-Hyun suddenly appeared, even larger than the centipede creature, blocking the attack and holding both Duan-Yu and the lady safely. The lady panicked as the bugs crawled onto Yun-Yun, her poison gas ineffective. Duan-Yu realized the current strategy wouldn't work, raising her hands to unleash her own power. Energy surged from her, forcing the bugs back, and the lady observed a barrier forming, speculating that Duan-Yu had evolved to a new human level with a psychic pulse ability. Glowing lines traced across her body as she commanded Yun-Yun, who smirked and launched a powerful kick at the monstrous swarm. Yun-Yun launched a powerful kick at the centipede, striking it like kneading dough, but the barrier around her hands began reacting strangely. The centipede swirled around her arms, biting and latching onto her. She screamed in pain as the lady realized bugs were still inside her and dashed through Yun-Yun's massive body, reaching her hands. Pushing forcefully, she purged all the centipedes, killing them instantly. Just then, the huge centipede that had been battling Suchin reared up, roaring, and its sharp spikes pierced toward Yun-Yun's back. Shocked, Yun-Yun froze as the lady shouted a warning, but Suchin appeared just in time, shoving the monster back. Yun-Yun steadied herself on his thigh, readying a counterattack. Spreading her legs and leaping, she freed herself from the centipede's grip and delivered a crushing kick to its head. The creature shrieked, stunned by her hidden strength, and collapsed to the ground. Yun checked on Suchin, asking if he was okay. He nodded, noticing a glowing barrier surrounding her. He realized Duan-Yu had reached level 2, marveling at her power, though a slight dizziness hit him from the intensity of her energy. The centipede roared, declaring that Yun-Yun dared to defy it, and lashed its tentacles toward her. Yun-Yun noticed the smaller bugs swelling, growing larger with each movement, and Suchin felt a surge of alarm, hoping Master Fu would finish quickly. Meanwhile, Wan relentlessly struck at the centipedes, shouting that since the apocalypse, he had fused ancient martial arts with his power to create a unique technique called Force Breaker. A swarm of bugs shouldn't scare anyone, he claimed, yet even he felt the sheer quantity was overwhelming. The girl shouted she would help, but Master Fu, focused on forging his weapon despite losing a leg, insisted he wasn't helpless and didn't need worry. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red, muscles swelling, and his short, slim frame transformed into that of a towering, muscular figure. He gripped his hammer and declared it had been ages since he'd gone all out. With each powerful strike against the burning red stone, the force pushed back the swarm of centipedes, scattering them from the pressure of his blows. The chaos escalated as a massive pressure blast erupted from a building. The centipede growled, sensing the energy, realizing the old man was still alive, and decided it would take his life itself. It began moving toward the building, but Yunyun stepped forward, determined to stop it, gripping the centipede tightly to hold it back. The creature sneered at another woman interfering, but DONGHUA sent out a psychic wave, shielding Yunyun while striking the centipede. In the midst of this, the centipede lunged at DONGHUA, threatening to devour her, but Suchin appeared, commanding her not to be afraid. Dark energy strings shot from his hands, restraining DONGHUA from falling into the creature's mouth, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches on the centipede's head. As DONGHUA was thrown backward, Suchin caught her mid-fall, asking if she was okay, and she nodded. Enraged, the centipede surged forward again, but Yunyun spotted a vulnerable mouth at its end. The old man's hammering energy from the building drew the creature's attention. Furious, it shouted about the noise and charged, smashing the building into pieces, claiming most of its annoyances were gone. From the rubble, Goldie leaped from stone to stone, clutching the weapon forged by the old man. The centipede roared, intent on devouring the stranger, but Goldie, with DONGHUA and Suchin leaping onto him, ran from behind. The centipede spat insults, but Suchin drew the forged blade from Golg's mouth, noting its perfect design and readying it against the oversized insect. The weapon's sheer presence intimidated the centipede, forcing it to back off, and with a decisive strike, Suchin cleaved it down the middle, blood splattering everywhere. DONGHUA asked if it was over, only to see the centipede's small fly-like mouth attempting to escape, grumbling about its ruined nest and backup plan. DONGHUA swiftly smashed it like an ordinary fly, ending the threat. Yunyun slammed the caterpillar between her hands and flung it down, shouting for it to get back, her anger blazing, and from behind, Goldie appeared, carrying Suchin and DONGHUA on his back. DONGHUA jumped down and rushed toward Goldie, asking why he had grown so large again and warning him not to handle that size, and Yunyun, returning to her original form, reassured her it was only temporary and insisted she couldn't let the disgusting bug escape. Goldie then moved toward the caterpillar with Suchin, who landed firmly, scolding Goldie that he could not eat it because the centipede's huge skull lay on the ground, calling it disgusting and promising a can of cat food later. Amid the rubble, Wang lifted a massive stone and helped his grandfather escape. The girl holding him asked if he was alright, and he grunted that he was still alive. Suddenly, snow began falling from the sky, shocking everyone, with exclamations that it really was snowing. DONGHUA commented that winter shouldn't arrive this early, noting that the climate had gone crazy since the apocalypse, and Wang pointed to the sky, amazed at the thick, dark clouds blocking the sunlight. Suchin explained that it wasn't clouds but volcanic ash drifting from distant eruptions that had begun before the apocalypse, and that eventually the ash would cover the entire planet. Feeling the ash like snow on her hand, DONGHUA asked if it would disappear when the snow ended, but Suchin warned that what was coming next was a global winter apocalypse, with a cold wave freezing the entire planet. Then the centipede's skull revived, the creature laughing, taunting that they hadn't really thought they could kill it because it could infinitely respawn by summoning its bug form, shocking everyone. Suchin raised his hand calmly, telling everyone to stay back, and opened a portal-like space from which the centipede cried out in confusion and pain, unable to move, before being completely sealed away. Suchin remarked that it was weak enough to be contained in his space, admitting he hadn't wanted to show something so disgusting, leaving everyone stunned. Turning to the old man, he noted the snow was getting heavier and that they needed to delay heading to Freedom City, but the old man shrugged, resigned that the harsh climate might kill them anyway. Suchin, however, distributed jackets, tents, food, and medicine, declaring that with him no one would die, astonishing everyone with the sheer amount he carried as if he had a Doraemon pocket. They chose a place to rest, and inside the van, DONGHUA and Yunyun sat on the floor, Yunyun still recovering from her earlier size increase, which worried DONGHUA. Suchin approached and handed her the spider core, saying he hadn't used it, and now she could, as he needed her stronger for the next fight, and as she accepted it, a fluttering feeling rose within her. From behind, DONGHUA reminded Suchin that they were still poisoned, and both bent forward together, pleading for him to detox them. Yun pressed her hands against Dasukun's abs, urging him to detox her immediately, repeating her demand insistently, while DONGHUA interjected that she was still the elder sister and he should listen to her. Yun countered, insisting that an elder sister should give way to a little sister. Dasukun thought that if Yun leveled up now, it would be a massive leap, and realized he needed to find more crystals for her. DONGHUA, undeterred, said she wouldn't yield to anyone over something like this. Yun argued that Dasukun had just fought a massive battle and couldn't handle both of them at once. DONGHUA tried to push forward, claiming she should go first, while Yun insisted it was her turn. Dasukun raised his hands, frustrated, asking if they doubted his strength, and decided to detox both at once, earning a grateful chorus from them for saving them from near death. Elsewhere, a man with a long stick approached a woman hanging from a tree, pressing the stick against her to check if she was alive, noting her skin was still elastic and she had only recently lost consciousness. Her eyes suddenly opened, and she shouted at them, startling the man, who stammered at her survival. She fell to the ground, demanding they stay away and asking their intentions. The men assured her they meant no harm, explaining they had seen her fall during a fight and came to check on her. She recalled being thrown during battle, Yun suddenly growing huge and causing her to lose her grip, thankfully landing in the tree. The men, seeing she was alright, decided to leave, warning her to find clothes as it was getting colder. The woman wondered why it was freezing and realized she needed to find her master quickly to avoid dying from the cold. Moments later, the men suddenly sprinted back toward her. She demanded to know why they had returned, but one said nothing, running forward urgently. Confused, she looked around as two gaseous, monstrous women leapt toward her from behind. The fleeing men panicked, one claiming they were about to get her killed, the other arguing they owed her nothing and had no reason to escape, only realizing that if she survived, they would be in danger. The woman, gripping a tree rope, swung forward, crossing past the men with skill. One man muttered, shocked, recognizing her as the same woman from before and realizing she wasn't dead. Behind them, the two gaseous monsters closed in on the men, who shouted for help. The woman yelled for them not to follow, noting how formidable the monsters were and thinking quickly for a plan. Spotting a car she recognized as her master's, she gripped the gate, determined that as long as she reached her master, she would be safe. When the lady finally reached the inside of the van, she froze at the sight before quickly shutting the door. Outside, the two men sprinted toward her, one urging, "There's an RV rescue van just ahead, hurry, hide inside." But she refused, thinking she couldn't let them disturb the master. Planting herself in front of the door, she shouted, "Wait, no one goes in, move aside immediately." Twisting her whip in a full 360, she warned, "I said no, anyone who steps closer dies." She thought if she threw herself fully into defense, she might buy enough time. A massive roar suddenly shook the area, making everyone flinch. She muttered in fear, "We're all going to die, is this an earthquake?" Above the chaos loomed a huge elephant-like monster, and atop it, a woman. She gasped, "No, that's a corpse." As the mammoth-like beast slammed onto the ground, the impact sent a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. She thought, "No way, we can't possibly defeat this." Desperately, she opened the van door, yelling, "No choice now, master, master, there's a huge monster." The girls froze in shock. "What, a mammoth?" Sachin asked sharply, "What did you just say?" The lady hurried to clarify, "No, that's exactly what I meant. There's a mammoth outside." The creature surged forward, rolling violently. Yun muttered, "Could this really be a mammoth?" "Keep moving, I'll handle it." DONGHUA hesitated, but Yun reassured her, "Relax, that was just a warm-up earlier. This time, little sister goes first." DONGHUA blushed, uneasy, saying, "Sachin, I don't feel right letting her face it alone." Yun stepped out, towering over the scene, facing the mammoth with unmatched confidence. "Poison Empress, where did you summon something like this?" The lady replied, "You'll have to ask those two men." Confused, the men denied any knowledge. The lady lashed a rope around one man's neck. "What did you just say?" He stammered, pleading, "Wait, I'll explain. We were survivors hiding in the zoo. Not long ago, these strange people appeared. They didn't seek food or water, only animal bones and remains. The scene terrified us, so we fled, but they kept targeting us." The mammoth bellowed loudly, and Yun realized, using the zoo bones to resurrect the creature, could this be another bizarre evolution from the apocalypse? No matter, she thought, I'll catch it first and study it. Expanding to a massive size, she grabbed the mammoth's long swinging trunk, calling, "Come here, I'll be gentle," and twisted at 360 like a fidget spinner, humming a tune. One man shouted in disbelief, "What kind of research is that supposed to be?" Finally, Sachin and DONGHUA emerged, with Sachin declaring, "No need for study, that's a mutant beast, a corpse soldier, its last remains tied together by the corpse queen." The mentors turned, acknowledging him, "You are Sachin." The man froze in shock, eyes wide, saying, "Sachin, it really is you. I can't believe you actually survived the apocalypse, and you're doing pretty well too." Sachin blinked, asking, "Who are you again?" The man answered, "It's me, Zhang Ming. We were in the same class at university." DONGHUA muttered, "Don't remember, want me to deal with him?" But Sachin shrugged, thinking, "I think there was someone like that." Zhang pressed, "Right, I told you, we're classmates, otherwise how could I recognize you?" Relief washed over him. Good thing he remembered me. I barely went to class back then. Tagging along might come in handy, he thought, then aloud added, "By the way, aren't you going to introduce me to this beautiful lady, and this giant lady too? Judging by her strength, she must be their leader, if I can win her favor." But before he could act, Yunyan's eyes flared red. She swung the mammoth, tearing it apart midair, shouting, "Oh, it broke." Zhang's face turned pale, screaming, "The mammoth is flying toward us. We're done for, it's going to crash." Just as it was about to hit, DONGHUA's power burst the mammoth's body apart. The men were frozen in shock. She warned Yunyan, "Be careful." Sachin thought, "With two strong beauties protecting me, my life is too easy, if only I could replace him." Yunyan looked at Sachin, hungry, and said, "So, Sachin, can you get me something to eat?" He nodded, "All right, I'll prepare it." Zhang thought, "So that's it, Sachin's just their cook. Replacing him would be simple." His friend asked, "Bro, what are you planning?" Zhang didn't answer immediately, eyes fixed on Yunyan. She growled, "I'm starving." Zhang offered a jerky, saying, "Miss Yunyan, here's some jerky I've been saving. If you're hungry, try it." He thought, "Most meat is spoiled by now, but my special cured meat, gourmet level." Yunyan recoiled, "What's with it?" "It's all black." He explained, "It's jerky I made from zoo gorilla meat with my secret recipe. One bite and you'll..." She shouted, "Gorilla meat? Disgusting. Get it away." Sachin scolded, "Ming, keep that to yourself." Yunyan ran to Sachin, saying, "Exactly, I only eat what he prepares." Zing muttered, "What does Sachin make that's better than meat?" Later, Yunyan sat in front of a table overflowing with food, smiling, "Now that's a real meal." Outside, Zing and his companion peered through the bus window, astonished. "Hot pot? Roast chicken? How does Sachin even have this much food?" His friend said, "Bro, if he's your classmate, shouldn't he share?" Zing scoffed, "We're all classmates, what a big deal." Sachin smiled, "Yeah, we're classmates, no problem." Zing brightened, "Really? Thanks, old buddy." But Sachin closed the door, warning, "If you want food, one condition, we help each other." Zing agreed, "Fine, but I want to join your group, I'm an ability user too." Sachin nodded, "Great," and opened the door. The men rushed to the table only to find Yunyan had eaten nearly everything, leaving just remnants. They immediately began fighting over the leftovers. DONGHUA asked, "Are you letting them join?" Sachin nodded, "Of course, gotta keep my word." Yunyan held up a crystal from the mammoth's brain, saying, "Sachin, you should absorb this." He shook his head, "You keep it, you found it." He thought, crystal cores from the corpse army of the zombie queen drop easily, I'll pay attention. Licking the full plate, Zhang asked, "What's next, brother?" Later, Wang carried Master Fu on his back, and the old man struggled, saying, "Let go of me, I'm not a child." Wang frowned, looking him over, saying, "You still have to forage my blade, so I need to take care of you." The girl interjected, "We have to take him somewhere he can be treated properly." Sachin suggested, "General Gao, he's his friend." With that, the girl and Master Fu departed, waving, "All right, take care everyone." Meanwhile, Sachin and the two girls settled into the car, which moved steadily, while on the open rooftop, Wang and his companion sat together. The man asked, "You sure this won't backfire?" Wang shrugged, "Is there anything that does? If risking it once means gaining those two women's protection, I'll be set for sure. Once I win them over, there'll be no place for Sachin anymore." Somewhere in a settlement, the king's roar echoed as another monster grabbed him by the neck. The crowd shouted, "Let go of our king!" But the monster snarled, "This trash is your king," and hurled him far. Everyone gasped as the man and monster stood atop the throne, the monster demanding, "Now who is your real king?" The crowd froze in confusion. The monster barked again, louder, as more of its kind appeared from above, surrounding the people, and collectively devoured the king, shouting, "Now this is our king!" Amazed, everyone knelt, and the new monster king praised them. "Very good, you guys are clever." A subordinate bowed, "Thank you for praising us, master." Then another monster arrived, announcing, "My king, 2 people are calling you from outside." Outside the settlement, Zhang and his companion waited. Zhang gripped an RPG, shouting, "Hey, you inside, come out, or don't blame us for being rude." His companion asked, "Bro, are we really going to do this? There's no way just the 2 of us can take this place." Zhang scoffed, "Are you stupid? Of course I know that, but don't you get it? This is the test." The man hesitated, "A chance to prove our strength, but something feels off." Zhang said, "Relax, Suchin and I are old classmate. Look, he even gave me this RPG for protection." As the settlement gate creaked open, Zhang reassured, "Don't be scared. Even if it's the DONGHUA tribe, I'll take them down with one strike." Feeling danger, he fired the RPG straight at the king. A massive blast erupted. The man stammered, "Bro, I think they really are from the DONGHUA tribe." Zhang muttered, "We're truly screwed." From the gate, more monsters poured out. One of the DONGHUA shouted at the king, "Are you all right?" The king's face twisted with fury. Someone tore them limb from limb. Far away, using binoculars, Suchin observed, "These 2 lured the monsters even better than I expected." Yunyun asked Suchin, "Should we take out the DONGHUA tribe?" He shook his head, "Not yet, I need a use for them." She questioned, "What use do the DONGHUA have?" He raised his hand, opening a spatial rift, summoning the centipede skeleton. Yunyun gasped, "He's still alive." The centipede pleaded, "Please kill me, this place constantly tore my body with spiritual relief. I've been living in hell." Suchin tilted his head, "You want to die? Then do something for me first." The centipede pleaded, asking what exactly Suchin wanted from it. Suchin said, "I want to borrow your brain worms." The centipede warned, "Take them if you wish, but I am too weak, you'll have to control them yourself. Remember your promise." Suchin nodded. "Duanyu. Can you handle them?" he asked Duanyu. She replied, "I'll try." Meanwhile, the DONGHUA king brooded, recalling the last time he was injured, because of that woman and her cat. That was the first time he tasted failure, and after that, he lived like a stray dog to gain power. He devoured his own king's flesh to grow stronger, and becoming king of the devouring clan was only the first step. He planned to unite all the devouring clan and crush anyone who opposed him, especially the sharp-eyed man who stood before them. Yet now, even these 2 insects dared to injure him. He roared in fury, "How ridiculous! Kill them! Grind their bones to dust!" The full DONGHUA clan surged forward toward Zhang and his companion. Zhang shouted, "Suchin, you call this our resettlement area? It's a nest of the devouring clan." The other groaned, "He set us up to be slaughtered, we've run into their ruins." As they charged, the devourers blocked their path, sneering, "Reckless fools, daring to blow up our king, you think you can escape?" Zhang panicked, "We're so screwed, this is the end, this is the end." A sword swung down toward them, but the axes were suddenly stopped. One attacker growled, "Hey, why are you stopping?" Their eyes glowed pink as centipedes crawled over them, and they turned on their own comrades. The effect spread quickly, chaos erupting across the battlefield. The DONGHUA king watched, confused and horrified. One of his controlled devourers lunged at him, but he threw his companion aside, thinking, "What is this?" He leapt onto a building, surveying the scene, muttering, "No good, I have a bad feeling." Meanwhile, Zhang and his friend were shielded by the Lady Poison Empress. She scolded, "How long are you planning to play dead?" Zhang stammered, "Why is it you?" She turned, revealing that the devouring clan was now under Duanyu's control. Suchin praised, "Nice work." Duanyu explained, "Without the Bug King's interference, my physical control can easily manipulate these insects." "How many can you manage?" he asked. 300 to 500 maybe, she said, "but over 300 will be taxing if precision is needed." Suchin replied, "No need for precision, just make them fearless." "In that case," she said, "no problem." Every devourer knelt before Suchin and above the king. The DONGHUA king's eyes widened with jealousy and fury, clenching his teeth, realizing, so it was them. The scene shifted to the devourer clan's camp. Inside the prison, many terrified girls huddled together as 2 devourers entered. Each one grabbed a girl and lifted her roughly onto their shoulders. The girls struggled and shouted for them to let go, but their cries were ignored. One of the devourers approached the king and informed with respect that the person had been brought. The king grabbed the girl harshly, making her scream in pain, then tossed her toward the other devourers. They caught her and expressed their gratitude to him. The king turned his gaze toward another girl and spoke with a creepy smile that it was her turn. The girl trembled and shouted with fear that she didn't want this and begged to be released. But the king pressed his large foot on her back and forced her to kneel before him. Tears rolled down her face as she cried that she had not eaten for days. The king laughed coldly and replied that there was food right in front of her. The girl looked up at him with confusion, not understanding his cruel words. But before anything more could happen, a loud crack echoed through the camp as a massive devourer stepped forward and broke the king's neck in one swift motion. His eyes glowed red as he declared with a deep voice that from now on he was their new boss. He ordered everyone to pick up their weapons, announcing that they were going hunting. The scene then shifted to Su-chin and his subordinates. Su-chin stood outside, his eyes fixed on a building in the distance. He mentioned calmly that there were several other Devourer clan bases nearby. Then he turned to DONGHUA and instructed with determination to release the bugs inside. She nodded in silence, and suddenly a soft pink aura surrounded the entire area. Her eyes glowed with the same pink light as she scanned the surroundings carefully. She spoke with concern that it looked like not a single Devourer clan member was inside and asked Su-chin if he could be mistaken. Su-chin replied firmly that it was impossible and that he could not be wrong. At that moment, the Devourer king and his subordinates appeared on the roof. The king laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance, and declared that he had been waiting for them and that today would be the day they died. Su-chin looked calm and replied that it sounded like they had walked straight into a trap, though he added that he didn't think they had met before. DONGHUA frowned in confusion as the king shouted with anger that he should remember. He reminded Su-chin that his cat had ambushed him before, and that he had suffered greatly because of it. The king growled that to take his revenge, he had gathered all the Devourer clans in the area. DONGHUA spoke casually that she had no memory of that at all. The king's rage exploded as he shouted if they were mocking him, then ordered his men to kill them all. His subordinates jumped down from the roof, weapons raised and ready to strike. Su-chin remained calm and spoke with confidence that since all the Devourers were gathered there, it would save them a lot of trouble. He told DONGHUA to call the bugs back, saying they would hold the enemies off first. She nodded and her eyes began to glow pink again, but before she could act, the king suddenly appeared behind her. He raised his weapon high and roared with fury that as long as he was there, she would not be summoning anything. The king swung his weapon fiercely, but DONGHUA quickly raised her hand and formed a glowing barrier, blocking the attack just in time. The king glared at her and shouted with anger that those creatures were her trump card and that she was the one controlling everything. Cracks began to spread across the barrier until it finally shattered into pieces. Su-chin gripped his weapon tightly, his expression cold and filled with fury. He warned the king that he dared to touch her and that he was not worthy to even try. In an instant, the king vanished from his spot, leaving only a faint blur behind. The next moment, all the Devourers rushed towards Su-chin, surrounding him with their weapons raised. At the same time, another group attacked Yun. She clenched her teeth and her body grew larger, grabbing one of the attackers in her hands. The Devourers screamed as they fell from her body, and she roared with anger that weaklings like them dared to challenge her. DONGHUA shouted with determination for everyone to come and fight. Su-chin slammed his fist deep into a Devourer's stomach, sending the creature flying. Then he looked up and saw DONGHUA standing face to face with the king. His voice turned sharp as he called out for his cat, Goldie, and ordered it to protect DONGHUA. He threw the cat toward her with full force. The king raised his dagger and slashed wildly, tearing through DONGHUA's clothes. But in the same moment, Goldie landed in front of her and covered her body completely. The king stepped back in confusion and demanded to know what was happening and what was wrong with that cat. Goldie growled low, slashed its sharp claw through the air, and sent the king crashing backward. The king shouted in rage that the same move would not work on him again. Goldie leapt high, its body growing larger, and slammed its massive foot down onto the king's body. The ground shattered beneath the impact as the king's body was crushed deep into it. DONGHUA quickly called out for Goldie to stop, explaining that the king would make a great meat shield and should not be wasted. She then threw several worms onto the king's body, and they crawled rapidly into his mouth. The king's eyes widened in fury as he thought that he was going to devour them all. Su-chin shouted with urgency for everyone to get out of the way fast. In the next moment, A loud explosion filled the area, sending thick smoke across the battlefield. DONGHUA and Goldie quickly moved aside, avoiding the blast. When the smoke cleared, the Devourer King stood tall and completely unharmed. Suchin narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly that it looked like the king could devour other creatures to level up. DONGHUA focused her glowing eyes and said that she could sense the corpse queen nearby, just behind the line of buildings. The king let out a cruel laugh and boasted that he could now control the bugs, commanding that all of them should become his puppets. He then opened his mouth wide and spat out a swarm of wriggling bugs. But before the swarm could spread, Suchin leaped high into the air and slammed his fist directly into the king's face. Blood burst from the king's mouth as his body was thrown backward. Suchin stood firm as the bugs crawled over his body and said with determination that he could still send the king flying. The Poison Empress rushed toward him, trying to help him. DONGHUA called out with frustration that she could protect his brain, but what he did was far too reckless. She warned that by attacking like that, he was pushing the Devourer King straight toward the corpse queen. The king landed heavily on the ground, panting in anger. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated Suchin and didn't expect him to be that strong. Suddenly, a massive ice pillar burst from the water in front of him. The corpse queen stepped forward, her presence cold and commanding, and countless corpses appeared behind her, rushing straight toward the king. The king roared with fury, shouting that they dared to charge at him, and promised to wipe them all out. Then he charged forward, his rage shaking the battlefield. The corpse queen snapped her fingers sharply, and a powerful strike of energy slashed through the Devourer King, sending him crashing to the ground. Without giving him another glance, she turned away and shouted with authority for the hiding bugs to come out. She then swung her hand, creating a massive ice pillar that shot up from the ground. High above, Suchin and DONGHUA stood watching from a distance. Suchin looked down at the destruction and spoke with disbelief that even from so far away, a casual swing from her could cause such massive damage. DONGHUA stared at the queen's overwhelming power and said that it looked like she was a level 4 being, then asked if they were really going to fight her. Suchin replied firmly that they would not retreat. He explained that this was the moment when she was at her weakest, and if the corpse queen's hordes were allowed to spread across the land, everyone would become her food and no one would survive. DONGHUA nodded in understanding. Suddenly, bugs began to crawl over the bodies of Suchin's subordinates, covering them completely as they shouted in shock and fear. The corpse queen looked around with wide eyes and murmured that the snow had stopped and the bugs were finally appearing. She noticed the growing swarm and remarked that there were indeed many of them, but it would not matter. She stepped forward, raising her hand to summon a massive sea creature with long, twisting tentacles. With a cold voice, she ordered the giant octopus to kill them all. Yun grinned confidently and shouted to Suchin that he should leave the sea monsters to her. Her body transformed into her larger form, and she swung her massive fist, slamming it down onto a giant lobster with a crushing blow. DONGHUA turned her gaze toward the battlefield and shouted that the undead were charging in, ordering everyone to hold them off. Zhang and his friends tightened their grip on their weapons and rushed forward to fight. Suchin turned to DONGHUA and told her with determination that he would leave the situation to her, as he was going to face the corpse queen himself. He reminded her to remember everything he had told her before. Without hesitation, he jumped from the rooftop and swung his weapon, slicing a massive lobster into pieces with a single strike. One of the girls nearby shouted to him that the corpse queen's spiritual power was not that strong and that if he managed to beat her half to death, she would get her chance to act. Suchin gave a short reply, saying that she made it sound far too easy. The corpse queen watched him approach, her eyes cold and filled with disdain. She murmured that he dared to charge into the tide of corpses and that he was simply asking for death. Raising her hand, she caused sharp ice obstacles to rise and block Suchin's path. But Suchin leaped high into the air, his voice steady as he asked if they could not already see how powerful she was. The girl shouted back that even so, what if they managed to pull it off? She reminded him that he held the crystal core in his hands and asked if he didn't want an ally as powerful as a corpse queen. Suchin landed heavily in front of the queen, gripping his weapon tightly. He thought to himself that he was only at peak level 2, and the difference in power between them was enormous. But he refused to back down. He thought that if he had a choice, he would never pass up the chance to gain an ally of such strength. If he could truly obtain a corpse queen level companion, he could dominate the entire apocalypse. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp with resolve, and thought that the battle was unavoidable, so he would gamble everything on this fight. The corpse queen looked at Suchin with a cold expression and spoke with disdain that the ants behind him were the ones he had brought. She told him that his greatest stupidity was not realizing how weak he truly was, and that even if he brought thousands upon thousands of troops, it would still be pointless. The Devourer King stood beside her, his tone filled with arrogance, as he added that weaklings like Suchin, even if they numbered in the millions, would still end up becoming part of his corpse tide in the end. The queen glared at Suchin again and said with mockery that he had some nerve to stand alone on that frozen coast as if waiting for her. She demanded that he state his name so that after he died, she could make him her vanguard. Suchin's expression turned fierce as he replied that she did not need to know who he was and that all she needed to remember was that today would be her doomsday. Then, without hesitation, he leaped high into the sky and charged straight toward her. The queen raised her hand calmly, and an icy beam shot out from her fingertips, striking Suchin midair. His body was instantly covered in frost, freezing him solid. But with a burst of strength, cracks spread through the ice, and he shattered it completely. He landed on the frozen ground, though a layer of ice remained clinging to his shoulder. He clenched his fist and thought to himself that he had almost turned into a popsicle. Breaking the ice off his shoulder, he realized with relief that it was a good thing he had dodged in time and reinforced his body with energy. But his expression grew serious as he noted that she had done all that using only one finger. Suddenly, the queen attacked again, sending sharp shards of ice flying towards Suchin. He jumped high into the air to dodge, but the Devourer King appeared above him and caught him midair. The queen raised her hand once more and unleashed a barrage of massive ice beams toward them. Suchin reacted quickly and used his energy to block the attacks. Two dark strands of energy shot out from him and pierced deep into the icy floor below. But the ice could not hold for long. Cracks spread beneath them, and in an instant, the floor shattered, sending both Suchin and the Devourer King plunging into the freezing water below. The queen looked down with a cold smirk and spoke mockingly that hiding underwater would not help him escape. She said that at first she thought his strength was decent and had even considered making him her subordinate. But now she dismissed the thought, saying that he would only serve as food for the smaller creatures in the water. Her gaze then shifted toward the others nearby as she added that there seemed to be a few more promising ones among his group, and she would see who was fit to become her underling. Her eyes swept across Suchin's subordinates. She commented with disdain that the poison user was too weak, the cat was unappealing, but the mental type seemed interesting. She smiled darkly and said that she liked that one. Then her attention turned toward the massive Yun. The queen pointed at her and said that this one looked even more interesting. Yun was in the middle of her fierce battle, throwing a huge lobster backward with a powerful strike. But before she could move again, a massive octopus wrapped its thick tentacles around her body, dragging her close as it opened its huge mouth to devour her. Yun's eyes blazed with power, and she released a burst of energy, tearing the creature's limbs apart and ripping it into pieces. The queen pointed toward her once more and declared with satisfaction that she chose Yun. Just then, the water erupted violently as Suchin burst out from below, slashing through countless sea creatures with rapid strikes. He landed heavily on the frozen ground. The queen looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked with surprise why he suddenly seemed stronger than before. Suchin looked around and asked with confusion what was going on, and told her to find out herself. The corpse queen laughed coldly and replied with pride that find out? Even if he had grown stronger than before, he was still nothing more than an insect who gained a little strength. She mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could fight her on equal ground. Suchin shouted with determination while throwing his dagger at her. How would he ever know if he didn't try? But she easily reflected his attack and sneered with amusement that she was only humoring him because she found him entertaining. Her voice turned sharp as she added that he actually dared to hurt her, and since he was so eager to die, she would fulfill his wish. She raised her hand and from the frozen earth around them, tall ice pillars emerged, closing in on him until he was trapped inside a dome of ice. The cold surrounded him completely. She looked at him with cruel delight and taunted that now he could see the difference between them. Her tone softened into mock pity as she said it was such a shame he couldn't even talk back anymore, and that he had been a decent toy to play with. DONGHUA looked at Suchin with worry and thought that he had said he would hold off the corpse queen. She told herself that she must gather the remaining crystals quickly because they were the only thing that could defeat the queen. She forced herself to stay strong and thought that once she found the cores, she could go and help him. Her gaze moved around the battlefield as she noticed the cannon fodder being wiped out one after another. She thought with growing fear that if this kept up, everyone would die here. She raised her hand and shouted with determination for Suchin to hold on. Energy burst from her palm, blasting one of the corpse heads into pieces. When the dust cleared, a crystal was left behind, and she quickly grabbed it. But before she could move again, a devourer lunged from the side and caught her arms. She screamed in pain as its claws dug deep into her flesh. At the same moment, Union clenched her teeth and attacked a giant lobster-like creature. She tore its body apart and found a shining crystal hidden within. She looked at it with excitement and said that these creatures' crystal cores dropped far more often than normal mutants. Then she shouted loudly to her companion that she had found one. But before she could move, a massive leg suddenly struck her and slammed her to the ground, throwing her body across the dirt. When she lifted her eyes, 2 towering dragons stood before her, their presence radiating danger. Meanwhile, the corpse queen slowly walked toward the injured DONGHUA with a cruel smile, and said with cold amusement that it was too bad because that man was already dead. DONGHUA's eyes widened in shock as her heart froze with disbelief. Suchin was trapped inside the ice, his body stiff from the cold. He gritted his teeth, and with a burst of strength, shattered the frozen prison into countless shards. He leaped forward and slammed his fist into the corpse queen, the force of his strike tearing her hand clean from her arm. Without hesitation, he followed with a powerful kick to her face, sending her crashing backward. The impact triggered a violent explosion that shook the area. Without pausing, Suchin pulled his dagger free and hurled it toward the devourer that was restraining DONGHUA. The blade pierced through its head, leaving a deep hole before the creature collapsed lifelessly. Suchin then charged through the battlefield, slashing down multiple enemies that stood in his path. DONGHUA's eyes widened in shock as she shouted with disbelief that Suchin had reached level 3. He replied firmly that she should leave this fight to him and go assist Yun instead. She gave a quick nod and called out to Goldie for support. But before she could move far, the corpse queen's furious scream echoed through the air. She roared that she would tear him into pieces and unleashed a storm of sharp ice pillars toward him. Suchin raised his hand calmly and activated the spatial gates. In an instant, dark swirling portals opened around him, absorbing every single ice pillar that came his way. The sight left the corpse queen momentarily frozen in shock, disbelief flashing across her cold face. Suchin observed the battlefield carefully and thought with satisfaction that after reaching level 3, the spatial gates had become much larger, now wide enough to swallow even the queen's massive ice pillars. The corpse queen glared at him furiously and shouted with suspicion that what exactly had he done, and warned him not to try any tricks on her. But as she took a step forward, her expression suddenly changed. She paused and thought with confusion that there was clearly nothing ahead of her, yet she could feel as if one more step would send her falling into a bottomless abyss. Suchin watched her reaction calmly and thought that it had stopped moving. He knew it shouldn't be able to see the spatial gate and felt a little disappointed as he thought what a shame. He had wanted to see if she would walk into the gate herself. The queen clenched her teeth and asked if he was hiding other abilities as well. Suchin realized she had sensed danger purely from instinct and thought that it really couldn't see the gate. Then he raised his hand with a faint smile and said if she wanted to know, then he would show her. In the next moment, the sharp ice pillars she had previously launched came flying back out from the spatial gate, striking her body with immense force and triggering a powerful explosion that engulfed her. As the shock wave spread, Suchin murmured to himself that the ice pillars coming out of space still carried the same momentum they had when they entered, meaning he could recreate and use them as weapons. But the corpse queen was not defeated yet. She broke apart the remaining ice around her and stepped forward with fury, shouting that she did not know how he had done it but that he was the first to ever dare do such a thing to her. Before she could strike again, a shadow appeared behind her. The Devourer King emerged silently and drove his dagger straight into her chest, his attack catching her completely off guard.